Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Soaring into the sky, the protagonist said that it was all because of immortality. Looking at the people among the bamboo, the unknown person claimed to have witnessed the past. Imagining in his head the battle of a man against monsters, he said that the whole world considered him a hooligan. Visualizing a huge dragon in the sky, the protagonist noticed that no one considered him a king. Seeing the swordsman swing his blade, the unknown said that it seemed that he had always been there. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a menacing look appeared, and the protagonist called him a black sheep. The narrative of the story shifts to the huge gate of Pai Guyan's school, near which an unknown person was standing. It was a raven that was silently staring in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the name of the sect written on the tablet. Suddenly, a man in a golden robe appeared behind him and said that he was already there. Waving his hand at him, the blonde man remarked that he did not expect that snotty boy to become the founder of the clan. At the same moment, a stick headed forward at great speed. As she approached him very closely, the man in the golden robe noticed that it was quite abrupt. After a moment, the weapon stopped in front of the enemy. Taking the stick with his hand, the blonde man asked why he threw it. Imagining beaten people kneeling in front of a raven, the man in the golden coat explained that he wanted him to help him improve. Visualizing the images of the strongest creatures, the blonde man added that step by step they would be able to come to the top, and he really missed those times. After listening to him, the raven snorted in displeasure, and his friend said that he heard him. Then, the man in the golden robe silently looked in front of him. Looking at the raven in front, the blonde man explained that he didn't know how long he lived or how long he would live, but he definitely had to live longer than him. With an expression full of seriousness, the blonde man wanted to ask that if he wanted to leave one day, he would continue to help guard the ancient purification school. At the same time, the raven abruptly turned its back on him, and the man in the golden robe added that he had created a clan as he had dreamed, so he no longer wanted to be the leader there. The bird then jumped forward from the stairs and said that it was very hopeful that his clan would be able to protect the place and prevent it from being destroyed again. Looking at the raven flying away from him, the blonde man asked if he had listened to him at all. When the bird flew away from the mountain, the man in the golden robe noticed that he did not hear the refusal, which meant that he did not mind. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the events of the present, when a red-haired guy climbed the stairs and shouted that it was terrible. Then, he would come to the main hall of the sect. Rushing inside, the clan disciple would tell Master Zhang that there had been trouble. Pointing his finger back, the red-haired boy explained that the young man at the foot of the mountain had come right to the gate and said something. Standing in front of the strongest clan members, the disciple added that he wanted to become their follower. Hearing him, the old man with a brush in his hands, sitting on the throne, only remained silent. Then the man with blue eyes looked menacingly to the side and asked if all the gatekeepers were dead and no one could drive him away. Remembering the golden tablet, the red-haired guy said that he showed an ancient order. Hearing this, John became alert and asked to be brought to them. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared behind the sect disciple and said that he shouldn't do this. Putting his hands on his belt, the boy declared that he had already arrived. With a smirk on his face, he stated that he was the main disciple and came with a report. Glancing at him menacingly, the clan elder asked the kid where he came from and if he knew how hard it was to be the head of an ancient school, wondering why he had come. Holding the tablet in his hands, Li Qiye gave his name and introduced himself as the heir of Emperor Akihito, saying that all those who adhere to the ancient order of purification are honored guests of the clan, and they can also make any request. Then he showed everyone present a golden sign. Fixing his displeased gaze on him after hearing this, the clan leader asked how he could prove that his order was real. Throwing it forward, the boy explained that he had received it from the master, and if he did not believe it, he could ask him personally, because he lived in Suihong at the foot of the mountain. A moment later, John caught the golden tablet with his hand. After that, the elders gathered together and discussed that this place was a brothel, and asked if his master had gone mad since this old man was really interested. At the same time, the blonde guy pointed his finger up, telling Li that it was too rude to throw this sign, and Li asked what it was none of their business. At this time, Zhang, looking at the ancient order, noticed that it was real. The blue-eyed man looked in front of him and told his brother that their contract with the Nine-Demon clan had almost expired. Looking at the statue of the founder that stood outside the school, the elder explained that only with the support of resources from their clan would they be able to hope for revival. And although they didn't fully know who this child was, they still didn't have the main one. As the boy looked in front of him with displeasure, the blue-eyed man added that if he was really capable, then it was better to take advantage of the opportunity. After listening to his brother, the sect leader suddenly closed his eyes and simply fell silent. Immediately afterward, he waved his hand upwards and said that this was the way to determine his abilities at a glance. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mirror of truth appeared. The old man then pointed this artifact at the protagonist. A man with blue eyes looked dumbfounded in front of him, talking about this child. Observing Li's spirit incarnation, he noticed that he was level 0, mortal, and with an ordinary business. After a moment, the clan elder was very angry and stated that he was just a useless person who would not be able to improve his skills, and he also claimed to be in charge. Holding out his hand in front of him, Zhang asked Li if he had heard this, and explained that he really didn't have the ability, and if he were a disciple of his clan, he would turn a blind eye to it, but he wouldn't be able to become the boss. With a puzzled look on his face, the red-haired guy told him not to be upset, because no matter how low his stats were, he would definitely achieve a lot, and the boy asked that this was how they treated important people. Taking a confident step forward, the protagonist spoke about the ancient rules of the clan, which state that all disciples must first practice, abandon everything worldly and focus on self-improvement, so spiritual practice is mandatory. And if there is enough strength of the Tao, then the practice will be successful. If not, then everything will be in vain. Going to the elders of the ancient clan, Li told them that virtue should become a cultivator, and if the world has virtues, then it will stand, if not, it will collapse, so all the disciples who do not believe the words given or break the promise cannot continue the teachings. Glancing at him menacingly after hearing this, the clan leader asked how he knew this ancient information. Looking back at him, we wondered if it wasn't written on a stone plaque by the roadside, and remarked on what he had to remember. With a sudden grin, the boy remarked that he was surprised to learn that they still knew that it was a teaching passed down from their ancestors. Watching the protagonist standing in front, John wondered if he had remembered him so easily and quickly, and realized that he had an excellent memory and well-developed erudition. With an expression full of anger, the clan leader announced that there was no need to pressure him with the ancient teachings, and if he agreed to accept him as a disciple, he could bury the ancient clan alive. Closing his eyes, the elder of the ancient clan said that neglecting ancestors really kills the family, which made his brother very angry. Immediately afterward, Li suddenly laughed, remarking that in this ancient plan of the elders to disagree, the training was also abandoned, so it sounded promising. Hearing this, John was very angry. Then he imagined in his head how he was destroying this boy with his magic. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the old man thought that if it hadn't been for this teaching, he would have killed him long ago. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared with a smile on his face and said that it was very busy there today. At the same moment, all the people in the clan hall looked at the blue-haired man in surprise. Yu He, the chief guardian of the 9 demon gates, walked forward, saying that on the orders of the demon emperor, he had come to visit the ancient purification clan. Looking at the intruders who came to them, the clan leader asked if the demon emperor Wanri had personally issued a decree or if there was some kind of order, and the red-haired guy was bowing to the guest. Folding his hands, he said that he couldn't dare, but had come there for the sake of his majesty the demon emperor's disciple, the princess of the 9 demon saint clan. Imagining the image of a beautiful girl against the background of the cherry blossoms of the feet in his mind, the chief guard explained that her highness was extremely talented. Her king-level abilities were unmatched, and if the clan's main talent was lost, then the whole world would laugh at them. With a serious expression, he added that in order to maintain the reputation of the noble clan, Emperor Lu Shi had decided to invite the leader of the purification clan, and if he passed the selection, the others would have nothing to say. If he failed, then the marriage contract would be broken. However, the 9 Saint Demon clan would not allow this to be done so easily, and it would be necessary to offer something as compensation. Glancing at him menacingly after hearing this, John noticed that he had done a good job, and the man with blue eyes said that they clearly did not want to recognize the marriage contract. At the same moment, Li opened his mouth, about to say something. Waving his head from side to side, the boy said that then the 9 Saint Demon clan would be able to survive thanks to the ancient purification deviation, and asked what it meant that the head was the ancient purification clan, and if it was some kind of joke. Hearing this, the disciple of the 9 Saint Demon clan pointed his finger forward and stated that if he insulted his clan again, he would rip out his tongue. A moment later, the 2 representatives of the demon sect were greatly stunned when the protagonist remarked that he didn't think that the disciples would be so ignorant at all, and asked that he had only inherited the spirit of the demon clan. At the same moment, Yu became very angry and summoned ice shards, wishing his opponent death. A moment later, the spears made of the ice rushed forward with great speed. They were heading towards Li, who was standing still. Suddenly, there was an explosion of blue energy. Right behind the boy were the elders of the sect, and the man with blue eyes asked if he knew that they would save him, to which he was told that the ancient school of purification was indeed amazing. Looking at them with displeasure, the head guard of the 9 Demon Gate asked why they had protected him, since this brat had insulted his clan, and if they were going to become an enemy of the Demon Saint clan. And Jean wondered if he really wanted to kill a person in the territory of the Holy Hall. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the disciple of the 9 Saint Demon School wondered what else he would see, how he would speak later. Bowing to his master, the disciple noticed that such dregs were not worth his attention, and he agreed with this. Pointing his finger at the real protagonist in front, the guy in a white and red kimono challenged him to a duel and asked him not to dare to refuse, and he said that if he wanted death, he would help him. Looking ahead seriously, the clan leader remarked that this was not good. At this time, the elder of the ancient doctrine smiled, saying that he was a daredevil. Standing next to the young warriors, the old man with a brush in his hands asked to convey the order to prepare for the appearance, or, looking snidely in front of him, the head of the clan concluded that he no longer had the right to refuse. Looking at him confidently, Li said that this was exactly what he wanted. Then the story is transferred to the hall with the treasures of the clan, from where the voice of the apprentice was heard, who called him crazy, because he did not even have a weapon, and he was going to a duel. Standing next to the boy, the red-haired guy explained that if he changed the requirements, he would still be able to save his life, and he asked how he would become the boss then. Imagining a huge number of different legendary items in his head, the protagonist stated that their school is really on the verge, because there are no decent weapons there. Looking at the disgruntled protagonist, the clan apprentice said that he really didn't know anything, because everything was very valuable, and they made an exception to lend him weapons. Closing his eyes, the red-haired guy said that if he considered them unworthy, then he should go to the duel empty-handed. As he began to rummage through the chest of artifacts, Lee explained that there was no need to rush because he did not believe that there was nothing there, and his classmate shouted that there was a whole bunch of them there. Suddenly, the boy was happy, saying that he had found what he needed, and the red-haired guy noticed that he was really like a child. In front of the protagonist lay a black stick that exuded dark energy. Taking it with his hand, Lee remarked that it was not bad, and that was what he was looking for, and the sect disciple asked if it wasn't a fire-making stick. The narrative of the story was transferred to the battle arena of the ancient clan, and the judge said that there were no restrictions in today's competition, and when one of them fell or decided to surrender, then the battle would be over, and asked if anyone had any objections. The red-robed man with a serious expression on his face added that then everything depended on him, Lao Mo, because he would be watching the progress of this competition. Glancing at Du Ming, who was staring menacingly in front of him, the judge announced him as a newcomer to the 9 Demon Saint clan. While Li grinned mischievously, Lao said that a boy herding sheep would oppose him. Happily watching what was happening from the sidelines, the chief guard of the 9 demon gates pondered that his disciple should make him suffer for him, and let him know what would happen to anyone who offended the bow down of the holy demons. Looking menacingly in front of him, John thought that it wasn't a bad thing that he was using this little one to fix a small problem. At the same moment, the red-robed man waved his arms to the sides, saying that the battle was beginning. A moment later, the 9 demon saint disciple approached his opponent. His blade left a wound on the boy's neck. Watching the battle from the sidelines, the elder noticed that this demon child was very fast despite his age, and the red-haired guy told Li Chi not to stand still, while John noticed that he was using the power of the sun, which emphasized speed. At the same time, a guy in a white-red kimono made a huge number of blows with his blade in front of him. All of them were due to the protagonist, who did nothing. Clenching his hands into fists, the disciple of the ancient school noticed that this was not a competition, but what kind of suicide it was, and the man with blue eyes simply remained silent, while the head of the clan said that it was his fault. With a snide grin, the disciple of the 9 Demon Saint clan stated that they hadn't finished the battle yet. Delivering a huge number of blows with his blade to his opponent, he asked where he was running away. Lee was knocked back and took damage to his head and all limbs. Puzzled by what was happening, the referee said that each blow accurately pierces the target, and his speed and skill are at a high level. Standing opposite his exhausted opponent, the guy in the white and red kimono asked that now he understood how different they were in strength. With a smug expression on his face, the disciple of the 9 Saint Demon clan stated that he was kind today and therefore would not torture him, but would kill him immediately. Hearing this, the boy only grinned. A moment later, a guy in a white-red kimono rushed towards his opponent, wishing him death. He aimed at the shoulder of his opponent. At the same moment, his blade pierced the opponent with great force. With a snide smirk on his face, the disciple of the 9 Saint Demon clan was telling the boy that it would be much easier for him now. Piercing through his opponent, he declared that he would be grateful to him for having a good time with him. Suddenly, the protagonist glared at him furiously, saying that he was in great pain. Looking at the blade he had plunged into his shoulder, the guy in the white-red kimono wondered if he hadn't stabbed him with a knife. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, the prototype of the raven appeared, and the boy said that it hurt him so much when he hit. Looking at his opponent in fright, the disciple of the 9 Demon Saint clan remarked that it was impossible because he couldn't miss, so something was wrong, and he couldn't believe that this boy could be immortal. Immediately afterward, the guy in the white and red kimono jumped back. As if wiping tears from his cheeks, Lee asked if he was frightened. Seeing this, the disciple of the 9 Demon clan became very angry and asked if he really thought that he wouldn't be able to kill him. He would then strike with his blade, which his opponent would dodge. At the same time, the guy in the white-red kimono again made a lunge, and the boy again jumped to the side. Another blow from the enemy did not hit the wounded protagonist. Looking at his opponent in surprise, the disciple of the 9 Demon Saint clan asked what was going on, and he noticed that he looked like a vegetable. Dumbfounded, watching everything from the sidelines, you couldn't believe that he was able to repel Du Ming's attack. Smiling happily after everything that had happened, the red-haired guy was saying that he was just hiding his powers, when suddenly Zhang stated that this was not the case at all. Suddenly, the clan leader pondered, saying that it was just a technique, the power of the sun from the 9 Demon Saint clan, although it lacked many qualities. Remembering the image of Li who took every blow of the opponent, the old man stated that he had analyzed the opponent's actions in the first 2 attacks, so he was able to avoid Du Ming's attack. Because of such a short period of time, he was able to fully analyze the opponent's strike pattern, and this is commendable. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, Zhang noticed that this was all, and no matter how clever he was, the protagonist had no chance to fight back. At the same moment, a disciple of the 9 Demon Saint clan enveloped himself in flames and laughed. With a mad expression on his face, he said that the boy was about to die in agony. Continuing to envelop his entire body in flames, the guy in the white-red kimono said that he was just a snot who had no strength. With a snide smile on his face, he told him not to be conceited. With a sudden grin, Lee asked if he was finally ready to take it seriously. Tightly gripping the stick in his hands, the boy declared that then he would also be serious. He then swung his weapon several times and told his opponent to attack. Watching everything that was happening from the sidelines, the man with blue eyes wondered if they still had such weapons in the warehouse, to which he received a positive answer from the red-haired guy. Immediately afterward, Ming unleashed his inner flame and said that it didn't matter that even if it was a stick and a non-magical weapon was a weapon. Smirking happily, The head guard of the 9 Demon Gate mused that the posture had changed, and it all depended on whether he could block the blow. A moment later, the disciple of the 9 Demon Saint clan disappeared from his seat. Seeing this, the red-haired guy was very dumbfounded and said that he was just gone, and the clan elder explained that he wasn't done yet, so he had to look carefully. Suddenly, a guy in a red and white kimono was over the head of his opponent. He pointed his blade down and wished his opponent death. The blade was rapidly aimed towards Lee, who was standing below. With a deft movement of his head, he managed to dodge the attack of the sword. Min was on top of his opponent, who was dodging his lunge. Immediately after that, the boy began to make a huge number of blows with his stick. Noticing this, Yu opened his mouth wide in surprise. Suddenly, the stick hit the back of a disciple of the 9 Saint Demon clan. The members of the Ancient Purification clan watched in amazement as the protagonist made the strike. After the blow received, in a white and red kimono, he coughed up blood. He was falling down, and the sound of broken eggs could be heard all around. When Ming fell to the ground, Lao declared defeat. Immediately afterward, the head guard of the 9 demonic gates climbed into the arena and shouted the name of the disciple. Then he ran up to a guy in a white and red kimono and asked him to wake up. At the same moment, the red energy enveloping Ming's body began to dissipate. Yu looked at Li in front of him with displeasure, calling him a little creature and explaining that he was a disciple of the 9 Demon Saint clan, and Yu asked if it was so upsetting for him. Looking in surprise in front of him, the red-haired guy asked if Li Chia was able to cancel his technique with a single punch. At the same moment, the elder of the ancient clan laughed, saying that it was the power of the sun, and after being badly beaten, what kind of technique could we even talk about, and who had even told this guy to make such a stupid move? Remembering how the protagonist had deftly dodged a blow from above, John wondered if he had remembered all of his opponent's moves. How had he managed to dodge his last technique if he had changed his strategy? Scratching his beard thoughtfully, the head of the Ancient Purification clan asked himself if he was really an ordinary child and couldn't cultivate his powers. The old man then stared at Li and couldn't figure out how many secrets he was hiding from them, as he stated that his opponent was determined to kill him. Looking at Yu, who was obviously dissatisfied, the boy added that he had saved his life anyway and asked if they really wanted to lose their dignity as cultivators of the 9 Demon Saint clan. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Yu wondered if he really thought he had the right to receive it. Immediately afterward, the chief guardian of the 9th Demon Gate rushed to attack the protagonist, saying that he would kill him today, and the protagonist asked him to give it a try. Suddenly, Lao appeared in front of Li. With the help of his strength, he managed to repel the enemy's attack. A moment later, a palm shrouded in energy approached Yu. Zhang glared furiously at the head guard of the 9 Demon Gates and said that life and death on the duel field were determined by the heavens, and then there was no need to blame him and the clan of the Ancient Purification School for their lack of empathy. And he noticed that they were great. After all, they had all come together. Looking ahead with his disgruntled gaze, Yu asked Li Chia what his origin was. Pointing his finger at himself smugly, Li told the old man that he was the best disciple of the Ancient Purification School. Looking at him with displeasure after hearing this, Zhang stated that this was complete nonsense. Very angry, Yu remarked that it was very good that he was the main disciple. With a snide smirk on his face, the head guard of the 9 Demon Gates stated that now that the head of their clan was known, the trials would begin in 3 days, and if they were afraid and didn't come, then they shouldn't accuse them of breaking the contract. The narrative then shifts to a huge Chinese-style building, with Yu finally saying that if they have the courage, the protagonist should come to the demonic gates. Suddenly, we are shown the events of the past, when Akihito, surrounded by his friends, stood near the statue, asking about the gates of the 9 holy demons, and he was told that this is what the clan will be called. Scratching his cheek, the blonde man noticed that it sounded a little wrong. Smiling broadly, the red-skinned man said that his old bad head could never escape the identity of the poet, and he had created the gate of the 9 demons to carry out the prayer of hell, so being a demon was already an honor. Spreading his hands to the sides, he asked Lord Ian Krua if he supported him. Hearing this, the raven only silently looked ahead. Looking at Lao Ji, the man in the golden robe, he noticed that he only relied on talent and physical ability to succeed, and asked how it was possible to create a school without a clan. And Lao Ji laughed, saying that he had thought about it a long time ago. Then the demon took out a huge number of various ancient treatises. Seeing this, Akihito suddenly drooped and asked what to do with these books, and Ji wondered if they didn't need to hone their skills, and wouldn't it be great if they helped him improve. Raven looked at the huge number of books lying on the ground and said that it meant that this was how this idea came to his mind. On top of a huge stack of books, there was a treatise on the power of the sun, while the blonde man said that if it was about Ian Krua, who could help, and asked the raven what he was looking at. Li then recalled the image of a man in a golden robe, who said with a smile on his face that it was just a wonderful idea, because the power of the sun could be practiced together. After that, the boy visualized the image of a demon who sneered mischievously, telling his brother that he had been thinking about it a long time ago, and after creating a clan, he should take care of his youngest. Sitting near this very statue in the present tense, the protagonist recalled how the raven closed his eyes thoughtfully. Looking away, Li thought about Akihito and the old bad head, wondering how they would feel after seeing all of this now. After all, the Ancient Purification School and the 9 Demon Saint clan had long since strayed from their true path. Smiling suddenly, the boy reasoned that there was no need to worry, because he had promised to guard her, so he would definitely take the sect to the top. Suddenly, someone came to the ancient statue. It was John, who was looking at Li Chia and calling out to him, explaining that it was from his ancestors, so he couldn't go upstairs. Hearing this, the boy stood up from his seat while the head of the academy explained that they had already made up their minds. Looking forward with his menacing gaze, the old man added that he had to come to the main hall to discuss the specific matter of the best disciple. Smiling broadly at his words, the protagonist remarked that this was not so bad. The narratives of the story are transported to the main hall of the ancient Purification clan, from where the voice of the head was emanating, which said that Li Jie was now the best student of this school, and from now on, he should pay attention to his appearance, demeanor, and speech, and not disgrace their clan. Sitting on his throne, the old man asked if he understood him. Inspecting his new clothes, the boy said that they were very uncomfortable, and he was just going to put up with it. Looking menacingly in front of him, John noticed that he was still so leisurely, and assumed that he didn't seem to understand what he was facing yet. Imagining in his head how the demons killed the protagonist, the head of the ancient Purification clan explained that he had defeated the disciple, so he would be avenged. Looking ahead seriously, Zhang added that in addition, it would be the master of the 9 Demon Saint clan, so he was in mortal danger. Spreading his hands to the sides, Li asked what experts he was talking about, and hadn't he just crippled one of them? And the old man said that he was the one who made things worse. As if flushed with anger, John was about to see how he could get something. At the same moment, the protagonist began to think about something. Looking down, Li said that he used it well, so he would take it as a weapon, and the red-haired guy said that he knew it. Looking ahead with his serious gaze, the boy began to talk about the clan's techniques. Pointing his finger upwards, the protagonist stated that the ancient Purification school was rumored to have a book called the Calculus of Fate, so he needed it, as well as a pair of knives. Hearing this, the clan elder was very puzzled that he needed the Calculus of Fate, since it was a book about mortal martial arts, and asked what he was going to do with it. Smirking smugly, Li said that the weapon is a foreign object and they have to do everything on their own, so he chooses it. Looking menacingly in front of him, John paused for a moment and gave the order to go down, take the sword and give it to Li Jie. Turning his back to the elders, the protagonist said that he was leaving, and the red-haired guy asked him to watch his words. Looking sharply to the side, the man with blue eyes asked his brother why he did not object to the stupidity of this child. With a menacing expression on his face, the old man replied that he must stop talking nonsense, and asked that he had not said enough nonsense today, but in the end all misfortunes turned into good luck for him. Li would leave the hall and ask where his room was, because he wanted to lie down, and the sect disciple would answer that he hadn't shown the best disciple's room yet. Watching them, the sect leader noticed that if he was just allowed to sit idle, then a miracle would happen. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story takes you to a small house and a temporary one. Standing in the middle of the room, the red-haired guy noticed that this was a worthy room for the best student, because it was so spacious. At this time, the boy was reading a book and said that in principle there was nothing surprising. Suddenly smiling, the disciple of the ancient sect called him a good fellow and said that he didn't think that he would become the best disciple at all, so he congratulated him. Continuing to read the ancient treatise, the protagonist remarked that it did not matter, and asked that he had already practiced the Calculus of Fate. Hearing this, the red-haired guy was very surprised and wondered how much he had already learned. Abruptly getting out of bed, Li explained that he had already learned enough and asked to practice with him. At the same moment, the disciple of the ancient school was extremely dumbfounded and asked if it was right now. Standing in front of his classmate, the boy said that he should just imagine that his hand was the blade of a knife, but everything depended on himself, and he agreed with this. Moving his hand aside, the protagonist noticed that it was a little boring just to teach each other. Looking in front of him, the red-haired guy asked what he meant. Looking ahead seriously, Li concluded that for 10 rounds, only the technique of calculating fate could be used, and if he won one time, he would be in command for a month. Hearing this, the disciple of the ancient clan became serious and thought that the opponent clearly wanted to take advantage of this victory in the first round, so he was very naive, and immediately said that he agreed, but if he won, then he would communicate respectfully. Immediately after that, the guys began to attack each other, agreeing to the terms. Looking forward, the red-haired guy thought that he thought so. During the first round, a disciple of the ancient Purification clan struck at the opponent, and reasoned that he was completely unprofessional. When it was time for the third round, the red-haired guy hit Li again and thought about this technique. In the 7th round, a disciple of the ancient Purification clan would slap the boy on the back, thinking that maybe he really wanted to win. Making another wave of his hand during the 9th round, the red-haired guy reasoned that he had to accept reality, because he had very little chance left. When it was time for the last round, the disciple of the ancient Purification clan was rushing towards his opponent. Looking menacingly in front of him, he declared that this was the last chance. Soaring into the air above the protagonist, the red-haired guy told him to observe etiquette and listen to him. Suddenly, Li grinned mischievously and thanked him for the advice. Then he struck a quick blow. His hand was near the neck of his fellow student in the blink of an eye, which surprised him greatly. Standing in front of him, the boy explained that thanks to him he had mastered the technique of calculating fate. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the red-haired guy couldn't understand what had just happened. Stretching out his hand in his direction, the protagonist said that according to their agreement, he would obey him for the next month, and he could not understand what was happening. Li then sneered mischievously, telling him to go and rest first, while he was about to think about what to do with him. Looking in front of him, the disciple of the ancient Purification clan thought that he had always considered himself a good master, although he had never said so, But he had always thought that the decline in strength and the ancient purification school was irreversible. Looking at the boy as if shrouded in flames, the red-haired guy realized that this mortal child had given him hope, and just a little more, and his blood would boil. After a moment, the disciple of the ancient purification clan opened his mouth wide and shouted the name of Li Qi. Hearing this, the boy abruptly turned back and asked who was there. At the same moment, the red-haired guy looked like Akihito and said that he would complete the tests and revive the ancient school because he believed in him. After listening to him, the protagonist silently stared in his direction. Then he smirked, asking if it was really so obvious. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the gates of the 9 holy demons, when the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Spreading his hands to the sides, the man told Yu-He that he was just going to send a letter. Looking at Ming's dead body lying on the ground, someone asked how this could have happened. With an expression full of displeasure, the head guard of the 9 demon gates explained that he didn't expect things to turn out this way and was destroyed by this pathetic Li Qi, who doesn't look like a human at all. Standing beside Guan Yuan, the man with the horns said that cultivation was the foundation of life for cultivators, and his brother was freed from torment. At the same moment, the guy trembled with sadness, and his teacher added that he should not lose heart. With tears in his eyes, Guan agreed with the master's words. With a look full of calm, the person from the 9 demon saint clan said that it was good, and the power of the Tao should be strengthened, and he should continue to cultivate, noticing that he regretted this morning, but he needed to rest. Immediately afterward, Guan walked into the sex training hall. With his furious gaze forward, he chanted Li's name and wanted to kill him. The narrative of the story shifts to the members of the ancient purification clan who were on the platform. Zhang closed his eyes, telling Li that this was an important trip, so he had to be careful. Smiling smugly, the boy explained that there was no need for questions, and he didn't have to worry, and the head of the clan wondered what he would probably be doing. Immediately afterward, Master Lao made a bow as the old man called out to him. A moment later, Nan Huiran stood at attention as Zhang called him by name, and stated that as his escort, they should take good care of the head disciple. Holding out his hand in front of him, the head of the clan gave the order for them to go. At the same time, the children were surrounded by the energy of yellow color. Looking at the protagonist standing next to him, the red-haired guy explained that the 9 holy demon clan was powerful, and the ceremony of welcoming him was not child's play, so he had to hold on and not let them make fun of him. With a snide grin after hearing this, Li said that they would not allow this. Particles of yellow energy wafted around the area as the boy said he wanted to see how big the team would be. A moment later, the guys found themselves in another place opposite an unknown flaming artifact. Lao and Nan were extremely dumbfounded as they looked in front of them. Being in the middle of a huge square, the guys asked if there was no one there, and the protagonist wondered if this was really the welcoming ceremony he was told about. Suddenly, an unknown silhouette appeared in front of the elder of the ancient purification sect. It was the guardian of the 9 demon saint clan, Su Hu, who stretched out his hands forward and said that the ancient purification school had arrived, so he apologized for being late and hoped that he could redeem himself. Clenching his hands into fists in displeasure, the red-robed man declared that he was careless about his work and asked who he thought their purification school was. Fixing his calm gaze forward, Su explained to the master that the Grand Elder was busy right now, and the others also had things to do, so there was no other choice. Very angry after hearing this, Lao concluded that this was a lie after a lie. Stopping the elder with his hand, Li told him to forget about it, because he didn't need to take it personally, because they would return everything to him 100 times, only a little later. At the same moment, dark energy began to emanate from the guardian of the 9 holy demon clan, and he noticed that this was the best disciple of the ancient purification school, to which he received a positive answer from the boy, while the red-haired guy asked him to speak more carefully. With a slight smirk, Su concluded that he had surpassed some of the disciples of their clan at such a young age, and they should visit the headmaster to pay his respects. Abruptly turning his back on the guests of the sect, the demon with horns asked to be allowed to take them to their chambers, because they should have a good rest. Raising his hand, the protagonist would stop him and tell him that he didn't have to worry if their clan was so prosperous. Immediately afterward, he abruptly ran forward, suggesting that he go and look around, and the disciple of the ancient purification school tried to stop him. Noticing this, Su looked at him menacingly and said that he apparently wanted to die. The narrative then shifts to the moment when 2 disciples of the ancient purification clan were looking in admiration in front of them, saying that these statues are very beautiful. They found themselves on the battlefield of the 9 Saint Demon clan, where there were huge stone statues. The huge demon statue resembled a masked monster. Another sculpture depicted a demon with large horns. On the opposite side was a monster that looked like a sea dweller. There was also a statue resembling a dinosaur. Looking happily in front of him, Li noticed that this dual field was truly breathtaking, and Lao said that it was true that no matter how many times he came, it was surprising every time, as long as Nen noticed that they had also had a similar dual field before. Suddenly, the boy put his hands on the shoulders of his fellow student and called out to him, and he explained that he had a strange premonition. After a moment, the protagonist pointed his finger at the huge statue, saying that he wanted to climb it. After his words, the red-haired guy seemed to lose his jaw in surprise. Spreading his hands to the sides, he explained that this thing was a sacred relic of the clan, and suggested that he not climb it, asking if he really wanted to die, to which he was told that he didn't have to worry. With an indifferent expression on his face, Li said that he had to obey him this month, and his disciple did not understand how he could survive during this time. Falling to his knees, the red-haired guy explained to his brother that if he wanted him to die, then he had to let him live in peace for the last days, and the boy noted that it was simply pointless. Suddenly, Lao put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, saying that he should just let Manhwa go. Glancing sharply at the teacher, Li asked not to try to stop him, because he had to get up today. After a moment, the elder of the ancient purification clan grabbed him by the robe and explained that he didn't think of stopping him at all, because it was his duty to make him fit the parameters of the best disciple. Then he launched the boy upwards at great speed. The protagonist flew so high that he was above the stone statue. After that, he managed to land on it. Standing on top of the huge demon statue, Li said that there are two things, and there is a need for strength. Waving to his allies from above, the boy thanked the teacher, saying that he was much more broad-minded than Nan, while the disciple said that the elder had gone mad, and the elder explained that the 9 Demon Saint clan didn't treat them as guests, so they shouldn't be polite. At the same moment, a student from the 9 Saint Demon school pointed his finger at the statue and said that there was a person up there, so the guards should grab him. Hearing this, the red-haired guy burst into tears, saying that they were finished, and the red-robed man noticed that they reacted quickly enough. Standing on the shoulder of the demon statue, the protagonist listened to his opponents tell him to go down quickly if he doesn't want to die, and call him a saucer from the ancient school of purification, and he laughed, saying that it was funny, because a dog that cannot bite a person likes to make noise. A moment later, Li stared menacingly in front of him as someone shouted his name. Then an unknown person appeared in front of him. It was Guan, who was pointing his blade in his direction. Grinning a little after what he saw, Li said that apparently the dog could fly. At the same moment, yellow energy flashed between the guys. After that, Lao appeared, who protected his student with a magical shield. Then there was an explosion from the collision. Upon landing on the ground, a member of the 9 Demon Saint clan would say that he was getting in his way. Sitting in the arms of the elder of the ancient purification clan, who was also jumping down, the boy laughed and said that it was so much fun that it was even exciting. As the red-robed man lowered him to the ground, the protagonist asked if he still wanted to fight. At the same moment, the red-haired guy began to cry and thought that it was all very difficult. Guan looked menacingly at Li Chiye standing in front and called him by his first name. Looking forward with his disgruntled gaze, the member of the 9 Saint Demon clan stated that he had killed his brother first, and now he had defiled the religion, so he would kill him today and protect his school. Looking at him in surprise after hearing this, the boy asked who he was. Looking in front of him, Guan explained his name and noticed that he had killed his own younger brother, and the other disciples of the 9 Demon Saint clan said that they had heard that his brother had died in the ancient purification school, and apparently this guy had killed him. But no one would forget such a thing because it was humiliating. With a calm expression on his face, the protagonist clarified that it could be him, and the other members of the 9 Holy Demon clan said that if their eldest brother got angry, then this guy's life alone would not be enough, and he must have changed tactics, so he needed to rip open his belly. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Guan asked if he was afraid, and said that even if he had a guardian, he wanted to kill him, so no one could stop it. With a snide smirk, the member of the 9 Saint Demon clan concluded that if he kneeled down and apologized loudly 3 times, then think about it in order to deal with him quickly. Suddenly, Guan turned back, looking at the master standing there, who told him not to be rude to the guests. Fixing his disgruntled gaze on the members of the ancient purification clan, Su stated that moreover, he had no cultivation base, and it was more like hooliganism than a duel, as long as Li realized that he had noticed it after all. Hearing this, the disciples of the 9 Saint Demon sect looked in front of them with displeasure, asking if the best disciple of the ancient purification school was a dummy with no cultivation base, and couldn't believe that such a person could hold a high position, so the ancient school needed to be disbanded immediately, and he had definitely overestimated his strength if he wanted to marry a princess. Grinning at their words, the boy noticed that he was telling the truth. Looking at Guan standing in front of him, the protagonist clarified his name and stated that he accepted his challenge. Then, Li's voice reverberated throughout the battlefield of the 9 Saint Demon clan, adding that he wanted to fight right there in this arena, not for life, but to the death. Standing in front of his opponent, a member of the 9 Saint Demon clan said that he didn't care if he had a cultivation base or not, but he had killed his brother, so he would kill him, and the boy didn't understand why he had repeated this so many times, and asked if there was really so much trash in his school that could only talk. At the same moment, the other disciples of the 9 Saint Demon clan began to shout in displeasure that this bastard was so arrogant, so it was necessary to kill him for Brother Ming's sake, and it was not just necessary to destroy him now, but to take out all the anger by chopping off his hands and feet for him to suffer. Looking forward with his calm gaze, the guard of the 9 Demon Saint clan pondered that he needed to get rid of one useless person and didn't understand how he had even lived to see this moment. Watching everything that was happening from the sidelines, Lao noticed that this was not good, and he had no right to interfere in the ring during the fight. Looking seriously in front of him, Nan told the master that he was very worried that the protagonist might be disqualified for arrogance. But if the blades were already unsheathed, then he would never lose. A moment later, Guang rushed forward with great speed. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him. Looking at Li standing in a fighting posture, a member of the 9 Demon Saint clan mused that he didn't look that unprofessional and seemed to have undergone some kind of martial arts training. Then his eyes were fixed on the boy's hand, and he knew he saw that he had a flaw in his left shoulder. Immediately afterward, Guan slashed his blade at the opponent, realizing that he needed to aim there immediately. The disciples of the 9 Demon Saint clan who were watching the battle said that it was just a delicate sword wielding, and he was worthy of being a great master. At the same moment, the elder of the ancient purification clan surrounded himself with flames, saying that it couldn't be that Li Qiye died there, because he didn't believe that it could happen, and the red-haired guy agreed with him. Remembering the image of the calm boy, Nan mused that the master shouldn't worry about it. An image of Li appeared in the red-haired youth's mind, asking if he was really interested in why he was able to defeat him using only the fate calculation technique. Standing in front of the sect's chief disciple, Nan explained that no matter how much he thought, he still didn't understand what the secret was, and the boy said that at any rate, this was something that a disciple of the ancient purification school should know about, and according to legend, Emperor Akihito founded the ancient purification school and improved many techniques. Imagining in his head the treatise of the founder of the ancient school of purification, the protagonist said that the calculation of fate is a secret technique of the school, which was perfected by Akihito himself. Hearing this, the red-haired guy was extremely dumbfounded. Imagining a man furiously swinging his blades in his head, Li said that this sword technique was meant for the arena. Visualizing how the man deftly destroyed his opponent with the help of blades, the boy added that in the hands of Akihito, it became an unpredictable martial art. Suddenly grinning, the protagonist noticed that he was very sorry that everyone had forgotten about this secret, because the ancient schools and calculations of fate are mysterious and enigmatic. At this moment, in real time, the slits of the blade appeared out of nowhere. They fell on Guan, destroying it. Li was behind his opponent, completing the final blow. Su, who was watching the battle from the side, was extremely dumbfounded and called out to his disciple. The disciples of the 9 Saint Demon sect were also greatly surprised by what had happened. With a furious expression on his face, the boy asked who was next, and asked them to come. Looking at him puzzled, Nan begged him not to be so ruthless, and Lao couldn't find the right words at all. At the same moment, the guard of the 9 Demon Saint clan unleashed his energy, and asked how he dared to kill their disciple. Then, the 2 elders of the demonic teachings approached Li, who was defended by his master. Covering the boy with his body, the man in red robes stated that it did not matter at all who died and who survived on the battlefield, and asked if they had forgotten the basic rule. Suddenly pointing his finger at the protagonist, the chief guardian of the 9 Demon Gate concluded that he was too bloodthirsty and ferocious and asked if they were afraid that this disciple would cause a lot of trouble to the ancient purification clan. Hearing this, the disciples of the 9 Saint Demon sect raised their hands up and said that they wanted to fight him. Suddenly, thunder thundered in the sky, and someone cursed at the others. After that, a facial expression formed from the lightning. The disciples of the 9 Demon Saint clan who were looking at this natural distortion said that it was the Grand Elder who had come. At the same time, the 2 guards of the 9 Demon Gate fell to their knees and greeted the Grand Elder. All the other disciples of the demonic doctrine followed their example. With a menacing expression on his face, the Grand Elder said that Guan had died on the battlefield because of his negligence, and they shouldn't have any more questions. While the members of the 9 Demon Saint clan were on their knees, he turned to Li Qiye and explained that he was not welcome at all in this clan, so they had to heal their wounds as soon as possible to participate in the trial, and then leave the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Looking away with displeasure, the boy remarked that there was no need to tell him this, because they themselves had arranged such a test, and he, in turn, wanted to leave there as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yu sneered snidely and said that since he didn't give himself a break, he shouldn't blame their clan for ruthlessness. Immediately after that, the narratives of the story are transported to the Dark Forest, and the chief guardian of the 9 demonic gates announced that the first test will be the Forest of Chaos. Looking at the stone stele with the inscription, Yu said that the Forest of Chaos was founded by the ancestors of the 9 sages and was used to hone the skills of the disciples. Standing in front of the leafless trees, he added that there are 14 stone slabs in the forest, and the difficulty will increase at each stage. Imagining in his head how a person is attacked by blades when he is on one of the steps, the chief guard of the 9 demon gates explained that entering the Forest of Chaos is like entering a demon lair, and there are many monsters and other creatures, although it is an illusion, but everything will seem real. Visualizing the monster reaching out to an exhausted person, you notice that he could lose his mind, and serious consequences could even affect his body, and there he would be severely beaten. With a snide grin, he concluded that if he didn't pass the test, he had better run away from there, otherwise he might be possessed by a demon. Spreading his hands to the sides, the chief guardian of the 9 demon gates said that in any case, the ancient purification school was also a famous and worthy school with a long history, and they also didn't want to see the chief disciple of the purification clan disgrace. Waving his hand away, Li concluded that he understood everything and asked him to start quickly, offering to compete with one of their students. Glancing at him menacingly after hearing this, Su asked if he really thought he was worthy of it. With an intimidating expression, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan said that he must not be afraid of death, and many said that their clan mocked the weak, so he offered himself to compete with him, and the boy asked if he had finally remembered that he was the best disciple in front of him. Picking at his ear, the protagonist noticed that he was only a small guardian, and if he lost, he should not deny it. Hiding his hands behind his back, Su declared that he would pay for his arrogance, and suggested that he go forward. A disciple of the 9 Demon Saints clan who was watching from the sidelines said that he remembered that he had reached the 5th level many years ago, which greatly surprised his clanmate, who asked if this was his friend. Looking at the serious expression on the face of the guard of the 9 Demon Saint clan, the young man noticed that he looked more experienced than before, and the others didn't know it. Suddenly thinking, the demon school student explained that he was only in his early 30s, but he had already achieved such results, and his friend had noticed that at this rate, he would be able to reach the 8th stage. The guys watched how their clanmate moved up the steps, and said that he was already at 5, approaching 6. At this time, Su stepped on the next step in his path. The guardian of the 9 Demon Saint clan was surrounded by yellow energy and pondered that the Chaos Forest was terrifying, so the 6th stage might be his limit. Gritting his teeth from the tension, he declared that he would not give up just like that. Immediately after that, Su was jumping to the next 7th stage, when suddenly the hands of the dead appeared from the ground. Then skeletons appeared that blocked the way. The guardian of the 9 Saint Demon clan made his way through the monsters that had appeared, saying that those pesky ghosts were nothing. Using his power, he managed to throw all the monsters aside. At the same time, he stepped on the next step on his path. Stopping in place, Su was breathing heavily, and his clanmates said that this was the 7th stage, and this was what they expected from their elder brother. Smirking smugly, Lee mused that he was an idiot. After all, the Chaos Forest was testing his Tao energy, and he had passed through by force. At the same moment, an energy hand went towards the guard of the 9 Demon Saint clan. The boy reasoned that he would face a lot of negative energy. With the blow of this unknown force, Su was thrown back. After taking damage, the guard of the 9 Holy Demon clan would fall to the ground near his allies, and they would ask how he was. Putting his hand on his chest, Su stated that he had underestimated the strength of this forest, and was not even able to step on the 8th stage. The other disciples of the 9 Saint Demon clan were jubilant with joy, telling him that he had done a great job, and Yu was also praising him. With a wide smile on his face, the head guard of the 9 Demon Gates stated that if he continued to practice, he would definitely become an elder. Beaming with joy after hearing this, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan expressed his great gratitude to the master as he announced that it was Li Qiye's next turn. With a big smile on his face, the boy said that at his age, he was only able to reach the 7th stage. With a snide expression on his face, he said that he should be just as assertive and would surely be able to end this streak of bad luck before he died. Hearing this, Su was very angry. Looking at the protagonist smugly, Yu said that their clan's disciple had already finished and asked how long they would have to wait for his turn. Tilting his head slightly to the side, Lee explained that he was just thinking that he was waiting for a dead man on the ground, while Nan was telling his brother to be at least a little polite. Smirking after hearing this, the chief guard of the 9 Demon Gates remarked that only there could he speak so sharply, and asked if he would dare to take part in the test. Smiling broadly, the boy explained that he was lucky to go first, because he would reach the 14th stage, and by that time he would have already completely drowned in despair. Pointing his finger forward with displeasure, the guard of the 9 Holy Demon clan called his opponent a savage who only knew martial arts, and dared to say such things to him. And since he didn't know anything, no one should talk to him in such a tone, offering to make a bet. Looking at his opponent with a smirk, the protagonist asked what kind of bet they could make with him, and Su stated that if he didn't reach the 14th level, he would kneel in front of him, with something he immediately agreed. Suddenly, Lee's expression changed to one of madness, and he said that if he did, he would kneel before him. Smiling broadly, the guard of the 9 Demon Saint clan agreed with this and stated that today he would see the head disciple of the ancient purification school kneeling in front of him. Immediately after that, the boy stepped on to the first stage of the test. At the same moment, he was enveloped in purple flames, and the protagonist asked him to wait for a while. The rest of the people there watched as Lee underwent the test in the Forest of Chaos. Suddenly, a disciple of the 9 Saint Demon clan would run up to his allies and ask how things were doing, to which he would receive the answer that half an hour had already passed. Looking at the boy who was standing still at the very beginning, the guy explained that this person was still at the first level. Hearing this, the disciples of the 9 Saint Demon clan rejoiced and asked if the head disciple couldn't take a single step, and asked the representative of the ancient school not to waste time if he couldn't. Looking at them with displeasure after saying this, Nan wondered what these disciples were doing there, because they were so noisy. Then the red-haired guy looked in front of him puzzled. Watching the protagonist being enveloped in magical flames, the disciple of the ancient purification schools mused that he didn't know if he had any way to deal with it. At this time, Lee closed his eyes and concentrated. Around him, he felt monsters with eyes. After a moment, the boy opened his eyes. Then, he smugly took a step to the next step. Looking in front of him, the disciple of the 9 Saint Demon clan said that he was finally coming, and his friend was glad that it had happened. Watching the protagonist slowly move forward into the Forest of Chaos, the guy said that he had finally moved, because he thought that he was already frozen there forever. The disciples of the 9 Saint Demon clan with smiles on their faces speculated that maybe he was afraid of losing, so he was trying to fight to the end. Looking menacingly in front of him, you knew that this was not the case at all. Looking at the protagonist, who was smiling broadly, the chief guardian of the 9 Demon Gate mused that he seemed to be very relaxed right now and seemed to be hiding something. Lee hummed the melody with a smile on his face. Then he stepped on the third step with his foot. At the same moment, he was surrounded by flames, and the boy noticed that the fire was quite original. After that, the protagonist was surrounded by chains when he entered the 4th stage. At the same time, Lee broke the chains, finding himself on the 5th step. While on the 6th stage, beams of blue energy were directed at him. A moment later, the dead appeared in front of the boy. Directing his menacing gaze forward, he ordered them to fall through. The protagonist stood on the 7th step while there were huge skeleton monsters in front of him. Opening his mouth in surprise, Nan said that he didn't understand how it could be that he was already at the 7th stage, and shouted to his brother that he could do it. Turning back smugly, Lee asked what he was muttering and asked him not to make a fuss about trifles. At this time, the disciples of the 9 Saint Demon School were very dissatisfied, saying that it was impossible that he would pass so easily, and it must be a scam and he had set everything up. Clenching his hands into fists, the young man said that the main disciple of the ancient purification school was a crook. Looking at him furiously after saying this, you told him to shut up. The chief guard of the 9 demon gates abruptly turned back, pondered that the forest of chaos was a test of Tao, and there was not a single way in the world that could be deceived there. Imagining the image of a focused protagonist in his head, you realized that therefore, it was impossible to cheat there. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the head guard of the 9 demon gates wondered that perhaps he had a strong Tao energy. Directing his puzzled gaze forward, you told himself not to worry, because after the 7th stage, the illusions would become stronger, and even if there was even the slightest doubt, it would come to naught. Watching Lee as golden energy appeared around him, the chief guard of the 9th demon gate couldn't believe that he would be able to reach stage 4. Shielding his face from the bright light, the boy asked if it was something new. At the same moment, a huge golden statue of a warrior appeared in front of him. Looking at the seal in the form of a dragon, the protagonist said that it means power. Noticing a huge army of soldiers, Lee noticed that this was violence. When he also saw seductive women, the boy declared that they personified beauty. After looking at the huge amount of gold, the protagonist explained that their meaning is wealth. As if beaming with joy, Lee concluded that it all sounded very tempting. Hearing this, the golden statue suddenly smirked mischievously. Then she struck with her blade. Suddenly, the golden statue was very surprised. The solid gold sword stopped in front of the boy. At the same moment, the protagonist laughed sharply, telling the old man that it was quite fun. A moment later, the huge golden statue in front of him evaporated. Looking ahead, Lee asked if this was all. Passing through the yellow smoke, the boy said that they had played and had enough, and now he was bored. The members of the 9 Saint Demon clan who were watching from the sidelines were greatly dumbfounded and couldn't believe that he had reached stage 14. Clenching his hands into fists with joy, Nan told Brotherly that at first he couldn't move and therefore thought it was over, and Nan replied that he was teasing them on purpose. With a smug expression on his face, the boy remarked that maybe he should give Sue some time to prepare mentally. With a snide grin, the protagonist asked if he remembered their argument. Hearing this, the guard of the 9 Demon Saint clan was greatly frightened. Waving his hand, Lee said that he could not argue with a man like him at all, and told him not to worry. After hearing his words, Sue gritted his teeth in displeasure, while his master only silently watched him. Folding his hands together, Yu announced that he had passed the first test, and in order to become a full member of the Ancient Purification School, he needed to pass other tests, and the boy asked him to hurry up and prepare everything for the next test. Suddenly smirking, the head guard of the 9 demon gates said that the second trial would test his strength. Remembering Ming and Guan who he had recently killed, the protagonist stated that he had already beaten 2 of his students, and asked if he had to defeat a few more to calm down. At the same moment, Yu shouted in displeasure that this time he would be his opponent. Looking in front of him, Lee asked if it was true. With an expression full of menace, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan stated that he had overpowered some disciples with his dastardly tricks and shouldn't get too carried away, asking if he wanted to fight him. Closing one eye, the protagonist noticed that he still would not give up. Bowing to his master, Sue asked for one more chance, because this time he would definitely win, and Sue asked if he knew that if he lost even once, what would their clan have to face. Looking at him seriously, the chief guard of the 9 demon gates gave his consent. As the guard of the 9 demon saint clan stared seriously in front of him, Yu announced the start of the second trial. Lee smirked smugly as the top guard of the 9 demons added that Sue would oppose him in him. Standing between the participants in the next test, Yu concluded that it was about to begin. Pointing his blade forward, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan asked where his weapon was and asked him to take out his knife. With a snide grin, the boy asked who said he was going to use it. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, he added that even this pathetic weapon would be enough for him. Hearing this, Sue was very angry and wished his opponent death, and he noticed that he had heard this many times before. At this time, Yu looked at the boy's huge stick and thought that he had already defeated Ming with it. Suddenly, the chief guardian of the 9 demon gate used a magic pattern, thinking that maybe it wasn't an ordinary stick, so he needed to study it. Noticing gritted his teeth in displeasure, as he watched the protagonist's weapon, Yu realized that there was nothing special about it, not even some kind of power, so it was just an ordinary broken stick. Directing his serious gaze forward, Sue begged him not to fool him. Immediately afterward, he rushed forward with great speed, saying that he would let him know who was in charge. A moment later, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan was behind his opponent. He swung his blade to strike at him. At the same moment, only a cut of violet energy was visible. Something unknown suddenly stopped the blade. It was Lee's stick that threw the opponent back. After what had happened, Sue opened his mouth wide in surprise and didn't understand how this was possible. With a smug grin, the boy asked if the difference he had been talking about all this time was not too great. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan gritted his teeth in displeasure and called his opponent a snot. Clutching the hilt of his blade in his hand, Sue mused that he had indeed hit his weak spot, and now his hands were trembling with fatigue. Jumping up sharply, the guardian of the 9 Saint Demon clan reasoned that he needed to calm down. After all, he had a high enough cultivation level, so he definitely wouldn't lose. With the help of his stick, the protagonist managed to deflect the opponent's sword. Then, he blocked the blade of the demon teaching member with his weapon. Lee parried every blow of his opponent with ease. After that, he pointed his stick forward with great speed. After a perfect blow, he managed to throw his opponent back. The disciples in the 9 Demon Saint clan watching from the sidelines were greatly stunned and couldn't believe that Su's attack had been repelled so easily. At this time, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan searched his head down and said that this could not be. Looking menacingly in front of him, Yu called Su a nonentity and asked if he was going to disgrace his clan. Bowing down before his master, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan asked him not to worry, as he had not yet shown his true strength, and he was ordering him to go fight instead of kneel. Looking puzzled at Lao standing next to him, Nan said that he did not understand why Su attacked him first, but then he himself retreated. Pointing his finger upwards, the elder of the ancient Purification clan suggested that it was probably because he was a genius, and the red-haired guy clarified that hadn't he himself said that nothing good could be expected from a bad person. Pointing his blade towards his opponent, the guard of the 9 Holy Demon clan asked how this was possible, and what he had done to block all of his attacks. With a smug expression on his face, Lee said that if he didn't understand this, then he had better give up immediately. Imagining a huge snake in his head among the bones of his victims, the young man said that there was a terrible monster lurking in the dark forest, and a cultivator of any level could not escape death when he met it. Visualizing how a huge branch pierced the head of this monster, the protagonist continued to say that there were rumors about something. Imagining Entrant destroying this most fearsome snake, Lee claimed that there was a tree in this dark forest that ate snakes, but that was not because its power was much greater. Remembering that sharp branch, the boy explained that it was all about the branches of this strange tree, because they could predict the attack and block it. Visualizing Crow, who held a branch of this tree in his hand, the protagonist stated that after a while a raven fought with him, which tore off a part and began to use it to identify the weaknesses of the enemy. Imagining beaten students standing in front of the black bird, Lee said that it was used to teach students, and was nicknamed the Snake Stick. Visualizing that Crow was chasing little Akihito, the boy said that the son of the great emperor could not fight back against this changed stick for a long time, and of course, he was well trained. Looking smugly in front of him, the protagonist asked if he wanted to try it on himself. Glancing at the visibly angry Su, Lee suggested that he surrender if he didn't want to die. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the guard of the 9 Demon Saint clan declared that he was an insignificant human. Releasing his demonic claws, Su told him to look carefully. A moment later, he turned into a snake and announced that this was his real strength. Looking menacingly at his opponent, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan concluded that he had taunted him enough, and now he would pay 100 times for his actions. Frozen in surprise, Lee asked if it was a demonic half-serpent monster. Looking in front of him, Nan stated that this was the end. After all, Su Hui was a real demonic half-serpent, so his brother was unable to move. With a calm expression on his face, Lao concluded that the monster could transform itself into a demonic form, in which it gained incredible strength, but Li Chia still had to hold on. Enveloping himself in purple flames, Su explained that his father was a golden striped demon serpent, and in such a phase, he could multiply his power, so he was finished. Hearing this, the boy only chuckled. His whole body began to tremble, and the protagonist himself said that out of everything that exists, he turned out to be a demonic serpent, and therefore can believe that he is already dead. Rushing forward at great speed, the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan asked how dare he make such loud speeches when he himself was shaking with fear. At this time, the protagonist in front of him was trembling with fright. Looking in front of him, the red-haired guy told his brother to be careful. At the same time, the students of the 9 Saint Demon School, who were on the sidelines, began to rejoice, telling the protector to kill him and gnaw him to death. Suddenly, Lee sneered snidely and called his opponent an idiot with a tremor in his body. A moment later, he stabbed his opponent's head with a stick, saying that he was not shaking with fear at all. Smugly watching the defeated Su, the protagonist explained that just one snake was too happy to see his prey, for which he is now punished with a stick, and he really cannot control it, because he has already said that he will die, but he even feels sorry for him. Lee then swung his weapon, and the guard of the 9 Saint Demon clan fell to the ground in front of him. Grinning mischievously, the boy asked if it wasn't time to declare the winner. At this time, Yu looked in front of him with displeasure and just kept silent. Nen raised his hand up and shouted that they had won, and the elder of the ancient Purification clan remarked that it wasn't bad. After that, the chief guard of the 9 demonic gates remembered kneeling in front of his master, who asked what he knew, what consequences would arise if something went against the court. With his menacing gaze forward, the dark thing declared that he could turn his clan into a cause for ridicule, and then he would spend the rest of his life in pain and hellish suffering. Remembering this, Yu was suddenly frightened, realizing that he had nowhere to go. Glancing menacingly at the protagonist cleaning his stick, the chief guard of the 9 demon gates mused that his disciple had dared to lose to a snot who had only recently learned a few martial techniques. Releasing his own internal energy from his hand, Yu knew that this was not acceptable at all. While creating a small shard of ice, the head guardian of the 9 demon gate thought that if he married their princess, then his school would really turn into a laughingstock, and he was a disgrace to his clan, so he would definitely not tolerate it, and would kill him right now. At that moment, Lee, turning his back on him, told him to help him clean the stick later. Nan smiled broadly, saying that he would certainly help, because he was good at cleaning, and Lao noticed that he was taking care of all the clothes of their clan, while you thought that then he should finish off the master and his apprentice as well. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the head guard of the 9 Demon Gate reasoned that he would then just hide behind his school to explain what had happened, and that way he would at least have a chance to survive. Immediately afterward, you directed the ice shard towards the boy standing in front. As he created an ice shard in his hand, you thought that he would deal with Li Jie first, and then kill the master and apprentice. After all, it would give him life. Immediately afterward, he fired his magic projectile forward. In front of him was a boy with his back turned. A shard of ice was rapidly heading in his direction. Suddenly, he collided with a rock and was broken. Noticing this, the chief guard of the 9 Demon Gate was greatly stunned. Looking at the stone in surprise, you didn't understand where this boulder came from. At the same moment, the protagonist turned back menacingly, furiously, and asked if he was trying to sneak up on him again for the second time. At the same time, the chief guardian of the 9 Demon Gates cried out in displeasure as to who had done this. Noticing the huge statue in front of him moving, you asked if it was the guardian of heaven. Then the huge statue of the demon jerked violently, and Li noticed that apparently even his ancestors had run out of patience. Looking puzzled in front of him, Lao asked if the stone statue had stood in that place before, and Nan wondered if it could really move on its own. Immediately afterward, all the students of the 9 Demon Saints School were frightened by the sudden earthquake. The guy looked up dumbfounded, talking about the statue. Suddenly, an ancient statue of a demon headed towards the students of the school, and they claimed that it was alive. A moment later, they all fell to their knees. The disciples bowed to the ancestral statue, including that it was awakening, blessing them, and wished glory to the progenitor. At this time, he was trembling with fear and couldn't believe that the guardians of heaven were protecting this idiot Li Jie. The protagonist stared menacingly in front of him and wished death to his opponent. Hearing the master's wish, the demon statue looked at the chief guard of the 9 Demon Gates. Noticing this, he went mad and began to laugh. Then, a huge stone statue reached out towards him. The large hand of the ancestor was getting closer. Suddenly, she came as close to you as possible, and immediately afterward, the huge stone statue slammed its palm directly into the ground. The disciples of the 9 Demon Saints School trembled with fear, saying that it was uncontrollable. At the same moment, the guys began to run away from the demon statue, saying that it was out of control. At this time, Li approached his allies and asked to see how frightened these kids were, and then called out to his elder brother. Looking at him puzzled, the red-haired guy asked if he had brought him, and Lao wondered what exactly had happened. Grinning mischievously, the boy recalled how he had jumped on this very statue earlier. Then he whispered his name in the master's ear. Suddenly, the eyes of the statue lit up with a blue glow. After that, the huge statue of the demon woke up. With a smug grin, the protagonist stated that everything was correct, and as long as he knew the master himself, he could control them. Looking at him in surprise after hearing this, the disciple of the Ancient and Purification School couldn't believe it. As the huge stone statue raged behind him, the boy remarked that everything would be fine if they maintained their position as a large clan. After all, the gate of the 9 Demon Saints had become completely uncontrollable, so he needed to get rid of it. A man jumped from the sky onto the stone statue. Suddenly, out of nowhere, gold chains also appeared. This same man was chaining the statue of the demon. After that, he placed his palm on the stone's surface. At the same time, a huge stone statue fell to the ground. The guys watching this were surprised. There was an old man on the chained demon statue when someone said that an expert had arrived. At the same moment, an expression appeared in the sky from lightning, which told young Master Li to stop him to discuss everything. Raising his hand up, the boy greeted the Demon King and asked why he didn't reveal his true nature. Watching him from the sky, the head of the demon sect said that the gate of the 9 Demon Saints was to blame for this, and offered to let the statue settle everything and then drink tea in their temple. Smirking after hearing this, the protagonist agreed with this. Looking smugly in front of him, he stated that he would then spare them today, and Nan couldn't believe that he was the one deciding the fate of the Demon King. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to a house standing in a bamboo forest. Looking at Li sitting in front of him, the unknown person addressed him by name. It was a blonde demon who was explaining with a serious expression that the elders had gone about their business, leaving him alone, which was why the whole commotion had happened, so he hoped that the young master would forgive them. Holding a cup of tea in his hands, the boy asked if he had recently chased him away, and now, having learned that he knew secret languages and could control statues, he was courteous to him. Hearing this, the demon clan leader laughed. Glancing at his interlocutor, the blonde demon noticed that the young master grabbed everything on the fly and liked it, and of course, he was also interested in the long-lost language while he asked if they were friends now. Sneering mischievously, the head of the demon sect asked the young master if he knew the secret languages of all 4 statues. Looking confidently in front of him, the protagonist gave a positive answer. Delighted at his words, the blonde demon remarked that it was excellent, and if he agreed to train him, he would open the way to becoming the best disciple of their clan and make him his successor. Drinking tea from a cup, Li explained that he was already the head disciple of the Ancient Order of Purification. Looking at the interlocutor sitting in front, the boy added that, of course, he would not go against his clan, so hopefully their local head would stop joking. With a wide smile on his face, the demon sect leader assumed that he must look stupid and asked that they had a marriage contract with Sean. Then he didn't have to worry about the position of the head disciple. He then abruptly looked to the side and called out to the princess, telling her to come in and greet young Master Li. A girl in a blue dress standing outside the front door heard her father say, who remarked that they should first get to know each other. Xuang stared menacingly in front of her and said nothing. The narrative of the story shifts to a gazebo on the shore of the lake, where the maid told the princess to look at the peach blossom above, because it is gorgeous, and the view there is simply incredible. Looking seriously in front of her, the girl in the blue dress declared that after many years, it did not matter how beautiful the view was, because it would still get boring someday. Smiling broadly, the girl noticed that her beauty would never bore people. Coming closer to her mistress, the maid concluded that she should not worry, because as soon as she got married, she would always be able to travel with her betrothed. Hearing this, Xuang closed her eyes and smirked, and the girl asked what was funny about it. Looking smugly in front of her, the princess asked Yeso Shui if she really thought someone in this world would be worthy of her. After her words, the maid admiringly declared that the man who was worthy of her did not even exist. During the events of the present, Li looked sadly in front of him. Choizen, looking ahead with her puzzled gaze, thought that she was being joked upon. Sitting across from the boy, the blonde demon was telling his daughter to come in and greet the young master, as he would have to get to know each other first. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the princess could not believe that her fiancé was such a small child. Then, she heard the voice of the demon clan leader from behind the door, telling her not to be shy and get in quickly. Looking discontentedly in front of her, the girl in the blue dress thought that she needed to stop being indignant. Remembering how the blonde demon stroked her head, Xuang reasoned that the master had nurtured and appreciated her, so she had nothing else to repay. Immediately afterward, the princess took a step forward, realizing that she was the representative of the 9 Demon Saint Gate. With a serious look, Xuang thought that the master's desire was her main goal. A moment later, she opened the front door. Then a girl in a blue dress went inside the house. Then the princess closed her eyes. Li watched her silently with a smile on his face. Xuan walked up to him and bowed, greeting young Master Li, who was remarking that it wasn't bad. Looking at him menacingly after hearing this, the princess wondered how old this little girl was. Imagining herself controlling him like a doll in her mind, the demon heiress thought that he was a stupid little spawn, so she had to teach him a good lesson. As she continued to bow, the girl in the blue dress knew that they needed to complete the engagement, and noticed that he was flattering her. While the head of the holy demons was about to say something, the boy started talking about the engagement. Throwing his hands behind his head, the protagonist stated that they needed to forget about her. Hearing this, Xuan was pleasantly surprised. At this time, the blonde demon was extremely stunned by this outcome of events. Looking at Li smiling mischievously, the head of the 9 Saint Demon clan didn't understand what that meant and understood that this kid wasn't looking for strength or wealth, nor had he appreciated beauty. So since he didn't look like a seeker, then it wasn't clear what his goal was, because even he couldn't understand it himself. Smiling broadly, the blonde demon laughed, telling his young friend to be calm. Holding out his hand in front of him, the head of the demonic sect explained that Xuan was very talented. She also had a huge and kind heart, and great achievements awaited them in the future. Looking away in puzzlement, the princess of the demon cult confirmed his words, stating that husband and wife are like an open book. From the outside you can always see who is stronger and who is weaker, and she thought that this is disgusting, and no one will ever marry him. Waving his hands, the protagonist asked them to stop, explaining that they had misunderstood him. With a smirk on his face, Li concluded that he was refusing marriage because it was not his type. The girl in the blue dress who heard this was very angry, but did not show it. Xuan looked dumbfounded in front of her, remembering Li's words that she was not his type. Raising her hand, the blonde demon told her young friend that he understood everything, and he was apparently displeased, while the princess just remained silent. With a serious expression, the demon clan leader explained that the elders actually made this decision at their own discretion, and then the 9 Demon Saint clan apologized, but couldn't dissolve the marriage. After all, it wasn't the idea of the ancient purification clan. Putting his hand out in front of him, the boy explained that this was his conscious decision, and the clan did not affect it in any way, so he did not have to worry. The protagonist then put his hand on the floor and was about to announce something. Getting up from his seat, Li said that this was all he wanted, and if there were no more questions then he would just leave. At the same moment, Xuan's true essence was divided and called the boy a bastard, and he only laughed until the head of the demon cult understood what he needed at all. In reality, the princess with a smile on her face told Master Li to take care of herself. The blonde demon noticed that they would see each other a little later. Waving at them, the boy asked if he still needed the statue control technique. With a smile on his face, the head of the demon clan said what he had forgotten if he hadn't reminded him, and noted that of course he needed it. Turning back, the protagonist stated that if so, then let the princess join his clan of ancient purification, even though the engagement was no longer valid. Closing the door behind him, he added that he still needed a maid, which made Xuang very angry. Unleashing her inner energy out of anger, the demon princess told herself to keep herself in control. At this time, Nan, putting his hand on Li's shoulder, asked if there was a limit to how capricious he could be, and if he was just joking when he talked about reviving the sect. Brushing his hand away from him, the boy asked his allies if they really thought that with the capture he would help revive the clan, and the red-haired guy asked why he said that. Imagining the image of the evil Shuang in his mind, the protagonist explained that in a few days, the princess of the 9 Demon Saint clan would be brought to them, and asked if it wasn't much more important than the engagement. Hearing this, the rest of the guys were extremely dumbfounded. Thinking about it, Lao noticed that this was a completely different matter, and the disciple of the ancient purification clan said that there was indeed something wrong with something, while Li was wondering, didn't they believe his ravings without the slightest doubt? After all, it was boring. Looking in front of him in surprise, Nan didn't know how to explain all this to the great elders. Winking at him, the boy asked him not to worry and explained that they would definitely understand everything. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story shifts to the moment when the three guys were in the main hall of the ancient Purification clan, where silence reigned. The clan elder trembled with displeasure as he pronounced the name of Li Jie. Hearing this, the boy was completely calm, and Nan said that he didn't understand anything at all. The red-haired guy placed the clothes in a sphere of water. With deft movements of his hand, he evaporated all the water. Then, the disciple of the ancient Purification school struck the fabric and threw out the remaining moisture. Holding out his clothes towards his elder brother, Nan said that everything was ready, and he was surprised at the speed. Pointing his finger at the front of Li, the elder of the ancient Purification school stated that he was a spy of the Nine Saint Demon clan. Fixing his serious gaze on him, the boy asked why he had suddenly decided so. With a serious expression on his face, the blue-eyed man asked him to lower his confidence, as he was going to expose him today. Remembering the golden badge that the protagonist had brought, the clan elder explained that, first of all, the ancient Purification order wasn't that easy to obtain, but the Nine Demon Saint clan was rich, and they could easily get it. Imagining the demon school disciples he had killed in his head, the blue-eyed man was saying that secondly, for a scum like him, who only had a mortal body and fate, it was impossible to defeat every elite fighter one by one, because it was too suspicious. Hearing this, Nan looked at the elder with a puzzled look and noticed that the elder brother was able to defeat him as well, and he said that he was talentless, and this simply proved his worthlessness. Imagining the image of Li standing next to the stone demon statue in his mind, the elder of the ancient Purification clan clarified if it was true that they said that he knew the way to control the divine statues of the Nine Demon Saint clan, and how could he know about it, had nothing to do with them. Showing his 3 fingers, the man with blue eyes announced that by combining all these facts, it was not difficult to come to a conclusion. Visualizing the boy's encounter with the head of the demonic teachings, he claimed that he had been possessed by the demon king Wan Ri. Pointing at the protagonist with his finger, the elder said that he had been sent to destroy their clan from within, and the others simply remained silent. Closing one of his eyes, Li told Elder Chao Hong that he had a very wild imagination. Pulling his hand aside, the boy explained that they were just a sect that was on the verge of disintegration, and asked how they could sacrifice 3 disciples for this. Hearing this, the clan elder gritted his teeth in displeasure, as Zhang begged him to keep his composure. Sitting in his seat, the clan leader suggested that the topic be postponed for the time being, and the blue-eyed man tried to stop him. With a serious expression on his face, the old man with the brush asked to be told why he refused the engagement, and the protagonist explained that there was nothing wrong with it, and he simply did not like the idea. Closing his eyes, he added that they should not rely on marriage in the hope of reviving their sect. Imagining the image of the snide head of the demon sect in his mind, Li stated that after meeting him, he could say that he was a very perceptive person, and everything would be fine even without marriage. With a serious expression on his face, the boy added that if the marriage was to take place, he would simply benefit from it. Smiling smugly, the protagonist said that he had a clear idea of how to revive the ancient clan, and Nan noted that he would also try his best. Glancing at him menacingly after all he had heard, Zhang stated that it was easy to say. Sitting in the place of the sect leader, he explained that in any case, he had passed the tests of the demon gate and could take cultivation techniques and weapons from the treasures as a reward, so he allowed him to choose one from each, and Li noted that this was what a real leader should be. Turning to his students, Lao spoke, ordered the red-haired guy to accompany him, and the boy said that it was time for them to go. At this time, Hong stared menacingly in front of him and simply remained silent. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to a huge statue of a raven. It towered along the mountain, and Nan told his elder brother that it was a legendary treasury of the ancient Purification clan called the Heavenly Raven Peak. Going up the stairs, the red-haired guy added that they kept all the treasures of their sect there, and there was even a divine weapon. Stepping on the next step, the disciple of the ancient Purification school suddenly stopped. Turning sharply back, he called out to his elder brother. Looking at the stone raven statue, Nan asked what was wrong and explained that it was a divine raven statue and couldn't he control it. At the same moment, Li seemed to feel the presence of Crow next to him. Looking at the statue of the bird, he saw children climbing on it and calling out to Lord Raven. The narrative of the story continues to take place near the statue of a raven. Right on this stone statue of the bird were children, one of whom asked the raven if it was not magnificent, and another remarked that as soon as they heard of his exploits, they decided to do it in his honor, while the third asked if he liked it. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Akihito explained that he could not resist telling the students about him. The red-haired guy was smiling broadly as he said that it was only thanks to him that they were able to create the ancient Purification clan. The blue-haired guy was looking in front of him, explaining that they had decided that they would call the mountain the Raven Heavenly Peak. Smiling broadly, the brown-haired girl added that from now on, every cultivator who wanted to visit the clan would have to show respect to the statue. They then all jumped on the raven together, saying that he had to teach them a couple of tricks. With a deft swing of his stick, Crow threw them aside, and they thanked him for his guidance. Returning to the events of the present, Li smiled broadly and noted that he had never heard of the Heavenly Raven, and Nan asked how it was possible not to know about it. Suddenly, a chain appeared out of nowhere, and it clinked. Noticing an unknown silhouette peeking out from behind the statue, the boy was surprised. Looking at the overgrown man sitting silently on the ground, the protagonist asked who was there. Looking at his classmate, he wondered why he was in chains. Looking in front of him, The red-haired guy said that he did not know himself, and even his master did not really know about him. Looking at the imprisoned man from the outside, Nan said that he was said to be a disciple of their clan and a genius of sorts, but because of the crimes they had committed, he had been chained there for the rest of his life to protect the Raven Peak. Looking back in puzzlement, the red-haired guy told his older brother that he also needed to be careful not to be in his place, and he asked if he was joking, to which he received an explanation that it was just a polite reminder. Then the narration of the story is transferred to the moment when the children approached a building located on the peak of the mountain, and a student of the ancient purification school announced that they had come. Looking at the three houses that together form a triangle, Nan said that their treasury is right there, and there are also the elders' favorites in this place. Noticing a sign that said it was an armory, the red-haired guy told his brother to take a look. Looking in the other direction, he saw a treasure tablet. In the end, he came across a sign indicating the library, and a student of the ancient purification school stated that there were 3 buildings there. Raising his hand up, Nan explained that it was all the heritage of their clan, and all the treasures and techniques, and they asked if this was all that was left. Looking at his brother puzzled, the red-haired guy asked him to watch the words, because he already felt everyone staring at them, and he said that he didn't care. Immediately afterward, the boy ran to the library at great speed, and the disciple of the ancient purification school asked him not to run so fast. Entering the library, Lee admired the number of people there. The young man with the black and yellow hair looked menacingly in front of him and asked if it was him, and his friend gave a positive answer and explained that he had recently become the best student. Watching the guys passing by from the sidelines, a member of the ancient purification school would state that he didn't even have a cultivation base, and would ask if this scum had used the order of the ancient purification clan to join, while the other would say that he had heard that he had no cultivation potential. Looking at the red-haired guy with displeasure, another person said that there were rumors that he was a spy and had been sent by the 9 Demon Saint clan, while another person asked if it was true. Nan looked frightened at the guys who were talking among themselves and discussing that they said he had bought the order for a huge pile of money in Suihong, not believing that it had worked. Looking at his older brother, the red-haired guy would say that they didn't even know how tough he was and offered to teach them a lesson, while Lee would say he didn't care what they were talking about, and he couldn't see that he was very sure himself. Approaching the shelf with ancient treatises, the boy offered to ignore them and choose something, and his companion agreed with this. Looking at the books of techniques, Nan would say that they were simple combat skills and nothing good, asking that perhaps just an invisible sword would be enough, and also suggesting that they look for something of a higher level. Pointing his finger at the heavenly blade skill, the boy told him not to hurry, for he had found something pretty. Suddenly, someone came up to the guys and stopped next to them. The members of the ancient purification clan standing behind Li Chia called out his name. Turning sharply back, the boy declared that it was him. With a snide grin, the black and yellow-haired guy called him a scoundrel who only became the best student thanks to dirty tricks, so he's not welcome there. From the huge library building, the voice of a man could be heard asking if he was the same Li Chia, noting that he had only been heard to be the best because of his dirty tricks. Looking at the boy standing in front of him confidently, the member of the ancient purification school advised him to be wise and get away from the clan in a good way, otherwise he would have a hard time, while another remarked that this was excellent advice while Nan asked him what he wanted. The boy silently looked at his opponent, and he asked what he was staring at. Then the protagonist abruptly turned away from him, greatly surprising. Pointing his finger forward, Li said that he had been distracted, so he forgot where he left off, and Zhao asked how he dared to ignore him. Suddenly, Nan put out his hand in front of him and told him to stop. Looking ahead seriously, the red-haired guy said that he was openly provoking the best student, so he had to apologize immediately, and no longer think that he could get away with it so easily, because he had a brother to cover him with. Smirking, Zhao called it the best student's hat. Grabbing Nan by the clothes, he stated that he him off. Looking menacingly at his opponent, the guy with black and yellow hair asked him not to get in when he was teaching this bastard a lesson. At the same moment, the protagonist turned back, and the red-haired guy said that his brother easily killed cultivators in battle. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the disciple of the ancient purification school explained that he was trying to save his life. Swinging his fist, Zhao concluded that he was playing with death. Suddenly, his hand was stopped by a stick. It was the protagonist who stated that this was not a place for a fight at all. Looking confidently in front of him, Li stated that if he wanted to fight, he had to get out of there. Clenching his hands into fists, the guy with black and yellow hair agreed to fight and said that if he lost, he would leave the clan, and the boy agreed to this. Looking seriously in front of him, Nan asked his brother to show them his abilities, and he agreed with this. Pointing his finger at the red-haired guy, which greatly stunned him, the protagonist stated that this person is really very strong, and they should not worry, because if he loses, then he will immediately leave. Pointing at Nan with displeasure, Zhao told him not to dare to retract his words and that they would see each other in the backyard. After everything that had happened, the red-haired guy suddenly drooped, telling his brother that it was too difficult for him, and the boy called him a loud disciple and explained that therefore, he had to be a man and fight. Remembering his master, who pointed his finger upwards and said that if he was tired, he should take a short break and not overexert himself, the disciple of the ancient purification school would notice that he was a Buddhist, and that was the only reason why he had been assigned to teach him, because cultivation had not developed at all, and therefore he was responsible for the connection with the clan. Turning back, they asked him not to worry, because he wouldn't lose with him, and Nan asked if it was true. Immediately after this narration, the The story is transferred to the moment when the red-haired guy went out to fight against Zhao. The disciple of the ancient purification school trembled with fear while his rival said that if he was afraid of dying, he should give up immediately. And he remarked that he was not a weakling either. Looking confidently in front of him, the young man with the black and yellow hair concluded that the sword of the great-grandfathers who had no eyes. At the same moment, Li raised his hand and told his brother not to be nervous, and the other members of the sect called him just a petty kid. Holding his hand near his mouth, the boy concluded that while he was listening to him, this tiger cub was not his opponent. Turning back, the red-haired guy asked how he should fight. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he could fight as he wanted. Hearing such an answer, Nan was extremely shocked. Looking menacingly in front of him, Zhao asked where he was looking. At the same moment, the red-haired guy turned back sharply. A guy with black and yellow hair who looked like a tiger was rushing towards him at great speed. Nan, seeing his opponent approaching him, enveloped the blade in water. After a moment, the guys crossed their swords. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the red-haired guy thought that this was a very heavy blow. At the same moment, Zhao threw his opponent back with a deft swing of his blade. After taking damage, the disciple of the ancient purification school landed on the ground. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Nan thought that he couldn't stop him. Rushing forward with great speed, using the curved water sword arts, the red-haired guy was about to try to attack. Watching the battle from the sidelines, a member of the ancient purification clan noticed that Nan had a strong fighting spirit, and another asked what was the point if they had too much difference in cultivation. Watching the red-haired guy rush to attack the tiger man, someone said that brother who was beating him like a child. A moment later, Zhao sent his opponent flying with a deft swing of his sword. After the damage he received, Nan fell to the ground next to Li, and he noticed that he was ashamed. Holding his younger brother in his arms, the boy was telling him not to use his sword art like that. Then he whispered in his ear exactly how to use this skill. Watching the protagonist mumble something in their ally's ear, Zhao laughed, saying that a loser teaches the same loser, and it's very funny. Looking confidently in front of him, the tiger asked how long they would talk for a long time, because he was running out of patience. Looking at his younger brother, Li asked if he remembered, and he gave a positive answer. Looking ahead with his serious gaze, Nan apologized for keeping him waiting, while his opponent asked if he had finally finished flirting. Wrapping his blade in water, the red-haired guy asked to attack. Seeing the huge number of drops around, Zhao was very surprised. Standing in front of his opponent, the guy with the black and yellow hair asked if he had split the water, and that was what the garbage had taught him. With a sudden grin, the tiger concluded that without a water shield, he would die. Silently looking in front of him, the disciple of the ancient purification clan remembered how he had asked his brother if this technique really worked, and he had replied that he just had to do what he was best at. Imagining Nan cleaning clothes with water in his head, Li said that his water sword art didn't work in battle, but it was perfect for washing. Looking at the boy puzzled, the red-haired guy asked if he really paid him a compliment, and he noticed that it was just amazing. Looking confidently in front of him, the protagonist asked not to use a second-rate technique to attack head-on, but instead to use a first-class one. Noticing the clothes on his opponent, Nan remembered his brother's words that you need to wash your enemy. At the same moment, Zhao abruptly jumped off the ground. Swinging his blade, he said that this was the last blow and now he would die, and the red-haired guy reflected that he had been told to use the curved sword arts in the washing stream. Enveloping his opponent in small drops of water, the disciple of the ancient purification clan was going to soak everything with water, feel the trajectory of movement and this submersion. Closing his eyes, Nan knew that it was coming. Suddenly, he jumped to the side, dodging his opponent's blow because he sensed it. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after what had happened, Zhao couldn't believe that he had dodged. A moment later, a stream of water headed in his direction. Jumping to the side, he managed to dodge the enemy's attack. At this time, Nan once again enveloped his blade in water and thought that he would collect the water on the tip of the sword and roll it up to strike the stubborn spots. Making a lunge with the help of his weapon, the red-haired guy was going to twist again and clean completely. At the same time, his blade suddenly bent. Nan ran towards the swirling enemy, thinking that he needed to do something to complete them. Swinging his blade at his opponent, the red-haired guy reasoned that he needed to pierce and wash him. After that, Zhao was thrown aside. After receiving such damage, the guy with black and yellow hair fell to the ground. After a moment, he simply passed out. Looking menacingly in front of him, Nan declared that the cleaning was finished. Watching from the sidelines, Zhao's henchman ran towards him dumbfounded and called him by name. Picking up the unconscious guy with black and yellow hair, the guys could not believe that he really lost, because his things were shining with cleanliness. Running away from the red-haired guy, they said that he might not even think that this was the end. Turning back happily, the disciple of the ancient purification clan asked his brother if he was shocked. After a moment, he was very surprised, stating that all he had done was teach him a few moves, and Li remarked that it wasn't bad. Placing his hand on a huge stack of books, the boy asked how he felt like he was victorious, and said that now he had to help him carry these writings to his room, and the red-haired guy asked where so much came from. Immediately afterward, the narratives are transported to the head disciple's house during sunset, when the disciple of the ancient purification clan was glad that they were finally over. Standing behind his elder brother, Nan noticed that the elder had said that he could only take one thing, and he was explaining that this was one. Looking at him puzzled after hearing this, the red-haired guy asked if this wasn't a bunch of ordinary martial techniques. Pointing his finger upwards, the protagonist explained that he had taken one set of common martial techniques, and the disciple of the ancient purification clan said that he was overgeneralizing. Waving his hand, Nan noticed that he had no strength to argue with him at all. Looking at him smugly, Lee concluded that he should go back and rest for a while, and Lee replied that then they would see each other tomorrow. Leaving the head student's house, the red-haired guy yawned. A moment later, the boy closed the front door behind him. Then he propped it up with a piece of wood. Immediately afterward, the protagonist glared furiously at the huge number of books lying on the ground. Lee lit a small piece of paper from the flame of the candle. Suddenly, the boy threw it into a pile of books. At the same moment, everything around was plunged into fire. Looking down furiously, the protagonist noticed that he had said so. Looking at the incomprehensible symbol that appeared in the flames, meaning a physical description, Lee noticed that it was just one technique. Watching the pile of ashes left after the burning of the books, the boy said that these were one of the 9 great scriptures, and he had to hide them before. But now he would find an excellent use for them. Then, out of nowhere, flame symbols appeared, and the protagonist revealed that in the past, Mingren was able to comprehend a solar immortal body, 1 in 12. Standing in front of a huge whirlwind of fire, Lee was about to see what it was. A moment later, they all penetrated his body. While the yellow energy enveloped the boy, he asked what he could comprehend from it himself. Immediately after that, the protagonist found himself on top of his heart. Lee stared in surprise, wondering where he was. Looking down at his feet, the boy was greatly stunned, realizing that it was the heart. Suddenly, a wave of blood appeared behind him. A moment later, she covered him. The protagonist burst out of the blood and cleared his throat. Sitting on top of his heart, Lee noticed that it was hellishly painful to get a wave of blood directly into the main organ. With a mad expression on his face, the boy asked to see his terrifying power. At that moment, calm reigned in the area. The protagonist continued to be on his heart, and there was peace and quiet in the area. Suddenly, he felt an unknown shaking. Noticing the dark energy approaching him, Lee wondered what it was. Immediately afterward, a huge number of waves of blood appeared out of nowhere. All of them went to the heart of the boy on which he was. Looking up in fright, the protagonist cursed. Then everything around was enveloped in bloody water. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the training arena located in the clan square the next day. Nan was jogging and breathing heavily. Suddenly, blades shrouded in blue energy headed towards him. They thrust into him, blocking his way. Looking away with displeasure, the red-haired guy asked who was there. In front of him stood a guy with gray hair, who, with a snide grin on his face, asked if he wasn't the best student smut, because he even had a bad expression. Looking in front of him, Li Yuan asked why there was a rush and offered to chat. Scratching his head in puzzlement, the disciple of the ancient purification clan told his elder brother that he had an errand and therefore shouldn't complicate things, and he stated that he didn't care. Imagining the image of Zhao in his mind, the gray-haired guy concluded that he had injured his younger brother, so he had to take revenge. Suddenly, another person joined the guys, who turned to the eldest brother and asked him not to cause trouble for Nanhu. With an air that represented righteousness and justice, a member of the ancient purification clan explained that he had tasks to do, so he needed to be released. Looking ahead seriously, the black-haired guy said that if there were any grievances, he should tell him about them. Jumping down to the guys, Yuan asked if he wasn't Fang Mingtan. As the black-haired guy stared silently in front of him, his opponent noticed that he was the outer elder brother of these scum. He then attacked him with a dagger shrouded in blue energy. Stopping the blades near the opponent's throat, the gray-haired guy called him a simple bastard who had a slightly higher status. With a snide grin, Yuan asked how he dared to interfere with him, and Yuan asked him not to cross the line. Taking a step forward, someone was telling him to try it on him. In front of him, he saw Li holding his hands behind his back, stating that in the previous ancient purification clan, there was no separation between outer and inner disciples, and now acolytes behave like scum from the lower classes. And Yuan asked if he was the best disciple. The blood-soaked boy replied that he was the same person and asked why he didn't bow to the strongest in the sect, and Nan wondered what had happened to him, while Fang clarified that he was definitely the best disciple. Kneeling in front of him, the black-haired guy greeted him, introducing himself as an outer disciple, while the red-haired guy asked why he was covered in blood. At the same moment, Yuan grinned mischievously, asking how dare a piece of trash act so proudly, and if he really wanted to fight. Licking the blades of his dagger, the gray-haired guy said that in this case, he would make him realize that he was really worth something. Immediately afterward, Nen used his purification magic on Li, who asked for it, and Yuan had the strength to listen to him. After cleaning his clothes, the boy was interested in how they would fight. Unleashing his inner energy, the gray-haired guy declared that they would fight right now. Assuming his true form, Yuan stated that he might not even expect indulgences. Spreading his golden wings, the gray-haired guy explained that he could only blame his loss on low cultivation. Leaping into the air, Yuan said that he would use the strongest form to crush him and make him suffer. Looking in front of him, the red-haired guy noticed that he was saying all this seriously, and Fan stated that it was a golden scaly winged serpent. Raising his head up with displeasure, the protagonist asked why he came across a snake again. At the same moment, a guy with gray hair rushed towards him with great speed and wished for death. Noticing this, Li swung his fist. Grinning mischievously, the boy declared that he would hit the target. A moment later, the guys collided with each other. At the same time, the blade of the dagger was smashed to pieces by an ordinary fist. Noticing this, Yuan was extremely dumbfounded. Looking in front of him in surprise, Nen asked his brother what he had practiced the night before, and Fan remarked that it was magnificent. At the same moment, Yuan jumped back from his opponent and thought that this was strange, since everyone said that he had an ordinary physique and the wheel of fate. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the gray-haired guy wondered what they meant by an ordinary body, and realized that everything was obvious. Looking at the hand shrouded in blood veins, Yuan was aware that it was an overwhelming hellish immortal physique. At the foot of the cliff, surrounded by forests, there is a two-story house. The elder of the ancient clan sits at the table and asks Yin how his investigation is progressing. The young man folds his hands in greeting and replies that Li Jie has gone to the library and has chosen a total of 108 mortal battle descriptions with techniques. The man brought the cup to his mouth with pleasure and asked what he planned to do with them. The guy shifted his gaze and continued to say that in addition, the protagonist had also chosen the law of rotation of the moon. The bearded man took a loud sip of tea, and Yin added that he also took a small sixth form of Kong Ping. He put the cup down on the table and grinned. The young man lowered his hands along his body, and Hong said that the law of the moon's rotation could greatly increase his abilities if he increased his blood qi, and that he would soon reach his limit if he continued to use it, and added that this garbage was so arrogant and lazy. The guy shifted his thoughtful gaze and agreed with the man. He put his hand to his chin and said that Kuan Peng's small sixth form was used to enter the Emperor level 6th variant Peng technique, and that by studying it, it was possible to master the cultivation of the 6th variant of Kong Peng, and that the guy was quite intelligent. The elder narrowed his eyes and said that this was why he had called the protagonist arrogant. The man raised his hand and said that the 6th variant of Kong Peng was an Emperor level technique, and that its fundamentals were too easy to cultivate, and asked why no one in their clan had mastered it. He stared at the other person intently and added that Li Jie was still the first disciple, so he shouldn't get in Yin's way. The young man looked at the elder in surprise. He bowed and replied that the disciple would remember the master's advice. The clan leader spills tea and asks that it was Yin who sent Li Yuan to the disciples, who replied that they should fight now. Hong shifted his sly gaze to the young man and sent him to take a look at the fight, and added that he should not let Li Yuan overdo it. Yuan stares ominously at his opponent, holding a weapon in his hand, and the elder continues that once he wins, the young man must apologize to this first disciple. Opponents are standing on the field and the man asks the guy, calling him a brat, what crooked technique he has mastered. Li looks at his opponent with a smirk. He clenches his fist furiously, and shifts his dumbfounded gaze to the protagonist and asks what is wrong with the protagonist's arm, and the protagonist reveals that it is an overwhelming hellish immortal physique, and that in order to temper the flesh, chaotic and heavenly energy is launched into the body, which allows the practitioner to be constantly in a state of cultivation. A human body with arms outstretched to the sides floats against the background of energy mana, and the guy continues to say that it also greatly improves the body, and after studying it, you can destroy mountains and fight on a par with the Divine Emperor. The main character looks at his hand in amazement, and says that he has just mastered it, and that it is good at defense. But something is missing for offense. Yuan bared his teeth predatorily, and said that he didn't care about the divine body or the guy's estimate, but he would finish him off today. He swiftly throws his blade at his opponent. The man's hands charge the weapon with magical energy. He rolled his eyes and let the mana pass in his hands. The opponent throws up his hand and says that the young man should go to him. The warrior pushes off the ground, soaring up. Sinewy wings grow behind him and he muses that the opponent can change his physical body, and that his snake form has advantages in the air, and this is a great opportunity to break through the defenses. The man looks at the outline of the silhouette and asks himself where the protagonist has gone. He rounds his eyes in fright, and the opponent asks if he is looking for him. The main character quickly throws out his hand, declaring that he is here. He looks at the man with regret and is upset that he missed, and apparently, he still needs time to get used to it. Yuan angrily spread his arms to the sides and exclaimed that the guy got here, and he laughed. Li floats in the air, surrounded by red mana and magic wings, and asks his opponent what they are screaming and if there is something wrong with the fact that they can fly. The young people look at the protagonist enthusiastically and the guy says that the first student is just incredible, and the girl asks that when he learned to fly. The man looked up in bewilderment and said that the guy was not so simple, but he didn't care. He furiously spread his arms to his sides. Yuan makes a swift lunge towards the guy. The young man throws out his fist, dodging. The opponent evades the blow. He again violently attacks the protagonist. A man lunges with his hand. His energy flow catches up with Li, and he says that the guy is strong. Yuan's eyes fill with anger and hatred, and he decides that then he will see how long he can last. The magic weapon in the man's hands hisses. He swiftly thrusts his blade forward. The enemy spins an energy circle in the air and asks if the protagonist can withstand it. The young man looks up in amazement, and concludes that Yuan has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. The man flapped his wing rapidly. The guy opened his eyes wide and asked himself why it was so fast. The opponent with an angry face attacks the young man again. He sends a bright burst of energy at the guy. It topples over to the ground. The blast wave covers Li. Blood splatters fly out of his mouth, and he thinks with horror that even the mortal body and the minor sixth form of Kuan Peng are still not enough. The enemy is rapidly approaching the protagonist. The short-haired guy opened his mouth and shouted for him to watch out. The girl raised her head in horror. An energy-charged sword approaches the protagonist, and Yuan exclaims for Li Jie to die. The protagonist crawls back with horror on his face and thinks that the stick that is killing the snakes is moving on its own. He grips it tightly in his hand. Li swiftly throws his arm up, hitting his opponent in the head. The character was hit in the face with a stick. The protagonist raised the weapon up and said that it was falling. He opened his mouth and exhaled. The character, looking down, stated that he somehow restrained himself and added that he apologized, and then remarked that it was an unfair advantage. The man in blue stood in the distance and asked if his brother was injured, and said that he had overestimated him and seemed to have applied too much, and noted that the skills of the first disciple were incredible. The guy furrowed his brows and thought that this Lee was completely different from what was described in the information, except for this final stick trick. A bloody blade appeared in the frame, and he added that, firstly, he had a hellish, overwhelming, immortal body. Black wings protruded from Lee's back, and the warrior thought that in addition to everything, he had learned the techniques of flight. He put his palm to his chin and remarked that such techniques could not be obtained from ordinary scriptures, and then suggested that it might be the law of the rotating moon or the minor sixth form of Kunping. Ian began to shake his head and clarified the moment that they could not have such effects, to which the man said that he was thinking correctly. The bearded brunette stood beside the warrior and added that it was indeed the case, and then explained that he had felt a burst of chi when they used the martial art, and confirmed that it was indeed Kung Peng's martial skill, after all, the secret technique of their clan, and clarified that it was the sixth variant of Kung Peng. The elder looked ahead and ordered the guards to pay attention to him. A character standing behind the soldiers said that the guards should listen, and clarified the point that he, as one of the elders, was giving the order to arrest Lee, and then asked what was going on, and the warriors replied that the order had been taken. The protagonists, observing the guards around them, said that the men in black uniforms were the guards. Nen stood behind the comrades and asked what he was going to do this time, and then the comrade noticed that Li Yuan was the first to start, and the protagonist snorted contemptuously. The character, baring his teeth at the antagonist, asked what the person who gave the order would say. The elder pointed his fingers and added that Disciple Li had conspired with the 9 Demon Saint clan and stolen their Emperor-level clan's scripture, and then ordered his immediate arrest. The temple stood under the sunset sky, and people told them to bring Li's spy inside. The elder sat on a chair and clarified the point that there hadn't been a day of calm since he joined the clan. The hero, laughing, said that the elder just did not tell him that he believed in this nonsense. The character, looking forward from under the hood, said that it was rude. The judges sat silently on their chairs and clarified the point that this was nonsense. The elder turned his head to the side and added that this was nonsense. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and stated that, fellow elders, Li was a spy of the 9 Holy Demon clan, and said that he had also stolen their clan's scripture, the 6th variant of Kong Ping, and made it clear that he needed to be punished immediately and interrogated with torture. Li looked confidently ahead and asked the second elder if he had any evidence if he wanted to blame him for all of this. The man frowned angrily, and the young man noticed that in the battle today, he had shown the battle skill of their clan, and said that it was Kun Ping, and clarified the point that he was coming from their clan's martial technique. The protagonist's face was unwaveringly calm, and the man shouted that he had said that they hadn't given up on the 9 Demon Saint clan, and it seemed that they had been wanting to get their hands on their secret martial arts all along. The magus was standing in front of the protagonist, and the elder added that they must have learned different techniques to hide his cultivation and make him immortal, all for this huge spectacle. The boy stared at the flames of fire, and the warrior stated that he had then used methods to obtain the secret scriptures and mixed them with mortal techniques to continue his espionage, and clarified the point that he had burned all the scriptures to hide all the evidence. The character, closing his eyes, said that it was a wonderful plan, but unfortunately it was carried out by a clumsy man, and clarified the moment that he revealed himself when he used Kun Peng's combat skill, and then laughed. The protagonist stared ahead silently. The main character broke into a smile and laughed loudly. The hero, leaning over with laughter, said that Elder Hong had just come up with amazing evidence, and added that he had a very vivid imagination, and then laughed, and the man asked in response how Li would explain that he had mastered the 6th version of Kun Ping. The protagonist tilted his head and clarified the moment that he was practicing the minor 6th form of Kun Ping, and during that he comprehended its essence, and said that he was a genius, and asked what was wrong with it. The hero gritted his teeth and asked what he had said. The hooded character, walking towards the guards, told the guards to let Li go. He lowered his head and admitted that the brat was right, and they had no right to blame him. The protagonist, rolling up his sleeves, told Elder Hong not to be sad, and told him to prepare better evidence if they wanted to incriminate him. The guy raised his hand and offered to bet. The young man put his fingers forward and stated that he wanted to be given 3 disciples for a month for personal training, and then made it clear that after that, they would fight the top 3 disciples of the second elder. The man looked ahead, and the young man said that if Hong's disciples were defeated, the elder would accept the fact that he was the genius he wanted to be. The man grinned wildly and asked what the joke was, and clarified the point that if he was a spy of the 9 Demon Saint clan, wouldn't it be difficult for him to find elite fighters, and asked if he really thought they would buy it. The young man spread his hands at his sides and added that he knew that he would say so, and said that he should not worry, since he would choose disciples from their clan, and asked if there were any objections, and then clarified the point that he would choose from the outer disciples. The old man stared silently ahead. Hong gritted his teeth and cursed. The character excitedly opened his eyes and remarked that the outer disciples would never become stronger than Chao Hong's disciples, since it was impossible. The hero with the scar, looking ahead, said that the conditions were stupid, but why not give it a try? The fat man laughed merrily and agreed to the proposal. The protagonist, named Li, stood in front of the clan and said that if he won, he would prove that the outer disciples had abilities, and made it clear that after his victory, he wanted the elder to abolish the division into inner and outer disciples. The protagonist looked ahead. The man with the mustache looked ahead and asked what he was up to, and Hong wondered what it was about putting those without abilities in the outside. The protagonist held out his hand and added that an elder, when joining a clan, should give every disciple an equal right to cultivation, and then stated that other unreasonable rules should be abolished. The character exhaled and said that their clan has a past heritage, and such opportunities are limited, and clarified the point that they can do otherwise. The protagonist clenched his fist and explained that this is why he is arguing to prove that these students have abilities and are worth paying attention to. The old man turned his cloaked head forward and said that he was the same bastard who was lecturing them. The elder sat down in a chair and said that they had no objections, and asked Elder Hong what he thought, to which Hong added that since he had asked for it himself, he would answer. The man looked ahead at the enemy and told Lee that if he lost, he would indeed be a spy, and made it clear that it was not even worth asking for proof afterwards. The character, frowning his brows, said that he could do whatever he wanted. The Cavern of the Washing Stones is a training ground for outer disciples. The waterfall was flying down from the cliff. The warriors trained in formation. The heroine, walking beside the protagonist, told her older brother that there was too much power gap between them, and asked if he was sure that he wanted to choose a student among the outsiders. The old man shook his head and noticed that the pupils were now practicing and were not allowed to be here. The character, looking at the mentor, stated that it was not Mr. Nia Lao, and the heroine said that he was in charge of their training. Wolf wagged his tail, and she made it clear that everyone knew that he was the second elder's favorite. Lee covered her mouth with her hand and whispered that if he found anyone to be aptified, she would immediately recommend him to Hong, to which Lee said that he constantly scolded students, but here he was just a guard dog looking for talented people. The guy walked over to the man and asked if Joan knew about their argument with the elders, to which he clarified the point that he needed to stop fooling around. The hero put his hand on the soldier's shoulder and suggested that he take a month off as he would take care of their training, and the soldier asked how he dared. His hand clenched. The man's eyes popped out of their sockets in pain. The character, kneeling down on the hero's knees, stated that Elder Zhou shouldn't complicate things for them, and mentally clarified the point that he had incredible strength. The hero put his hand on his shoulder and told Elder Zhou to be nice and rest for a while. The man opened his mouth and asked what he was doing, and demanded to let him go. The characters looked ahead and asked who it was that pacified the elder with one hand, and the guy replied that it was their older brother and Lee's first disciple. The girl turned to the hero and told Elder Zhou to take care of himself, and the warriors added that he would be the one to take Zhao's place and teach them. The hero looked at the warriors and greeted them that he was Lee's first disciple, and then suggested that they simply call him senior brother. The guy raised his hand and asked if the guys knew who he was, and made it clear that he would be teaching them for that month, and then said that he wanted to ask them a question before they started. The hero looked at the crowd and said that they were trained by a lousy dog instead, and asked if they wanted to come to cultivation, and then asked if they were happy with it, and stated that he had come to change everything. The soldiers stared ahead, dumbfounded. Lee snapped his fingers and declared that in a month, when they would defeat Zhao Hong. The protagonist pointed his fingers forward and stated that there would no longer be a division between outer and inner disciples in their clan, and asked for his teaching, and made it clear that they would overthrow this unjust system. The guy looked at the crowd and then asked why they were silent and noticed that only one answered. The warrior raised his hand, and the young man made it clear that he was asking. The character looked ahead and asked how it was possible to train them in a month so that they would defeat Zhao Hong's elite disciples. The hero gave her a thumbs up and said that it was a great question, and added that he loves children who ask questions. He pointed with his cane and replied that she would soon find out, and crossed his arms over his chest and clarified the point that the guys had to prepare mentally, and warned that he, like his elder brother, would be very strict, and the protagonist asked why he was standing next to him and ordered him to stand in a line. The guy opened his mouth and eyes dumbfounded. The waterfall fell in the background, and the hero said that he also wanted to study. Sunset clouds floated across the sky. The clouds were sinking below the horizon. The pink clouds gradually dissipated. The sun was sinking below the horizon. The hero stretched and yawned. The soldiers were lying on the ground, and the hero thought that everyone had learned a lot of new things today. The characters were lying on the floor and said that they needed medical help. The protagonist clenched his hands and told them to relax, as he had already called the medics, and guaranteed that everyone would recover and not die. The doctor sat the warrior on the ground and added that these were only a few wounds, and then clarified that tomorrow he would make a full recovery. The guy was lying on the floor and shouting that he was seriously injured, his whole body hurt, and he could not move, to which the doctor said that everything was fine, since he had examined everything and everything would be fine if he rested. The hero looked at his comrade and said that tomorrow the training would continue, to which the soldier asked if he was joking. The hero walked along the trail and said that this month their schedule would include training in the afternoon and treatment in the evening, and made it clear that if they didn't want this to happen again, they should get stronger. The guy turned to the warriors. The girl sat with her head down and moaned that it would last a whole month. The guy was lying and said that he missed his mom and dad. The house stood under the rays of the sun. The magician was sitting in the lotus position. The door slowly opened. A man named Tishu narrowed his gaze. The character opened the door and then asked if he shouldn't be training the outer disciples now, and the magus wondered why he had come to him instead. The protagonist held out his palm and replied that he had thought of asking about it directly. The warrior looked ahead from under the hood and asked if his question was related to the second elder's attitude towards him. Lee put his palm aside and stated that Elder Hong had supported him at first, but now his attitude had completely changed, and then asked what the reasons for such a change were. The character looked at the warrior and said that he thought he knew everything, and the main character clarified the point that he is a very observant old man. The mustachioed hero frowned and suggested that he simply say that Hong had once been the head of the sect, and clarified the point of what he had said to him in the end, but had messed up a lot in this high position. The character stood over a subordinate, and the narrator said that he had explained to him what real restraint was, but his arrogance did not disappear, and added that now he was putting all the sweat, blood and tears into the education of students. The figures of the soldiers fought. The hero opened his mouth and asked if he had become the head of the sect. Mustachioed Tisha looked ahead and clarified the point that this was the case, and his senior disciple He Jianin was rightfully considered a genius, and explained that he was originally considered the main candidate for the position of head disciple, but since he had abolished this system, the position was still unoccupied. The hero scratched his chin and said that the elder outwardly supported him, but in reality, he only wanted to restore the system of the head disciple, so that when he died, his disciple would take this position. The character sat on the floor and confirmed that this was very true, but he did not expect that the hero would be able to survive and hold on, and the young man clarified the point that therefore the elder aimed at him to remove him from such a desirable position. He waved his hand and said that he got the point, and clarified the moment that it was time for him now, and Tisha stopped the hero. The man sat in the opposite corner of the room from Lee and said that Hong's conclusions were not so illogical, and then added that if one day he found out that the hero had betrayed the sect, he would kill him himself. The old man looked angrily ahead. The protagonist frowned and told him to relax, since the sect is not only his. The warriors were standing under the house and the guy clarified the moment that this was their house too. The character put his hands behind his back and stated that they had lost so many people. The guy scratched his head and explained that half of the students were sick because they couldn't stand his harsh training. The hero smiled and reacted that he actually expected more to leave, and added that he didn't even think there were so many determined people among them. The main character bulged his eyes dumbfounded and the soldier shouted that they would never retreat. The warrior looked ahead and said that Fang Ming Tang's disciple would never complain or back down. The character raised her hand and said that she would think that he just wanted to beat them up, and then she would leave. The girl looked ahead and clarified the point that each attack of the eldest brother indicates their weakness, and explained that he wants them to realize this and overcome their weaknesses. Lee smiled and asked what her name was, and then clarified the point that she was a smart girl, and she clarified that he was younger than her, and replied that her name was Luo Jianing. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, and the young man asked what Nan Huangren thought about the reasons why they were being beaten. The warrior looked forward and replied that she hadn't thought about it at all, and explained that he knew that his elder brother was doing it for their good. The protagonist looked ahead puzzled. The soldier smiled and stated that his training was definitely much better than Elder Zhou's, and made it clear that he just didn't want to miss. The guy opened his mouth wide and said that one day he would definitely pay back the debt. He stopped, and then stated that they would support someone who truly cared about them. The waterfall was falling from the mountain. The protagonist closed his eyes and stated that everyone has their own reasons, and he will not say which of them is right and who is wrong. The hero looked ahead with his charged gaze and said that determination is the most important thing in the path of Tao, and asked to believe in himself and added that in the future, they would become the mainstay of the purification sect. The guy put a stick in his hand and said that, well, the beating would begin. The narrator pointed his cane at the soldiers and explained that today they would break into teams of 3 and attack him, named the first ones Nan Huairen, Fang Ming Tang and Luo Jianing, and made it clear that in the process he would show them their weaknesses. The characters took a belligerent pose and agreed. The warriors rushed at Lee. The protagonist narrowed his gaze. The hero dodged the blow and asked why he was rushing forward like a fool, and explained that the rhythm of the water sword technique was most suitable for counterattacks, and then spoke for him to remember how he had defeated Zhao Hu. The guy attacked the students. He took off. The warrior gritted his teeth and Lee added that the mountain conqueror spear technique suited him, but he hesitated too much, and then advised him to think about it. He hit his opponent with a cane. The weapon flew forward. The protagonist made an aerial jump and explained that the whiplash flying dragon technique has a lot of variability when the opponent changes direction in response to an attack, and advised him to aim at his blind spot, otherwise he will end up like this. The warrior attacked the apprentice. The guy stepped on the ground. The hero stood among the lying soldiers and said that they could rest for a while, and called the next ones. The character opened his mouth and then ordered the 3 of them to come forward. The soldiers were hiding behind a stone. The man looked sideways and thought that he had forced half of the disciples to retreat and leave yesterday, and clarified the point that the remaining seemed to have already been brainwashed, and it was unlikely that he would be able to influence them. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and asked Tutor Zhou if he really claimed that he was not an opponent of these outer disciples. The old man clenched his palms and added that he asked not to be misunderstood, young master he, since he was only following Elder Chao's orders, and the warrior replied that Li was trying to increase their cultivation level through real battles, and clarified the point that he thought he had some interesting ideas. The master smiled and said that as expected of the young master, he couldn't be attracted by some third-rate training method. The guy defiantly turned around and added that it was boring and he was coming back, and the man said that young master he was right. He walked and clarified the point that they had already sent a letter to their 2 younger brothers to come back, since their cultivation was almost equal to his, and together their victory was assured, and the teacher clarified the point that the young master had foreseen everything, and then stated that Li had nothing in sight. The sunset was over the valley. The character stood in line and asked his older brother why he asked only the three of them to stay. The protagonist set out 3 notebooks and told him to relax, as it wasn't for the sake of extra training, and explained that he had spent the previous night improving these techniques. The hero looked at his students and said that the techniques were designed specifically for their abilities. Spell sheets appeared in the frame and the hero clarified the moment that these are, so to speak, personal versions. The soldier held the notebook in his hands and clarified that it was still the spear of the conqueror of the mountains. The blonde character looked up from the book and asked if he wanted to say that they would have to abandon the techniques they had been training all along. Lee stood in front of the soldiers and added that they would have to rework many aspects of cultivation, not just techniques, and remarked that Fang Mingtang knew what justice was, and he needed to bring these qualities into his martial technique. The guy stared ahead fixatedly. The girl looked up and the hero said that she was quite smart, and he was sure that she would be able to understand what was written for her and draw conclusions. The guy opened his mouth wildly and the protagonist told Nan to train harder, and he asked why he didn't praise him in any way. Lee waved his hand and stated that if nothing unforeseen happened, the 3 of them would represent him in the confrontation with Elder Chow, and made it clear that they wouldn't let him down. We were transported 7 days later to the waterfall. Enthusiastic guys said that it was amazing. Lee repelled enemy attacks. Smiling, he said that this was not bad, but still not enough. He swung his baton wide and hit the guy in the face. Blood began to flow from his nose, and the protagonist wondered if his opponent had resisted. His comrades began to use techniques with a serious look. They carried out a joint attack. Covering himself with his hands, MC tried to hold back the onslaught of energy. He jumped back. Smiling, he said that it was well done. The audience shouted with delight that this was great. The older brother was forced to retreat for the first time. Standing in front of them, they wondered why they were so excited, noting that if they had studied the techniques he had made for them, they would have easily reached the same level. The girl with a smile on her face reported that the number of returning students is growing every day. The man stepped forward. Stretching out his hand, he shouted for everyone to listen to him, and no one to move. The protagonist said with a satisfied look that Zhao would not calm down, again sent someone to arrest him. Smiling, the old man ordered the penitentiary team to surround them. Standing behind the warriors, he stated that Li had corrupted his disciples and even given them demonic techniques. A horrible crime. Grinning, the man asked why the protagonist didn't confess now that he had been caught red-handed. Sticking out his tongue, Li said that this nonsense would not end. The warrior held out his hand in front of him and assumed that his mentor had misunderstood something, since his elder brother had never taught them demonic techniques. The enraged old man cried out that they were idiots who did not understand anything. Pointing his finger at them, he wondered how they could become so strong so quickly if they weren't demonic techniques. Furrowing his brows, the young man noted that the tutor really didn't understand. They had only refined the elder brother's usual techniques. Holding his chin, MC thought that in fact, he had reworked everything, making it only slightly similar to the original. If they used it, the student's development would be even faster. Looking away, he noted that even he didn't want to practice the original technique again. It was not for nothing that Ren hid it. Closing his eyes, he added that it was only as a result that the descendants grew up mediocre. Enraged, Zhao questioned if they still refused to listen to him, adding that they had to stop talking then, otherwise they would be punished for betraying the sect. A red aura enveloped the protagonist. He turned to the old man with a mad look. Going to it, he clarified who the mentor thought he was. The man with a dumbfounded look wondered how he could exert such pressure. Standing in front of him, MC asked if he really thought that someone like him could arrest him. Running away from there, Zhao cried out that he was a demon. He hid behind the guys and noted that he was leaving the great defenders to deal with this guy. Looking at the warriors, the protagonist asked if the mentor had come with new lackeys. Watching him, the guys said that he had an aggressive aura. It seemed that the elder was right. He was indeed practicing the demonic technique. Mana began to spread from them. Their energy enveloped the warriors. Magic shackled the guy. With a smile on his face, he said that they had even used soul shackles. The guys stood behind and called for their elder brother. Smiling, the boy said that such pathetic tricks would not take him. Zhao wondered if he was still boasting, noting that even an elder would have a hard time in these shackles. He thought that it would be better for the protagonist to surrender obediently. Looking at the warriors, MC wondered if they were supposed to find evidence before arresting someone. With an enraged look, he asked if Zhao's idle chatter was enough for them. Looking at him, the guys replied that they could collect evidence later, and now it was more important to get rid of his pernicious influence on their order. They frowned and said that they wouldn't allow someone like him to be there. The dumbfounded MC listened that whoever took the demonic path would remain a servant of the demonic path for life. A red aura surrounded him, after which he began to laugh. The energy began to spread and broke the shackles. Taken aback, the men wondered if he had destroyed the construction of soul shackles by force alone. With a smirk, Lee said that it was just ridiculous. Stretching out his hand, he added that a demonic path would not waste his time on them, to which they should prepare to die. The man pointed his finger at him and said that their opponent had shown his true nature. The law enforcement squad should kill him. The protagonist replied with a mad look that it was a stupid joke. He slew the soldiers and ordered the pawns to get out of the way. Opponents were behind him. With a wave of his leg, Lee threw them aside and asked if they were deaf. The wounded guys were lying on the ground. Standing in front of the enemies, MC announced that it was now their turn. Smiling, he asked to prepare to die. Dark mana weapons appeared in the hands of the men. Standing in a fighting stance, they noted that the guy was talking too much. They were attacking him together. They rushed into battle, and Lee declared that they were obedient. Holding his fists in front of him, He noted that it was time to check the results of his training. He repelled the attacks. The warriors were shocked by this. Restraining their weapons, the protagonist asked if this was all they were capable of. After all, he had given them a chance. The surprised guy said that he was going to use that technique. During training with them, he held back a lot. The protagonist turned into a gate. He made a powerful attack. The man's face was beaten. MC glanced at the remaining enemy and added that it was his turn now. The man attacked him. The guy hit him in the face. His opponent fell to the ground. Turning around, Lee asked Zhao not to worry, because he hadn't forgotten about him. His face was frightened. The guy pierced his body through with his hand. His eyes turned red. The old man fell to the ground. People stood in front of him and asked what the guy was doing. Frowning, Hong stressed that he had said that this boy should not be left alive. As he inspected the corpses of the people, Zhang wondered how he dared to kill his clanmates. Frowning, the man said that he would not be able to escape retribution for such a grave sin. He watched Lee with a satisfied look and reasoned that his biggest weakness was his arrogance. Now it was only a little pressure, and he would react negatively, regardless of the consequences, after which he would be killed like a rabid dog. He imagined the guy standing on his arm and added that it was not only possible to destroy someone with the help of force, he should prepare to experience hell on earth in the dungeon of their clan. John looked at him and clarified how he could be so cruel to those who had already lost the will to fight, despite the fact that they were the ones who provoked the battle. He wondered furiously if it was worth going that far. Taken aback, the man asked again. Looking at the Grand Elder, Hong reported that the slain were the tutor in charge of training the outer disciples and the protectors of the execution squad, to which he was told that the execution squad had received what they deserved. The man was taken aback by the elder's question why he had not received reports from them earlier and how the penitentiary could act without orders. The embittered old man asked if Hong wanted to say that they did not need his permission and could seize anyone at will. Holding his hands behind his head, Lee thought that Hong's dog had indeed been able to provoke him, but his ambitions were too obvious. The Grand Elder couldn't understand it. He imagined how the man transformed into a wolf. John held him back while he wondered if he wanted to frame him, but the situation turned against him. Folding his hands, Hong said that the Grand Elder didn't know the details, so he wanted to be allowed to report them. The young man watched as the man said that he would instruct Zhao and found out that Li was practicing the demonic Tao, but he put the safety of the disciples above all else, so he was going to report to him later and settle the matter first. The surprised guys said that they already thought that the elder brother would have big trouble. He is always like this. Shifting his gaze, Nan assumed that he was already aware of the consequences of his actions. Hong stood in front of the elder and asked him to pass judgment on the protagonist with all discretion. He imagined his subordinates and stated that Tutor Zhao and the two protectors had died standing up for their beliefs. MC was an insane psychopath. If you looked at his actions comprehensively, it could be seen that there was a high probability that he had indeed entered the demonic path. Grinning, the protagonist stated that the man is very adamant about his heresy. Embittered, Hong wondered if such behavior was worthy of the head disciple. The guys turned around when someone called out to them. Raising his hands above his head, the warrior revealed that the princess of the 9 Saint Demon clan had come to them. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that she said she had to meet with the head disciple. Taken aback, John asked again. The enthusiastic students thought that the elder brother was really famous. Smiling, Lee said that she was just in time, and then suggested that this was not the time to bring up topics that could harm the clan. Running away from there, he added that he would go, since the princess herself asked to meet. Frowning, the second elder added that the old man saw everything himself. The snot was somehow related to the 9 Saint Demon clan, to which he was told that he needed to calm down. They would go and find out for themselves what the reason for her arrival was. A glow could be seen in the settlement. The girl appeared before them. Closing his eyes, he revealed that she was a Shuang from the 9 Demon Saint clan. She was happy to visit the ancient purification sect and hoped that they would forgive her for her uninvited visit. Looking at the children, she emphasized the fact that it was an honor for her to be greeted by the respected elders. The sect leader replied with a serious look that she was too modest. After all, they had been forgiven. After what Lee had done, his appreciation knew no bounds. But he was curious about the reason for her visit. She closed one eye. A girl could be heard screaming in the building, asking if the master really intended to send her to the ancient purification clan. Placing her hand on her chest, she also asked if the man wanted her to become the protagonist's maidservant. Looking at her, the warrior replied that he understood that she was angry, but they had no other choice. Frowning, Xuan asked why so. Her interlocutor imagined MC and told her that although his level of cultivation is low, he has a lot of knowledge. Even he can't understand him, which is why he sends her there to find out his secrets. As he sat at the table, he added that he had a feeling that it could prove vital to their clan. Xuan clenched her hand into a fist. She asked with a look of distress if the gentleman thought the boy better than she was, if he had turned things around in this way. The man with a satisfied look assumed that she was jealous. Closing his eyes, he said that neither Lee nor anyone else mattered more, but there was clearly something to the way he passed the test, and he had to admit that it frightened him, that he didn't understand how he did it. The girl frowned at these words. Looking around the room, the master asked to think that a child with a mortal body and a mortal fate was able to defeat several opponents many times stronger than him with the help of knowledge alone. In addition, he also brought the divine statues to life. Stretching out his hand, he added that if he was not mistaken, this was only a part of the knowledge he possessed, and then asked to imagine the power of this knowledge. Puzzled, Xuan lowered her gaze. Looking at her, the man asked for a favor for his master and, for the sake of the future of the 9 Saint Demon clan, go to the ancient purification clan to Lee. Frowning, the girl thought that she would fulfill the mission entrusted to her. She lowered her head. Folding her hands, she said that the eldest brother was incomparable in his generation, his talent was limitless, and his strong will led him along the path of Tao. Closing her eyes, she added that the reason for her arrival was the desire to become a follower of her older brother and learn from him. The guys were shocked by these words. Smiling, the protagonist stated that it was all him. He began to walk towards her. Pointing his finger at her, he said that he didn't expect her to have such a trained look, he would allow her to become his follower. The enraged girl noted in her thoughts that she should have finished him off earlier. Stretching out his hand, Hong asked to give them 1 minute. Looking at her, he said that this boy had just shown his true evil nature, so she should stay away from him so as not to be drawn into this matter. Xuan smiled and asked if senior brotherly was in trouble. The guy slapped her on the back. Looking at the second elder, the protagonist stated that he did not understand what he was saying. After all, she was only his maidservant, not even an external disciple. He added with a satisfied look that unlike Hong, he wasn't going to use dastardly tricks like accusations of espionage, following a demonic path, and constant provocations, but they should include what had happened today in their bet. Smiling, he asked if the man agreed that the winner had the last word. Enraged, the second elder accepted the offer. A scream was heard in the building. The enraged man sat on the table and said that stupidly had got out of it again. He was really getting on his nerves. The guy stood in front of him and asked him to calm down. Smiling, Ian wondered if it would be okay if they won the argument. The guys stood behind him as he said that with him, as well as the brothers Lei and Wen. Victory was already in their hands. Smiling, the second elder replied that it was true. He put his hand in his bosom. Holding the vials in his hands, he said that it was time for them to return the good. Approaching the waterfall, MC greeted the students and asked to let them introduce someone. The guys were embarrassed. Looking at the girl, they cried out that it was the princess herself. With a calm look, she thought that she was being looked at like an unknown animal. Observing the children, she noted that Lee's students were somehow unimpressive. Smiling, she emphasized that preparing the outer disciples to fight the elite inner disciples was some kind of stupid joke. The protagonist was overestimating himself. But if she thought about it, it might be good for her. She assumed with a satisfied look that she was just in time. Looking at her, the guy replied that it was good that she came. He needed her help with something. The enthusiastic guys asked if the princess of the 9 Holy Demon clan would train them. Lee had a broom in her hands. He handed it to Xuan and said that while the disciples were busy training, someone needed to clean up. He liked it when everything was swept to a shine. The puzzled girl wondered if MC had asked her to come there for that. Leaving her, the guy said that he did not know any other reasons to call her, so she should not be lazy. She was furious at these words. She blushed and declared that she would finish him off and tear him to pieces. An aura surrounded the protagonist's students. Paying attention to them, Xuan wondered what was wrong with their auras. Watching the training, she emphasized the fact that they were all one step away from reaching the true destiny level, and then clarified whether the outer disciples of the fading clan could have such a level. The guy repelled their attacks. He noted with a satisfied look that they were energetic today. The protagonist looks at the guys exercising with excitement, and says that they are energetic today. The young man swings his weapon and says that a guest is looking at them, so they want to show everything they are capable of. Lee looks at the young man and says that the lady is not a guest, but just a servant. External students show their fighting skills. The girl rolls her eyes angrily and yells that she is not a servant, and adds that how the young man knows how to get on his nerves. She shifts her bewildered gaze to the protagonist, and is surprised that she does not see him using any techniques, and yet he is able to fight 3 opponents of the true fate level at once. Lee looks at his opponents with excitement. He clutches a stick in his hand, and the guest reflects that he is definitely not using techniques, and it is as if the stick in his hands is fighting on its own. The guest raised her frown and mentally turned to the teacher that Sean Yang now also saw that everything was as he had said, that Li Chia was something more than he seemed at first glance. The main character purses his lips and says that the time is up and now it's the turn of the next 3. The girl shifts her hostile gaze to the guy and decides that she will find out his secrets. In the stadium, surrounded by greenery, students gather. The participants, led by the protagonist, confidently look ahead. The elder stands behind his disciples with a haughty look. The head of the ancient purification clan rises among the participants and says that this day has finally come. Tissue towers majestically over the teams and urges them to dot the E, and that he hopes that this battle will end the conflict, and regardless of the outcome, both rivals will have to treat each other like clan brothers. He closes his eyes and calmly says that he must explain the rules. 3 pairs of fighters attack each other, and the man begins to say that there will be 3 fights, and the order of the participants will be determined by lot, and that any weapons and combat techniques are allowed. The head of the ancient clan raises his hand up and says that the winner can be determined in 3 cases. The first is when one of the opponents surrenders, but this must be confirmed by the team mentor. The exhausted fighter is on his knees. In the ring, a participant in the competition raised his hands up, and Tissue continues that the second is when one of the opponents is thrown out of the arena. Another fighter is lying on the ground, and the man finishes voicing the rules that the third when one of the participants loses consciousness and cannot continue the fight. He spread his hands to the sides and concluded by reminding everyone that everyone was a clan brother and should do their best not to cause unnecessary harm to each other. The elder looked at his disciples and asked what they had heard, that they should try not to harm the clan brothers, and Lei replied that of course they would try. The The second disciple added that the head did not say that such a thing was forbidden. The young man looked at the interlocutor and voiced that in other words they could kill rivals. The second young man looked at his comrade ominously and replied that it was so. The dark-haired guy looks at the elders team and thinks that they exude a killing intent. The protagonist team members boldly look at the opponents, and the guy continues to say that they are going to kill them from the very beginning, and Nan added that they need to be careful, and Luo finished that this is cruel. The main character turned his satisfied look to the side and said that it was great, and now they could finish off the enemy without further thought, and the girl said that she did not want to kill anyone. The masked man loudly struck the gong. Bu Zhongmiao raised his hand, urging everyone to be silent, and said that the duel was about to begin, and that it was an event that everyone had been waiting for a long time, and that he would be the judge, and someone asked what the name of the judge was, and that he had not been heard. A team member raised his hand and urged the brothers to show their rivals what they were capable of. Chao Hung's disciple clenched his fists with hatred and shouted back that he needed to teach a lesson to these scum from the outside. The judge threw his hand forward and invited the first two participants. Outer disciple Luo Jianing confidently holds a whip in her hands. Elder Chao's disciple Ling Lei clutches a spear in his hand. The referee spread his arms to the sides and asked if the opponents were ready. The fighter turned his sinister gaze to his rival and said that he thought that it was best for the girl to surrender right now, and that otherwise her death would not be the most pleasant. The girl looked at the young man fervently and replied that he should not worry about her, and that his death would be worse than that of his teacher. The judge threw up his hand and said that enough talk, and it was time to get down to business. He lowered his hand down with lightning speed and commanded for the fight to begin. The girl threw a whip at her opponent with fury. The guy soared into the air and gave advice that the whip should be used in the wrong way, and added that throwing herself at him like that was not much different from a training makiwara, and she asked if it was really so. Luo concentrated magical energy on her fingertips. The head of the whip was surrounded by golden mana. Lei looked forward in disbelief. The opponent set up a block for protection and thought that she could control her weapon with chi. A young warrior falls from a stab in the back. A dark-haired girl looks at her opponent with irony and exclaims that he is a scarecrow for whipping. She applies the soaring dragon's whip to her opponent. The fighter lies on the ground after the blow, shrouded in magical energy. The judge opens his mouth and exclaims that it was unexpected, and that the first person who managed to carry out the attack was the younger sister of the outer disciples. The eldest disciple shouted indignantly that she had struck from behind. The second said that it was a disgrace. One of the guys clenched his fist and praised the girl that it was a great punch. The second added that it was great. The girl proudly holds her weapon in her hands and hears voices that this is expected of her. She turned her enthusiastic gaze to the judge and said that the winner had already been determined, although she did not want to say so. Lei stood on his feet, and Luo continued that she didn't want to say it, but she really didn't expect her opponent to be so strong. The guy looked up and asked that she really thought that he would just take her blow. The young man's back is covered with blue magic mana, and he says that just before the blow, he protected his back with energy. He took a spear in his hands, and the girl said that he was still an inner disciple, but in any case, he had just eaten dirt. Lei resolutely pointed his spear at the girl and asked her what she really thought was enough to win, to which she replied that he had a lot of self-confidence. The guy resolutely rushed to the attack and said that now that she had shown what she could do, it was his turn. The girl surrounded herself in space with a golden whip and said that she would not allow anyone to approach her. A shot of 5 flying dragons is directed towards the enemy, who says that these are pathetic tricks. The young man throws a magic spear forward and thinks that in order for his rival to turn the whip into a dragon, he has to use a lot of energy. He throws the weapon at the girl with lightning speed, and is sure that nothing protects her body. A young lady looks with horror at the approaching weapons of the enemy. A golden whip flashes in her hand. She manages to put a block in front of the magic spear. The young man looks at his unsuccessful attempt with hatred and realizes that she was blocked. The protagonist watches the duel with glee and giggles contentedly. He follows the battle closely and thinks it's the result of training against the serpent's wand. Leia throws back Luo's magic skill, and Li muses that thanks to this, she was able to get rid of her weakness. His opponent gritted his teeth angrily and asked in amazement that she had turned a long whip into a whip. The girl holds the weapon firmly in front of her and says that it is a type of whip. She quickly attacks the enemy and adds that she will not lose with him in close combat. Rivals cross their weapons in a fight. The protagonist shifts his gaze to the guest, and she asks that it is Lin Lei, and he asks again what it is. The brunette looks intently at the interlocutor and says that it seems to her that the guy is holding back his strength. She puts her finger to her face and incredulously asks if he is one of the protagonist's people, to which the protagonist replies that he is not. The guy swings his weapon and says for Luo to taste it. The girl again resolutely strikes her opponent. Ian gritted his teeth angrily and strained what their comrade had learned from traveling outside the clan and asked that he couldn't handle some of the outer disciple girls. The elder stared at the arena and assured the guys not to worry, because Lin Lei was actually holding back. The man throws his head back in a rage, and the man tells the students that after taking the pill of madness, he needs to suppress the destruction in his blood for 25 minutes, and then his strength will increase exponentially. The apprentice stares ahead and asks if they wouldn't have been able to do it without it, and Hong replies that any precautions are appropriate against those who have embarked on the demonic path. The man narrowed his eyes and said that he thought the time had come. Lei leans on his spear with a demonic expression. Luo looks at him and asks that he can't stand anymore, and adds that he somehow didn't last long. Nen squeezed his eyes shut and asked what this girl was talking about. The fighter raises his head a little and shouts madly that he will tear it right now. He spreads his arms to the sides, surrounded by magical currents. Lei brings her hand to her face and asks in an angelic voice that the guy is angry because she guessed right. She looks at the energy flashes in bewilderment. Her eyes are rounded with surprise. The girl does not take her eyes off the enemy spear approaching her. She jumps up and down. Blood spurts from her hand, and she says that the enemy is fast. Lei makes a lightning-fast lunge forward. He looks away with hatred. Luo keeps a close eye on the energy flashes. She quickly dodges the guy's blow, and he shouts for her to die. The young lady looks at her opponent with horror and realizes that she barely dodged. The fighter furiously throws his spear up and asks where she is running away. He angrily directs the stream of magic at her and tells her to die. The girl dodges again with horror in her eyes. The opponent's pupils enlarge from anger and hatred. Luo violently attacks his opponent with his whip. Blood splatters fly everywhere. The remnants of magical energy hit the ground. The guy covers his face with his hand. He leans on one knee and says that he was careless, and that his opponent suddenly turned her weapon into a whip again. The girl sank to the ground, and catching her breath said that thank the gods that she managed to get her opponent, otherwise she could already be dead. The elder gritted his teeth in fury and asked the disciple what he was standing for. The protagonist is intently watching the fight, and the guest says that the opponent is definitely hiding a trump card up his sleeve, and that she thinks it's better to surrender now. The young man smirks and replies that if we talk about hidden trump cards, this girl has not even shown her killing technique yet. Luo takes a step forward. She looks at the enemy unfazed and decides that she seems to have no choice. The main character stands in front of the girl and asks what she knows, that in fact the whip does not suit her very well, and she clarifies why he thinks so. The girl shifts her uncomprehending gaze to the interlocutor and he continues. Because she is impatient, she agrees. The main character instructively raises his finger up and says that in order to use the whip, you need to be versatile and able to adapt, and continues that she is always rushing forward, while revealing her weaknesses. The outer apprentice holds her weapon forward and says that she has learned this herself from training with it, and that she will use a tightened version of the whip at short range, and Lee teaches that it will help her defense, but that she also needs to figure out a way to attack. The girl indignantly opened her mouth and said that her older brother was suggesting that she abandon the development she had achieved and start all over again. Fang throws her weapon forward, and the protagonist tells Luo that she has a living example in front of her eyes. The young man looks at the girl and says that, simply put, the attacking properties of the spear are suitable for her character. The magic spear floats in the air, and Lee continues to say that if she can combine the spear's strength and the whip's adaptability abilities, then it could be her killing technique. The main character squints his eye contentedly. The girl confidently holds a whip in her hands and offers to continue the lesson. Lei grits his teeth furiously and says that his next blow will definitely end the girl's life. His eyes fill with blackness. The whip rapidly attacks the enemy. The guys are watching what is happening in bewilderment. The young man looks ahead with satisfaction and says that it has begun. Luo confidently throws his weapon forward and declares that he will end this duel with the spear technique. Judge Bu opens his mouth in surprise and says that it's unexpected, that Luo Jianying turned her whip into a spear, and that now it's a direct confrontation. The girl prepares to attack the enemy. He looks at her with hatred and asks that she wants to fight him with a spear, and that she looks down on him. The girl looks at him and says that enough talking, and calls on him to attack. The blue energy flow rushes forward. Two magical forces rush towards each other. The outer disciples froze in anticipation. Chao Hong's disciples gritted their teeth in anger. Two magical weapons collide in the air in an explosion. The opponents are rapidly attacking each other. One looked at the girl in alarm and exclaimed that how could this be possible, and that she had not been able to keep up with Lin Lei's speed not long ago. Nen focused his gaze on the duel and suggested that it might be a matter of energy distribution. He stares ahead and says that Luo is as fast as Lin Lei, she has regained all her energy. Then looks at the interlocutor with disbelief and asks about the distribution of energy, and asks why this girl is so strong. Nen stares ahead and says that they underestimated her. The girl holds the weapon tightly in her hand surrounded by a magical discharge, and the young man continues to say that she has already been seriously injured, and that it is only a matter of time before her stamina runs out. The disciple closed his eyes and said that Lin Lei had also noticed this. The guy rushes forward with hatred, saying that it's time to give it his all and end it. Luo's eyes widened in surprise. The magic of the enemy caught up with her. The girl spits out blood from the pain of the striking blow. Her opponent looks at her suffering with satisfaction. Luo grits his teeth. The soldier shifts his bewildered gaze to her. She quickly throws her weapon to the enemy and says that he was caught, and that this is the moment she was waiting for. Lei looks at the girl with hatred. Whip Luo entangles the guy's spear and he realizes that she was not going to fight with spears. The guy's spear flies up. He gritted his teeth furiously. The young man rushes forward. He reaches for his weapon and thinks that he needs to speed up, and that he must get his weapon back. The whip rapidly approaches Lei. It wraps around the guy's neck. Luo leans forward with all her might, saying that she has caught the opponent. Van watches in horror. The protagonist looks at Luo with pride and says that she is great. The girl pulls the whip towards herself. She sits astride her opponent and tells him to surrender, and he replies that he will never, and realizes that his consciousness is floating away. Luo, furious, yells again for the guy to just give up. Tormented by the fight, the young man does not agree and thinks that he can no longer resist. Luo's eyes widen angrily and urged her opponent to surrender again. Blood spurts out of Lei's mouth. A crunch is heard. The girl's eyes rounded. The whip falls out of her hands. Judge Boo throws up his hand and says that the winner is determined. The young man kneels over his defeated comrade, and the judge says that the winner of the first round of the battle between the outer and inner disciples is determined, and that it is the younger sister of the outer disciples, Luo Jianying. The girl looks ahead in shock and realizes that she killed a person. The protagonist watches the staggering girl and says that it is rare to find a winner who looks like his soul is about to leave his body. He shifts his gaze to the guest and asks her to cheer Luo up, as he is not very good at it, and Luo agrees. The girl puts her hands on Luo's shoulders in a half-fainting state and tells her not to be upset, and that she did a good job of killing her opponent. She looks away gloatingly and continues, especially for a first-time murderer, and Li asks if she was trying to calm Luo down. The man strikes the gong. The judge raised his hand and said that it was time for the next round, and that it was Ling Feng and Fang Mingtang, and asked them to enter the arena. Fang looks ahead intently and says that it is his turn, and then wishes him good luck. The young man clutches the weapon in his hand and tells him not to worry, and that he will definitely win. The elder looks at Feng and says that he is sorry that his brother died, and he says that there is no need to feel sorry for weaklings. Wan furiously grabs his cloak and growls that Lei was just a stupid and frustrating little brother. Opponents stand opposite each other, and the referee tells them to get ready. The warrior stood up with a weapon in his hands, shrouded in red mana. Fang clutched his spear in his hands, surrounded by golden energy. The man struck the gong and said that this was the beginning of the fight. The young warrior rushed to attack. His opponent set up a magic block to repel the attack. The guy froze in pain. An enemy weapon pierced it. Wen looked at his enemy with fury in his eyes and saw that his wound was very shallow, and that he had a strong body. He crossed his magic swords in front of him and thought that he would test how much. Fang shifted his gaze to the dancing magical streams in front of him. He clutched a spear in his hand. The young man set up a block to repel the attack. His opponent furiously raised his swords and shouted that this was all he was capable of. The fighter quickly threw away his spear to repel the attack. Energy mana bursts out from under Van's feet. It pushes off the ground with lightning speed. The guy dodges the opponent's energy flashes. Chao Hong's disciple enthusiastically raises his fist up and says that it is a good punch, and the second says that it is just a beating. Fan, breathing heavily, holds a spear in front of him. The protagonist looks at his comrade with restraint and calls on his friend to calm down, and adds that these are only light bruises and scratches. And Nan says that the elder brother Fang was completely suppressed. The young man pursed his lips. The elder calmly watches the fight and says that Lin Lei's death provoked Lin Feng, and Lin Feng, completely disregarding the consequences, used the pill of madness. The young man quickly raises his weapon to attack and exclaims that he is trying to fight back. He looks at Fan with contempt and growls that he is a pathetic worm and that he should try the dragon tornado of the dual blades. A powerful magical vortex bursts in from the guy's spear. He holds back the attack with all his might. A golden ball of mana pushes the enemy back. The young man's spear will crash into the ground. He rests his foot for stability. Fan grips the weapon tightly in his hand, breathing heavily. A distraught Van raises his blade in the air and exclaims that his opponent is still on his feet, and continues that it is a good thing he would have almost let him escape, and adds that he should not even hope to leave the arena, and that he will not leave alive. Fang leaned forward, spitting out blood. His pleased opponent looked at him intently, and asked that he was already spitting blood, and if only he did not say that he was already done. The exhausted guy put his hand on his stomach and felt that he could not completely block the attacks, that his internal organs were damaged, and that he could not gather his strength. He closed his eyes, exhaling air, and decided that he needed to calm down and watch his breathing, and he would succeed. Van, blades in hand, attacks the guy again and declares that he will make a good scarecrow for whipping. He swirls a powerful energy around himself and shouts for the young man to pray before he dies. The monster's red mouth rushes forward. Magical monsters with glowing eyes are approaching Fang. Nan leaned forward with his fists clenched in tension and shouted for senior brother Fang to be more careful, and warned that he shouldn't take this attack head-on, and added that he should dodge. Fire dances in the young man's eyes. The bright rays of the sun shimmer on the tiled roof. Fang approaches the guys with clenched fists, and his comrade lying on the ground asks him not to force himself, and that it is his fault. The guy grits his teeth and indignantly asks what it is about going to the library to get scrolls. The young man clenched his fist angrily and mockingly asked him what he really thought that the library was a place where such boys were allowed to go, and his friend asked that if he was the elder brother, he was not ashamed, and insulted him that he was the most insignificant among all. A waterfall overflows near a small house. The jug is tipped over on the table. The man propped his face on his palm and asked what the young man was asking him to teach advanced techniques, and added that Min Tuk didn't seem to be missing something. He sprawled contentedly in his chair and continued to say that it wasn't that he didn't want to teach the guy, but that all the outer disciples had limited potential. Fang bowed his head to the floor, and the elder continued that if he forced himself to learn complex techniques, then he was afraid that the guy would hurt himself. The bowed Fang gritted his teeth. He became a disciple of the ancient purification clan at the age of 6. In all the years that followed, he had learned one thing: whether you were standing upright or begging for mercy on your knees, all external disciples were inferior people. Fang raised his head upwards as he appeared in the spotlight. He looks ahead uncertainly. The main character put his hands behind his back and asked what kind of stupid system the outer and inner disciples were. He confidently shifted his gaze to the other person and stated that he would be the one to destroy the system, and added that he would make the ancient purification sect what it was before. Fang looks at Li trustingly. Fire flashes in his eyes. The red monsters are approaching. A powerful energy flow of the enemy captures the guy. The blonde guy clenches his fist victoriously and says that they have equalized. The protagonist anxiously watches the duel. The clouds of smoke dissipate after the explosion, then looks suspiciously ahead with clenched teeth and muses that something is wrong. Fang stands majestically with a spear in his hands among the smoke, and his opponent does not believe his eyes that why he is still standing. Nan looks at his surviving friend with delight. The restraining amulet falls to the ground. Fang angrily shifts his gaze to his opponent and says that as he said, this fight will be won by him. He confidently steps on the ground and says that from the very beginning, he always thought that they couldn't raise their heads just because they were outer disciples, and adds that he never looked down on outer disciples, but he was wrong. The young man confidently clutches a spear in his hand, surrounded by golden mana. He looks at the enemy with contempt and hatred and says that all this is because he was weak and could not defend the honor of the outer disciples. Then angrily puts his weapon forward and asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about. A beam of magic crashes into the ground. Fang swiftly attacks the enemy and declares that he is the elder brother of Fang Mingtang's outer disciples, and that he will reach the top of the world directly and honestly. He looks at the enemy with destruction. His magical bursts of golden mana attack the enemy. The fighter furiously opens his mouth and shouts that the external garbage should not be conceded. Shocked, Nan looks at his comrade and doesn't understand what's going on. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, and the guest said with anxiety in her eyes that he had suddenly released a huge amount of power, which increased his level, and Li finished the sentence that Fang was most likely burning his life energy. A young man with glowing eyes, overcoming the pain, pointed his weapon forward. The protagonist closed his eyes, and the girl asked him that he taught this to his students. He replied that he did not teach this. Luo looks at his comrade in amazement and asks why he does this, and that he is always ready to sacrifice his life. Nan raised his finger meaningfully, and Li said, because there are things more important than life, and the young man finished that it was an honor. The young man looks ahead with admiration. The young man smiles and adds that he also has ambitions. Nan puts his palm in the protagonist's face and declares that Brother Fang is not likely, and he asks what is wrong with having ambitions, and that the guy must be fighting for his outer disciples and therefore burning his life. Fang attacks his opponent furiously. He clenches his teeth with hatred. The fighter looks angrily at the enemy and tells him not to say that he can no longer fight. The enemy is rapidly flying back. The elder watches the duel, and Yin says that the course of the battle is not happy that the outer disciple forced one to retreat. Hang's apprentice clenches his fists angrily and shouts that his comrade should fight and that he hasn't fought yet, and is about to lose the entire match. The fighter turns an angry look at the guy and is indignant that stop yelling, let him go out and try himself. Nan looks at the fight in horror and shouts that the guy is already at the edge of the arena. The fighter's leg is on the edge. He gets into a defensive stance and thinks that he has already been brought to this. Fang holds a spear in front of him in the glow of mana and angrily asks his opponent where he is going, and if he wants to run away from the battlefield. He looks sternly at the enemy and declares that he does not want to win like this, and let him go and fight honestly. One looks at the young man angrily and says that there must be a limit to the arrogance of the outer disciples. Red energy lava towers over the guy. The inner disciples watch in bewilderment, and one of them admires that his friend's aura has become stronger than that of his dead brother. The other tells him to shut up. Fan is shrouded in an energetic glow, and invites his opponent to put his life on the line and settle their differences in battle. It is enveloped by powerful energy flows. The protagonist is intensely watching the battle, and Nan says that now the winner will be determined. Luo believes that no one will die now. Golden mana tends upward. Red energy rushes towards her. Fang looks at his opponent furiously. He bares his teeth angrily. Two energies collide. A powerful blow rang out in the arena. The guy covered himself from the dust. The man followed the fight. The dumbfounded guys asked if they had won. Nan frowned and said that he didn't see what was going on there. Looking at the cloud of dust, the stranger shouted for both of them to stop. The warriors pierced each other's bodies with their blades. They had bleeding. Looking at the faces of the guys, the audience called out to them. Continuing to follow the fight, people shouted that it was bad. They were both unconscious. A shout could be heard in the arena that a draw was declared in this round. The healers should deal with them as soon as possible. The guys were carried away on stretchers. Nan looked upset and asked his elder brother to hold on and not leave them. Stretching out her hand, Xuan asked to stop. Holding the vial in her hand, she told me to take this medicine. Placing the vial on the stretcher, she said that the healers should give it to him when they dealt with the external wounds. This would guarantee the preservation of his life, as expected from the 9 Demon Saints sect. Standing behind, MC emphasized that he would remember this service. Looking at the injured man, the girl said that even in her 9 Demon Saint clan, it was rare to find such a warrior. He had earned her respect with his will and unwavering fighting spirit. The healers walked towards the elder and asked him not to worry, because he could still be saved. Enraged, Hong shouted that if he could be saved, he should be thrown out. The doctor was shocked by what he heard. The man looked after him. Enraged, Yin asked to calm down, because this was not the worst scenario. He noted with glowing eyes that when he wins, the score will be equal, and they will think about what to do next. The birds flew into the sky. Nan was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the podium, he thought that a death wish was coming from there. With a frightened look, he wondered if this alone was enough to make him tremble with horror. The guy gritted his teeth. Closing his eyes, Li said that if Nan was afraid, he could give up. Putting his hands in front of him, the guy said that he did not understand what the protagonist was talking about, because he was not afraid. to which he received the answer that he was not joking. Closing his eyes, he added that if Nan wanted to surrender, he could do so. Looking at his comrades, he stated that Luo and Fan had already done everything they could. Looking at the guy, he added that nothing would happen if he lost. The guy's hands began to tremble. Clenching his fist, he said that he could not do this. He noted with a serious look that their efforts could not be allowed to be in vain. He would not retreat. Smiling, MC said that it was better this way. The warrior struck the gong. The guy raised his hand above his head and shouted that the third round of the match between the outer and inner disciples was starting. Everyone had to take their seats. Standing between the opponents, he added that the previous fight got out of control, so he hopes that at least they will control themselves. Smiling, the guy said that the gap between them was large, as if between heaven and earth, of course, everything would be under control. Nan calmly agreed with her. Yin began to laugh. He asked for forgiveness with a satisfied look. Looking at the opponent, he emphasized the fact that when he had said that he would not kill him, it was so amusing to see the relief on his face. Frowning, Nan drew his blade. The water energy surrounded him, after which he shouted not to be looked down upon. He rushed into battle. Yin was watching him closely. Waving his blade, the guy said that it was time to start. Pink energy stretched forward. He repelled Nan's attack. The puzzled student watched the clump of pink mana. Stretching out his hand, the young man stated that he still didn't deserve to fight him personally. Standing in front of him, he stressed that in fact, Nan didn't even deserve him to take a single step. Enraged, Nan began to talk about the sword technique of the noble nobility. He put on the blade with water magic and thought that he would make the fool move. Energy surrounded him. He drew his blade. Streams of water were directed at the enemy. The dumbfounded spectators asked how he managed to develop the power of the water sword technique to such a level. Streams of water stretched towards the guy. Swinging his sword shrouded in purple mana, Yin deflected the attack. Taken aback, the student wondered if he had cut the water so easily. The water fell under his feet. Looking at him, the young man said that he was bored with Nan. The blade was aimed at him. He snapped his fingers, after which the sword began to fly at his opponent. The guy began to dodge attacks. He fell to the ground. Closing his eyes, Yin said that this disappointment was indeed terribly boring. He imagined the other guys and asked if it would be more interesting for him if he came across one of the two previous participants. Frowning, the young man concluded that the difference in strength was indeed too great. He appeared to be an abyss between them. Stunned, Nan thought that he needed to pull himself together, because he couldn't just give up. Watching the fight, Xuan said that the guy was completely overwhelmed by the opponent. Standing behind, Li stated that Yin was looking at him so haughtily. The girl said with disgust on her face that she hated such people who pretend to be who knows what. Looking at her, the protagonist said that he thought he was her type. She added with a calm look that when it came to strength, he wasn't bad at all. Smiling, the young man wondered if the princess could see how magnificent he was, after which she pointed out that even if he were in their 9 demon saint clan, he would surely be among the best. And cut through the training dummy. The protagonist clapped his hands. Standing behind, he said that it was not bad. It seemed to him that the disciple had finally mastered the technique of the water sword, to which he received the answer that his elder brother praised him. MC imagined the book and asked if Nan knew that the water sword technique was just a fragment of the ice water technique. The puzzled guy replied that he knew that. He imagined the statue and noticed that it was one of the emperor-level techniques that had existed since the founding of their clan, but it had been many years since the complete technique had been lost. Smiling, he added that he was allowed to learn it only because it was only a fragment. Closing his eyes, Li replied that it was a pity, as he was only one step away from mastering the ice water sword technique. He imagined the person being surrounded by a blue aura and revealed that the so-called ice water technique was able to turn energy into incredibly cold. The water sword technique was almost the same, but without cooling. The dumbfounded guy thought that his older brother was again talking some kind of abstruseness. Streams of water surrounded the man, after which Li added that the most frightening thing about icy water is that it does not freeze, despite the fact that its temperature is lower than that of ice, and it is possible to directly affect the opponent's body with it. Raising his finger, he stressed that in addition, there are still many things that the ice water sword technique is capable of. Puzzled, Nan said that he knew that this technique was good, but it had been lost a long time ago. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. He took out the notes and asked if it was true. He handed over the papers and asked me to look at it. The dumbfounded young man wondered if this was the ice water sword technique. Nan noted with a dumbfounded look that the paper was quite fresh, after which he asked if his teacher had written it, to which he received a positive answer. MC said with a satisfied look that he had a prophetic dream. It just so happened that he was dreaming about the key principles of the ice water sword technique. He shifted his gaze. The bird flew in the sky, after which he added that it was a long and damn boring dream. People were watching the arena. Standing in front of him, Yin wondered if his opponent really thought that the light of the firefly could outshine the moon. He just needed to give up, to which he was told that maybe Nan was not his opponent, but he would not back down. Frowning, he added that moreover, the warrior had already missed his chance to win. Observing him, Yin clarified why this was so. After giving the blade energy, the guy said that it was because he wasn't very good at this technique yet, so he was grateful that he was allowed to prepare. The warrior pointed his sword at him and shouted for his opponent to stop bluffing. The guy's face was serious. The blade was approaching him. He stopped suddenly. The purple aura dissipated. The sword fell to the ground. Taken aback, Yin asked what it was. He knelt down. Sighing, Nan noticed that he had succeeded. The dumbfounded guys began to ask what had happened and why the older brother suddenly fell to his knees. Nan began to go at him. Frowning, the warrior thought that this cold energy was penetrating his body and the sword stopped because of it. He needed to quickly drive it out of his body. He began to draw mana from his stomach. Taken aback, he wondered how this was possible, since he couldn't completely expel energy. Leaning over, he noted that he didn't feel that his strength had increased, but the nature of his chi had completely changed. Getting to his feet, he asked what kind of demonic technique Nan was using, to which he was told that a few moments ago, he had seen the chasm between them. Approaching him, he added that he had now managed to use the ice-water sword technique, and he finally felt that they were on equal terms. As he stopped, Nan said that he finally had a chance to reach him with his sword. A smile appeared on his face. Magic gushed out. The guy's eyes bulged forward. The warrior jumped forward. The characters were opposite each other. The characters looked at the opponent and reacted with mockery, and he asked what he was laughing at. Nan closed his eyes and apologized for just remembering what he had said recently, and added that now he wouldn't have to take even a step to defeat him. The guy was standing with his feet on the tile. Yin touched the wound with his finger, and the opponent added that not only would he not be able to avoid defeat, but he would also receive a kiss from his sword. The warrior looked at his hand and confirmed that it had indeed managed to wound him. The character stated that he had changed his mind, and warned that it would not be possible to hurt him, and announced that the games were over. The guy clenched his fist. The warrior opened his mouth and said that he had changed his mind. The opponent turned his gaze forward. The games appeared around the guy. They ended. The character frowned and added that he would take his life for this scratch. The hero stood directly in front of the enemy and noted that there was such pressure, although he knew that the enemy was not fighting at full strength, and added to himself that there was nothing to worry about. The weapon was lying on the floor and the young man explained that his sword was still struck by the ice-water sword technique. The warrior's hand went down, and he admitted that he himself could not expel the Yin energy from his body. Nan put 3 fingers forward and continued that despite the opponent's higher level, he could still win. A girl named Shuang was looking ahead on the battlefield and noticed that Nan Huangren's aura had changed, and Li assumed that the boy had finally gained confidence. The warrior pulled out his sword forward and ordered the ice-water sword to appear. A water silhouette appeared next to the warrior. The water formed the silhouette of a person. The hero stood in a belligerent posture, and the system explained that the water clone is an attack that is usually used to share household duties. The guy furrowed his brows and stated that the water clone was his strongest attack. He went with his sword at the enemy and offered to see if the enemy could withstand it. Yin raised his hand to his face and called his opponent a daring scum and demanded that he attack him with everything he had. The enemy stood on the battlefield. Nan waved his sword. The clone struck. The second clone made an attacking maneuver. The clones attacked the enemy. Nan stared ahead with a puzzled gaze. The blade plunged into his body. Yin stood behind the warrior and admitted that the attack was not bad. The clone began to evaporate. The warrior's double was disappearing. Yin furrowed his brows and wondered how the hero could think that he could defeat him, who had spent many years in rigorous training, while the hero himself had only been seriously trained for a month. The character turned back and realized that his sword was not where it lay. The hero bent down and thought that the opponent had dodged the attack, raised his sword, went behind him and struck, and realized that all this had happened in a few moments, and concluded that the opponent was damn fast. The character took the blade out of his opponent's body, and repeated once again that he was stronger. The antagonist's eyes drooped down, and he stated that he did not understand how the hero could think that the light of a firefly could outshine the moon. He struck and ordered Nan to die. The sword flew down and the character shouted for the opponent to die. There was a smoke explosion. Yin frowned. A girl named Shuang flew forward. The character turned around and demanded to stop yelling, and warned that he would bite his tongue. The soldiers stared and clarified that it was the princess of the 9 Demon Saint clan and asked in surprise why she had intervened. The hero clenched his palms and added with regret that the princess would hit them too. The girl stepped onto the ground. The guy plopped down on the floor with his backside. The character grabbed his bruised seat and shouted that it was his poor ass, and the heroine told him to say thank you for saving his life. The guy in white began to shake his head, and the hero indignantly called the judge. The guy put his hand forward and said that this was a violation of the rules. The protagonist held out his palm at the warriors and said that there was no need to voice the decision, and admitted that he was the one who asked her to intervene and save him. The guy calmly looked ahead and announced that they would admit defeat in this round. Yin turned his head menacingly. Nan looked up and cried out as he addressed his elder brother. The warrior turned, but in his hand, Yin bowed and greeted the princess. The young man looked ahead and said that the princess of the 9 Saint Demon clan was strong and talented, but wondered why she was serving a scumbag like Li Chia. The warrior put his hand to his chest and hurriedly added that he wouldn't dare to meddle in her business, but admitted that he had heard Li Chia treat her like a servant, and said that he didn't like the thought of it. The princess rolled her eyes. Yin turned his torso towards the protagonist named Li and offered to fight him for the position of head disciple, to which Li replied with a grin, if he really wanted to fight him. The guy put his palm on the surface. Li jumped into the ring and agreed, adding that she would honor him to fight him, to which the percentage noted that, as expected of the head student, he was brave. The enemies stood opposite. Yin looked ahead and asked where his weapon was, and asked if he was going to use his burnt stick. Li smiled broadly and replied that he didn't need a weapon in a duel with someone like him. The antagonist frowned and stated that he wanted to fight him directly and fairly, and added that if he didn't use a weapon, then he was afraid that someone would say that he had the advantage. The protagonist looked to the side and muttered in annoyance. The character turned to the students and called out to them, and the guy asked how he could help his older brother. Lee leaned over to the assistant and instructed him to go there and do this and that, and then something else. The hero bared his teeth and impatiently asked what else he was waiting for, and shouted for him to go already, to which the character nervously agreed. The guy started crying like a woman and was offended that he shouldn't have been so rude, and Lee shouted for him to move the roles. The warrior turned his head to his opponent and explained that if he wanted him to fight him with his weapons, he would have to wait, to which Ian replied that he would wait. Doctors took the wounded soldier away. The girl ran to her sister. The mage looked at the warriors. He was standing on the edge of the cliff and said that the second elder was still a bitch. The guy squinted one eye and used telepathy. The mages looked at the battlefield and added that the plan he had been working on for decades had turned out like this, and expressed their condolences. The antagonist gritted his teeth and asked what he wanted. The magus was standing on a rock and the system said that he was a guest of the ancient purification clan, the prince of the heavenly jewel kingdom, Dong Shenlong. Dong smiled at the frame and explained that the second elder was simply insignificant now that Lee had drawn the match with his disciples. The elder narrowed his eyes and said that nothing was over yet, because they had another duel. The magician laughed and replied that everything would be as he said. Dong stood sideways in the frame and continued that he was also supported by the 9 Demon Saint clan, and reminded her that she had already shown what she was capable of, and warned that very soon, all the efforts of the second elder could be in vain if he still wanted to cope on his own. The magus looked into the distance and added that his efforts could really be in vain. The antagonist gritted his teeth and added that there was no need to worry about him, and stated that Li Chia didn't have long to hold the position of head disciple. The character yawned and thought that he was slow. The character ran up and told his older brother that he had brought the weapon he had asked for. Nodi appeared in the frame and the soldier clarified that these were blades held by the statue of the founder, standing near the armory. Li took the blades and said that it was great and exactly what he needed, and the character expressed doubt, because the condition of the blades is deplorable, and added that they doubt that such blades can even cut vegetables. Ian looked ahead indignantly and asked Lee if he was mocking him, and added that he was going to fight him with those rusty pieces of iron. The protagonist held the gun and replied that he looked down on such wonderful pieces of iron, and recalled that he himself asked to take weapons, and asked if they would fight or not. The antagonist frowned menacingly, and replied that Lee would regret his decision when he lost. He drew his weapon and continued that he agreed with the state of affairs since Lee himself was seeking death. The sword began to flash. The narrator calmly looked ahead. Ian, attacking, warned that Lee should not blame him when he killed him with a single blow. The characters, observing, warned the older brother to be careful, and wondered if it was possible to repel this technique at all, and added that the technique was somehow unique. The disciples looked ahead and said that this was the real strength of the eldest brother. A lot of swords flew forward and the guys said that Lee was on a completely different level, and added that as expected from senior brother the hopes of the ancient purification clan were justified. The magus watched from afar and noted that Yin's cultivation was far beyond his age, and stated that he could be sure of victory. The warrior waved his sword. Yin, attacking, stated that luck would not help against absolute strength. The guy grinned and said that the place of the head disciple would be his after Lee's death. The staircase led to the temple, and the warrior added that he would then expose his head for all to see. The soldiers walked around sad and the antagonist continued that the cursed outer disciples would be crippled forever, deprived of their development, and would become their slaves. Yin held Shuang's palms and said that the princess would definitely become his woman. The protagonist began to move his hands and Yin added that Lee had just begun to react. The guy smiled and said that it was too late. The blade flashed yellow fire. The protagonist put his swords forward and the antagonist added that Lee was just a stepping stone on his way up, and announced that it was time for him to die. The enemy jumped forward. The main character beat the opponent's body back. The enemy's eyes looked in different directions. Yin fell down and screamed. Lee turned his head and said that he had decided to be gentle with him and struck with the blunt side of his blades. The soldiers looked ahead and exclaimed that their eyes were deceiving them. The enemy fell to the floor. The guys frowned and did not look at what was happening. The warrior's body was lying on the ground and the hero said that Yin was killed with one blow. The magician clenched his palm and said that everything had turned out not in his favor again. The man gritted his teeth and said that he had done him a great favor. The doctors ran forward. The characters ran up to the body and exclaimed that heaven blessed, he was still alive, and asked if he could move and where it hurt. The doctor, having examined the body, was surprised that no wounds were visible on it. The character was lying on the floor and the doctors wondered why he was in such a state. The guy raised his head and asked if everything was really so terrible, and clarified that it was a boy. The main character looked at the doctors with his schizophrenic sick look. The characters looked forward with doubt and said no, they didn't think so, and agreed. Silhouettes walked around the ring. The narrator looked ahead and revealed that a month ago, Chief Disciple Lee and Second Elder Hong had made a bet. The protagonist looked ahead and the old man clarified that after the 4 fights between the 2 groups, the politics of the outer and inner disciples and Lee's own life were at stake. The man raised his head from the book. The referee threw up his hands and announced that the result was finally determined, and announced that Lee's side was winning by a score of 2-1. The characters looked ahead puzzled. Chow gritted his teeth and said that Lee's victory only confirmed that he had embarked on the demonic path, and indignantly asked why no one understood this, and his comrades sobbed. The judge put his hand forward and announced that from now on the system of external and internal disciples is abolished. The soldier was lying in bed and the character added that now all students will be equal to each other. The guy was reading a book and the judge continued to announce that everyone would be given equal access to the library of technicians, as well as to the treasury and armory. The girl hugged her sister. The warriors jumped happily, and the judge said that all the students would train together and develop together, and added that now that the fights were over, they could disperse. The man tilted his head and sighed. The protagonist looked away. The judge turned to Lee and told him to stay. He turned his gaze to the boy and added that he needed some explanation from him. Lee relaxed his eyelids and exclaimed. The path led to the house. The judge sat across from Lee and admitted that he had not expected it. He put his hand on the knives and said that he didn't expect him to choose this particular weapon, and added that he certainly didn't expect Lee to defeat Ian in one attack. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that he was just lucky, that's all. The old man sat without emotion on his face and thought that these rusty blades that were in the hands of the founder statue did not look like a treasure, and assumed that there was no hidden divine power in them. The man looked ahead and added that Lee probably knew how to activate it. The protagonist looked ahead. The knives glowed brightly, and Lee thought that these blades were Ming Ren's favorite toy, and although they were just rusty pieces of iron, they were imbued with the power of the emperor, and decided that he didn't expect the old man to be able to guess what was going on, but it was still better not to reveal the whole truth to him yet. The guy threw up his hand and replied to the judge that he wanted to teach his opponent a lesson on behalf of the great ancestor. The old man looked ahead and asked if this was all. The main character raised his eyebrows and wondered what other reasons were needed. The judge sat across from him and said that Lee didn't want to talk, adding that he still couldn't understand what thoughts were running through his cunning head. The judge turned his gaze and noted that it was still better than if the second elder had won, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do anything. Lee gritted his teeth and asked if the judge wasn't in charge here, and he added that something had happened 10 years ago, but warned them that they wouldn't talk about it. The sun was beating on the windows of the house, and the man replied that he called him for a completely different reason, and clarified that this refers to potential threats that they may face in the future. Lee looked forward and asked what the threats were. The judge held a stick in his hand and explained that Lee had been acting recklessly for a while now, and this had attracted the attention of the Heavenly Jewel Realm, to which the protagonist wondered if the Heavenly Jewel Realm still existed. A mysterious sign appeared in the frame, and the judge continued that the Heavenly Jewel Realm was ruled by the order of the Heavenly God, and added that in recent millennia they had been expanding their territories by any means. The judge, looking at Lee, said that they wanted to seize his territories, and that he knew about them. The guy pursed his lips and replied that he was not interested in current events. The warrior tapped his finger and said that they were already acting. The warriors were sitting on the floor, and he added that Dom was already visiting them, and he clearly needed him. The protagonist looked ahead, and the judge asked if Lee would be able to handle what was coming. A few days later, the yard was illuminated by the clear sun. Mana emanated from the girl's folded hands. Shuang sits in the lotus position. Opening her mouth, the brunette exhaled. The main character opened the door with the words that the girl should get ready, because she would be leaving soon. Raising her hand, the brown-eyed woman was indignant, saying that it was impossible to break into the princess's room like this. Lee asked that he couldn't go to his maid. The protagonist came closer to the interlocutor, asking if any maid had such a spacious apartment, and added how she dared to be angry with him. Frowning, the girl said that she had almost changed her mind about the guy, but this was too much. Putting his hand on his waist, the brunette said, in order to get something, the teacher sent Shuang here. Lee opened his eyes, asking who else was going too far. Brown-eyed began to walk forward, saying that the interlocutor was impudent. The princess swung at the guy and said that how dare he talk about the teacher without respect. The attacker's hand froze in place. The brunette came closer to the girl. Opening his eyes, the young man asked how Shuang still hadn't lost her audacity. Looking at the stick, the brown-eyed woman said to herself that she saw this weapon again, adding that she was definitely stronger than her opponent. The main character swept the girl off her feet with one movement of his foot, asking what the interlocutor was watching. The protagonist put his hand on the brunette's waist. With a swing, the red-eyed man said that she was now his servant and let her know her place, and added that he could do with her as he wished. The girl turned around, asking what the brunette was going to do. Lee hit Shuang with his stick. Brown-eyed clenched her teeth with a squeak. The courtyard was lit up by the rays of the sun. A girl's scream was heard sharply. Nan ran into the room and asked what was going on here. The princess froze with a shocked grimace. The protagonist looked ahead. The girl blushed with shame. The redhead raised his eyebrows, thinking about what he had seen. After bowing, the long-haired man apologized, saying that the couple could continue. Opening her mouth, Shuang shouted that everything was not as it looked. The redhead said that he went to his older brother for a reason. The main character, sitting on a chair, asked why he came. Folding his hands together, Nan said that he would certainly thank on behalf of all the disciples for the training from his elder brother. Leaning on his arm, the protagonist asked that the interlocutor did not want to say only this. Scratching his head, the young man replied that since the policy of outer and inner disciples had been abolished, people hadn't seen their elder brother for several days. The students go with books in their hands, and the redhead continues to explain that since people have become much stronger over the past month, the enemies are trying to avoid them. Raising his fist, Nan said that the people hoped that his eldest brother would continue to instruct them, and then they could reach great heights. Looking ahead, Lee refused. Smiling mischievously, the protagonist explained that this method of training is effective only for a month. The brunette goes on to say that he has already talked about further training with the elder, adding that the next phase of training will be long and difficult. Lee touches the man, telling the fat man not to be lazy. Mo replies that the hero should not worry. The protagonist opened his eye, saying that he planned to train in seclusion himself. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. The redhead also opened his eyes from what he heard, asking where exactly the elder brother would go. The crows sit on the roof of the building, and Lee revealed that he had done his research and decided to retire to a ghostly pavilion. The building is surrounded by fog. A creepy Japanese building is revealed. The man frowns next to the zombies. He talks about the ghostly pavilion and that there was a cemetery there, so he is permeated with a sinister aura. The girl raises her finger against the background of the monster, and adds that a demon lives there that devours people. The blonde young man excitedly raises his hands next to the green-skinned woman, and says that he once heard a terrible cry when he passed by. A man with black hair and a blonde strand raises his fist to his mouth and awkwardly declares that he would like a ghostly lady to tie him up. The two guys next to him say his name in surprise. Lee tilts his head with his eyes closed and asks what kind of ravings are on, and stands in front of the hero and Shuang and assures that this is true, and if it were not so, then this place would not be called a ghost pavilion. Blonde makes a face in the shape of a ghost and states that there are no doubt many evil spirits there. The protagonist looks at the girl with a smile and asks what she thinks. She frowns and claims that the princess can't be afraid of something. She pushes the gate and brings her palms to her mouth and asks them to be careful, to which Shuang assures that it is the ghosts who should beware. Lee remarks on her courage. A creepy building is revealed. A wooden box lies open on the floor. The hero sits in the lotus position. He looks at the girl with her head up, who says that this place is quite empty and dilapidated, then adds that it is not surprising that there is talk of evil spirits. Claw scratches cover the wall. The protagonist assures that he knows the wall still contains some energy. The brunette says that they remind her of something. She looks at the guy, who interrupts her by saying that these are zither melodies, to which the interlocutor says that she understood why he asked her to take this object. The young man confirms her words. He places his palms on the musical instrument, and claims that he is going to take the path of Lao's zither. Shuang raises an eyebrow against the background of a woman and a man with musical instruments, and says that she did not expect that Lee would choose such an elegant path of development, and asks to demonstrate success. The hero smirks with his eyes closed. He plays loud and daring music on the zither, and also sends everything to hell. The girl covers her ears and furiously asks how it is possible to get such a sound from such an elegant instrument, to which the protagonist replies that this is a new style. The brunette freezes because of a strange sound. She turns around and says that she is not the only one who found this melody disgusting. The white wall exudes a purple haze. Shuang assures that something is coming here. The fog swirls towards the red eye. A purple monster with horns appears in front of the couple. The girl creates a blue sword in her hand and declares that there are monsters here. Lee holds a zither and offers to deal with it. Shuang jumps. The hero plays the instrument. They attack the bull together. The brunette lands behind the enemy. She turns around and says that something is wrong, because she seems to be hitting the void. The monster's eyes glow red. The protagonist looks up and tells the opponent that this is not their real form, then asks who they really are. The guy stands up and asks to listen. He stands in front of the monster and reveals that this place was very important to his friend, and if he doesn't give up and show himself, he cannot blame him for his ruthlessness. The bull's eyes are shining. He is talking about his friend with difficulty. He hovers over the young man and talks about Mingren. Choi's swings furiously and declares that this time he will definitely cut off the monster's head. Lee raises her palm and asks her to stop. He raises his head and suggests who the bull is. The hero smiles and claims that it is Sue. The brunette makes a surprised face and asks aloud. The bull opens his eyes. He embarrassedly touches the red cheeks and asks how Lee knew. The hero exhales with a smile and says that it is really her. Choi's opens his mouth in shock and is amazed that the protagonist is familiar with this monster. The monster turns into a haze and asks to wait. The fog turns into a woman. The green-haired woman bows and introduces herself, then adds that she has become a monster to protect the place. She opens her eyelids and apologizes for being rude. Shuang makes a shocked look. Sue smiles. The brunette notes out loud that all those rumors that have been circulating are because of this lady. The green-haired woman looks at the young man and asks if he is a friend of Mingren. Lee brings his hand to his mouth in front of a frowning crow and reveals that she was able to meet Snot Flash only thanks to him, and asks if she remembered. Sue raises his hand to his mouth in surprise and talks about the Raven Lord. Shuang looks at her and repeats her words questioningly. The hero shifts his gaze to the brunette and declares that it is better for her not to know this, to which she replies that she does not care at all. Shuang points his finger at the green-haired woman and asks who she is. Lee crosses his arms and reveals that the immortal emperor was so absorbed in Dao that he never married. The blonde looks at Sue. The hero adds that few people knew that this man had a lover and therefore no other girl could attract his attention anymore. A female figure walks along the path towards the bamboo. Lee says that according to legends, once upon a time, a girl collected medicinal herbs. Sue raises his head to the crow's paw. She falls to the ground because of the Raven Lord in the sky. The hero adds that fate collided with a young man who traveled the world. Wounds cover the face of the blonde. The green-haired woman opens her eyes in surprise. Crows hands an unconscious man to a girl. A house among the trees is shown. Sue feeds Akihito, and Lee reveals that they spent several days together. The blonde man and the girl blush. They are sitting at a table in the courtyard of the house. The protagonist says that they have fallen in love with each other. Lee looks at a disappointed Shuang, who states that this is a cliché, to which the hero asks to listen further. The lovers sit in the lotus position in front of a raven. The protagonist says that the young man was a practitioner, but the girl did not have talent. The blonde touches Sue's cheek, and Lee adds that he was willing to give up his path of development for her. The green-haired woman lowers her head. The hero adds that she was not going to be a burden. Pills, a box and a medicine tool are shown. Su holds a bowl of purple liquid in disgust. She drinks the contents, and Lee reveals that she has done everything to become immortal, no matter what it takes. The green-haired woman is holding on to her stomach painfully. A woman plays a musical instrument in front of Akihito. The hero adds that she managed to get on the path of the Lao Zither, then adds that they both began to support each other's development. The blonde looks up with a smile next to his beloved. The protagonist says that later the young man became an immortal emperor, and everyone called the girl a fairy. Lee stands with his finger raised and says that this is the story. Xuan looks at Su and the guy and talks about the fairy. The brunette opens her eyes and declares that she remembered. Lee looks at the green-haired woman and claims that it is indeed her. Su awkwardly touches his left hand. The hero calls her the Empress of the Zither. The black-haired woman looks at her and wonders aloud that this is indeed a lonely fairy. The green-haired woman floats in the air in front of Xuan, who asks why she is there. The Empress makes a sad look and repeats her interlocutor's question. Lee lowers her head and reveals that it's because she died here. The brunette opens her eyes in amazement and pronounces the answer aloud. Su excitedly brings his hands to his chest. The hero looks at her and asks if she is aware that she is already dead. In the middle of the mountains, there was a building in the Chinese traditional style. Two guys flew away from Akihito's powerful punch, one exclaiming that the Zither fairy should be theirs. They fell to the ground. He added that if she hadn't strengthened him, he wouldn't have been so strong. The blonde guy looked at them menacingly and ordered them to get out. They said that they would come back. The young man looked to the side and pointed out that it was all very disappointing, all these practices, just because they were stronger than ordinary people. They thought they could do what they wanted and take what they wanted, and added that he didn't know who was spreading such rumors, that he could help speed up cultivation. Perhaps because of this, she was being distracted from her training all the time. The girl desperately looked down and replied that if she had been more capable, things would have been different. Then he put his hand to her cheek and objected to what she was talking about. He put his right hand on her elbow and told her not to be taken away by bad people. He had to keep getting stronger, so it was all his fault. He winked with his right eye and asked not to speak, because it was thanks to this that he gained strength so quickly. The lady looked at him embarrassedly, and while floating in the air in front of the protagonist and told to protect all of her, Akihito continued to get stronger, and in order to deal with even stronger enemies, he had to become even stronger. Xuan noticed how things turned out and asked, given her level of cultivation, why she didn't fight alongside Akihito. Su put her fingers on her chin and replied that she actually didn't have any talent for cultivation at all, but she didn't have the desire for him to give up everything for her, so she used various herbs to greatly speed up her cultivation, and over time, her body couldn't withstand it. The girl lay exhausted on the ground. The sun shone high in the sky between the clouds. A flood of energy erupted from the dark silhouette, and she added that the day had come when Akihito became an immortal emperor, wielding the divine will and unleashing a huge amount of energy. The guy stretched out his arms in front of him. He looked at them and exclaimed that he had succeeded. He had succeeded. He looked to the side and asked if she could see it. The young man's eyes widened in shock. The girl was lying exhausted on the ground. He wondered what was wrong with her. A rain appeared on her forehead. She said that she was so weak that she could not withstand this wave of energy. He ran up to her and could not understand how this was possible, and asked her not to scare her. She asked him for forgiveness, because she was afraid that he would give up his future, so she lied. She smiled tiredly and added that it was impossible for the immortal emperor to become a mate. Just as she thought, she was too weak for it. Bitter tears poured from the emperor's eyes. He shouted, if they couldn't be together to the end, why did he need this whole path of development at all? She closed her eyelids and asked him for forgiveness, which made him cry. She lay in Akihito's arms and declared that she was leaving, and at least towards the end of her life, she was able to see him become an immortal emperor. Clouds flew high in the sky. She gave the last word that she was happy. Xuan put her fingers to her chin in a daze, and realized that the legend of the Zither fairy going into seclusion after Akihito became the immortal emperor, that's how it really was. The protagonist noticed what kind of fool he was. He looked at the girl next to him, and said that he did not understand all this sacrifice for the sake of others. Su lowered her closed eyelids down, and continued that Akihito then took her and her Zither and buried them in this house where they lived and trained. There was a staircase against the wall in a huge room. She added that now it is called a ghostly pavilion. The green-haired girl clasped her hands together, and apologized for wanting to protect this place so badly. She ended up becoming an evil ghost. The young man with bright red eyes looked at her, and retorted that she was not a ghost. Xuan's eyes widened in surprise and asked that she wasn't a ghost. The fairy put her fingers to her chin, which clarified that she was a fragment of Akihito's memories, born of the will of the immortal emperor. The girl in front of him looked at him and asked again, by the will of the immortal emperor. Akihito opened his mouth and revealed that like many other immortal emperors, Akihito's cultivation level was so great that even the ordinary things he touched still retained some of his power, and noted that if the owner of such a thing knew how to do it, he would be able to use the emperor's power. An image of a magic sword appeared. Yes, I wondered how he knew all this. He tapped his finger on his temple and replied that knowledge is power. He raised his head and remarked that she was supposed to disappear after a few years, and asked how she could still remain here. A drop of sweat rolled down Sue's cheek. She told her that a few years ago, a frightening energy from the ground had freed her. The guy threw a puzzled look at her and asked about the energy. Xuan looked up at her and asked about her again. The young man resolutely clenched his hands in a fist and realized that it was worth checking what kind of energy was underground. An unknown energy was oozing from the ground. Clouds flew over the mountain temple. The worker with a broom in his hand looked away in surprise. A huge ship with red sails flew above him in the air. The ship cut through the clouds with its bow. He opened his mouth wide and shouted at the top of his lungs that they had been attacked. On the mountain there was a temple in the traditional Chinese style. Zhang Hu stood on the bow of the ship with a standard in his hand. On the square in front of the temple, the elders noticed that they had come quickly. Everyone was already here. The abbots of the temple stood in a circle. One remarked that this was the kingdom of heavenly jewels. Another wondered that they wanted a fight. A third wondered that they really decided to break the agreement. The man with the beard gritted his teeth in anger and exclaimed that they were arrogant fools. He rushed from his seat to the ship with lightning speed. He was flying in the air and decided to teach them a lesson. Hong soared in the skies in front of Zhang Hu's ship. He pointed his finger at him and asked how he dared to come here, challenging their clan. What did it all mean? He struck the deck with all his strength. He looked up at his opponent and told him that the ancient Purification clan had been founded by the immortal emperor, so he had come here to seek enlightenment. The man looked at him contemptuously and clarified that he wanted to get it right here. The latter narrowed his eyes and asked him to wait. He was not here for some second-rate person like him. The temple elder clenched his right hand into a fist in anger. He furrowed his brows maliciously. Hong clasped his hands together for a magical attack on his enemy. Zhang Hu smiled slightly in anticipation of the battle. A huge stream of dark aura shot up above the elder, and then he noticed that it was quite good. The bearded man stretched out his right hand in front of him and stated that he must now die. A stream of black energy rushed into the ship. The guy started waving his flag. A stream of emerald aura enveloped him. I have an image of a funnel of green energy. The magic hand deflected the attack. Hong opened his eyes wide in bewilderment and didn't understand how he was able to destroy his black flames in one move. Zhang Hu smiled broadly and stated that now he had to accept his death, and rejoiced that he would become one of the immortal souls under his banner. His soul would be his. A magical blow hit the elder's stomach. The guy looked at his enemy attentively. He waved his standard and added that he would be a part of it. Hong opened his mouth wide in pain. It flew a few meters back from the impact. Another real temple caught him in his hands. Tishu stood with his back to him and asked to take him to the healers. The Sky Battle Youth noticed that he seemed to be from the ancient Purification clan. He was the only one worthy to be his opponent. Zhang Hu smiled slightly. The old man asked for a malicious look at him and clarified that he was here for him. Then he didn't mind playing. The protagonist put his hand on the ground and noticed that the strongest energy was felt here. Su looked at him and realized that she must have come from here. He asked if she had any thoughts about what kind of energy it could be. And then the guilty woman looked down and said that she did not know. She was still unconscious then, and only felt how some energy was pushing her out. The fairy flew up under the influence of an unknown force. The young man looked at her out of the corner of his eye and replied that everything was fine. He enthusiastically raised his right hand with a clenched fist up and offered to go down into this hole. Shuang's mouth slightly opened in surprise and wondered that this was an immortal body holding back the underworld. This boy had a technique of this level. His fist was enveloped in red energy. From his powerful blow, fragments of stone flew to the sides. The girl covered her face with her right hand. Energy was oozing from the crater from the impact. The guy was standing in front of him and noticed that they were approaching the source of energy. The girl who didn't understand looked at him and realized that his power was growing at an alarming rate. A drop of sweat rolled down the fairy's cheek, and she asked to herself when he had become so weak. The main character raised his hands up and said that now they would start digging. The guy instantly sank into the ground. Clouds of dirt flew to the side. Li went deeper underground. A pile of dirt formed inside the room. The guy wiped the sweat from his forehead. The girls looked into the crater, and he noticed what he had found. He opened the fabric. The citra radiated golden energy. Su looked at her in admiration. The protagonist flew out of the pit. He put the musical instrument on the floor and offered to take a closer look. Shuang stretched out her right hand with an open palm and ordered to let her see. She touched the magical object. The girl closed her eyes and said that this zither was really filled with strong energy. He clarified that there was something else. She lowered her head slightly in thought. An image of a musical instrument appeared, and she added that she felt a different kind of energy that did not belong to her. Li looked at the fairy and asked what the energy was that had pushed her out. Yes, she put her hands on her chest and replied that it was, and noted that she had a feeling as if someone else had taken over her house. He smiled broadly and invited her to return home. She asked if she would not be kicked back. The young man grabbed the zither in his hands and asked that she didn't think it was the energy that had become more malleable after it had been extracted from the ground, and said that it would be fine when they left the place anyway. He closed his eyes and expressed a desire to use the zither for a while, and clarified that she would not be uncomfortable if she was away from her. Su opened her mouth slightly in surprise. She closed her eyes and asked him not to cause too much chaos with her. The guy was holding a musical instrument in his hands. She thanked them that she could finally return home. The zither radiated energy. The voice from it asked me to play something. Shuang stretched out her hand in front of her and asked her to wait. She covered his ears with her hands and said that he could begin. The main character lightly touched the strings. The girl let go of her hands in surprise and noticed that it sounded beautiful, and clarified that it was because of the fairy. The young man stretched out his hand and stated that he had successfully embarked on the path of the zither. Let them praise his skills, which noted that he was a deceiver. Tishu and Zhang Hu were floating in the air in front of each other. The two elders raised their heads at them. One asked him to be careful. The other replied that he should relax. Since he personally took care of this, then everything would be fine. The old man radiated golden energy. He gave the guy a contemptuous look and noticed that he was using a technique that was based on sacrifices. He must have a lot of grieving souls around him. He opened his mouth slightly and noted that the more the better, and all the techniques that belonged to these souls were now his, and his soul would soon join in as well. The elder threw the weapon in front of him and exclaimed that he wanted his soul. Streams of energy burst out of his back. He said that he would see if he knew how to do it as presumptuously. He narrowed his eyes and asked him to take care of himself, because this ordeal could cost him his life. He was clutching a flag in his left hand for an attack. He opened his mouth wide and noticed that only the imperial technique could make him fight seriously. He cast a blank look at his opponent. A huge monster levitated on the elders. Tissue narrowed his eyes contemptuously at his enemy. The monster sounded the energy and said that they were so annoying. The old man's eyes widened in surprise and wondered what this Dharma was. The other added that it was the true form of the 6 variants of Kunping. Changhu fell down. He gritted his teeth in exertion. Dharma threw him back with all his strength. He put his hand on the magic platform and declared that he really had the power of a noble. The young man looked up at his enemy. Tissue hovered in the air above him and wondered why he had traveled such a long way to the Purification clan and only got scared when he saw its strength. The guy gritted his teeth in anger and suggested that he try to hit him again. Green lightning bolts shot out of his fingers. An image of a magical monster appeared. Hordes of magical monsters rushed to attack the elder. Shanghu looked ahead and ordered them to surround him. He slightly closed his eyes and clarified that these were the tricks he had stolen, namely a bunch of lobsters. The old man sounded a powerful aura around him. The guy smiled broadly and advised not to look at them high. Their shells are indestructible, and their claws are poisoned. The Dharma looked at him and asked him what he was using against the Kuin pen of some crustaceans. He had come here to make him laugh to death. The old man radiated a golden aura. He opened his mouth wide in shock. He folded his hands together and realized that he couldn't even buy time, and exclaimed that nothing was over yet. Souls burst out of the monster's skull. Jianghu spread his hands in different directions. In the excitement of the battle, he opened his eyes wide and asked him not to think that only he had such a big man on his side. In front of the Dharma, a huge monster was levitating in the air. The elder watched him silently. Dharma furrowed his brows. The monster's skull was filled with green souls. He attacked the monster with lightning speed. He watched his opponent closely. The guy spread his hands in different directions from the blow of the Dharma that hit him. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He held his flag in his left hand. Tissue gave him a contemptuous look and ordered him to crawl to where he had come from. 2 people were walking on the ground. A crowd of Bishiyus ran to the temple and discussed the situation. The black-haired girl opened her eyes wide and said that she hoped they would make it in time. The brown-robed elder turned his eyes to the side. He looked at the teenagers and noted that there was another bunch of kids who wanted to see the show, and exclaimed, "At least they understand how dangerous it is," and remarked that fortunately, the enemy has already been defeated, so let them look at this arrogant abomination who dared to attack their clan. The defeated Donghu was on his knees. He stretched out his left hand forward and hissed that this old bastard wasn't exactly what the reports said. He was damn strong. He glanced at his opponent and added to himself when he had managed to master the 6 variations of Kong Ping at this level. Tissue stood in front of him in a gray robe and told him that after they lost to the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, he swore to himself that he would become stronger and remarked that he should thank them for their achievements. He looked at the guy contemptuously and said that he had violated the peace agreement and had come to provoke them. At least he understood what he had done. The exhausted young man looked at him from under his brow. He put his hand on his standard and slowly said that he admitted that he was an idiot. He grabbed it sharply. Jianghu swung it sharply for a magical attack. He abruptly jumped from his seat. The young man stretched out his hands in front of the elder and shouted that he would take the old man to hell with him. He grabbed the elder with his hands. A group of teenagers watched in amazement. The elder's eyes widened from what they saw. They were standing in front of them. One of them asked to be careful. The second, in an attempt to correct the situation, stretched out his hand in front of him. His hand glowed with bright yellow energy. He noted that if they didn't do anything, it would be too late. Clouds flew high above the temple. The elder gritted his teeth and exclaimed that this could not have happened. A group of temple disciples stood behind the elders in shock. The guy clarified that he had killed himself along with the grand elder, or they had moved somewhere. The other replied that they had lost their leader anyway. A ship with red sails hovered in the sky above them. The elders stood next to each other and discussed what had happened. One reported that Dong Shulong had disappeared. The other remarked that they had planned everything from the beginning. It was necessary to immediately warn all the members of the clan. There was a gate in front of the entrance to the temple. Then he added that you need to be ready for battle. The main character sat silently on the floor. Xuan looked at him and was surprised that she saw him so quiet. A drop of sweat slid down her cheek. She wondered how he, with a mortal body and mortal fate, managed to take possession of the immortal body holding back the underworld so quickly. And now that he was sitting, he looked so ordinary again, and noted that on the other hand, when he was so quiet, it even aroused curiosity. It seemed that he was taking what was happening very seriously. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought. He sharply stuck out his index fingers. She exclaimed that seriously, so seriously. She came closer to him and clarified why he suddenly began to sing. He replied that vocal skills are also important for mastering the way of the zither. She held out her hand in front of her and told her that she was willing to bet that he was just afraid that she would learn something from him. And so he was trying to fool around. He remarked on what she could learn. Someone's hand penetrated the room. They both looked at the guests with interest. The man stood in the doorway and exclaimed why he was still there. He grabbed his robe with his left hand and noticed that they didn't seem to know anything, and reported that the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom had attacked them, and the Grand Elder had fallen in battle, and thought what was that hole in the floor, although it wasn't the time for that now. Li's eyes widened in surprise. A drop of sweat slid down Shuang's cheek. She asked again about the attack of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and added that they were crazy. The guy remembered that the old man had told him about it, but he hadn't expected it. The elder looked at him wearily and told him that the disciples had fled. Several elders had given their lives to stop the attackers, so he had to leave. He put his hand out in front of him and objected that no, he was going to help. The man stood in front of him and exclaimed that their clan was on the verge of death. In order to revive it, they needed to save their strength. Let him listen to him and not argue. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. The guy slightly opened his mouth in shock. He nodded his head in agreement. The girl behind the elder looked at him and noted that there was a secret passage here, and he should use it. A passage appeared in the wall. The whole company began to go down the stairs. The elder stood behind everyone and asked them to go further. He would come back and delay the enemies. Shuang couldn't believe that there was such a move here. She looked at the protagonist and asked why he didn't doubt her words. He replied how she could doubt the honesty of the elder. He put his hand to his chest and told Li that now that the Grand Elder was no more, he was the only one in possession of the full version of the 6 Kunpeng forms. He looked at him and asked him to write down his thoughts so that the imperial technique could be transmitted. The young man looked at the elder out of the corner of his eye. He slightly closed his eyes from fatigue. He held out his hand in front of him and remarked that it made sense, especially since it was quite simple, except that he had neither a brush nor a paper. The man closed his eyes and thanked him for his open thinking, and noticed that paper and brush were not a problem. His black flames were not only suitable for battles. The guy stood in front of him and noted that this was a pretty good trick. He picked up a brush. The young man threw him a paper and said that with Elder Hang's cultivation level, he would be able to easily master the 6 forms of Kunpeng. The elder grabbed the scroll with his fingers. He looked at him and stated that he would never have thought that he would cast aside his suspicions and trust him. The man twisted his face in anger. He was holding a scroll with extremely offensive content. He tore it apart with his hand. Li mockingly pointed his finger at him and clarified that he thought he was so easily fooled. The girl was standing behind him and asked what was going on. She was confused. He said that he had only gone with them to reveal their true intentions. The man narrowed his eyes contemptuously. The guy smiled broadly and added that he had long guessed that Shilong had conspired with him to kill him, but he was too lazy to keep his guard all the time, so he threw him the bait, all in order to lure him here. He stood in front of him and concluded that he hadn't expected it to be so easy. The elder stretched out his hand in front of him and said that he was cunning, but he had forgotten to set up an ambush, so he would fall into his own dug hole. The young man smiled and noticed that he was looking down on everyone. He picked up a zither and added that it was just him and his cowardly disciple. He really thought they could kill him and his maid. Shuang asked him to take her seriously. The man opened the companies and clarified that they did not count him. He put his hands behind his backs and remembered that the elder had said that Li was soft-hearted. He would easily give up the imperial technique, and in the end, he was the one who had tricked him. He smiled broadly and added that however, now he was on the scene, and Li had no chance against him. The elder again grinned and exclaimed that this petty rascal knew a lot of tricks. He had to be dealt with quickly. The girl held out her hand in front of her and said that they must have gone mad, and asked if they were imagining the consequences of their actions. Shenlong looked at her and replied that it would be much more foolish to do nothing. Watching the enemy's strength grow, they would kill the guy first, and deal with the rest later. The main character stood not far from him and noticed that for the sake of his personal ambitions, he was ready to endanger the fate of the clan. The latter held out his hands in front of him and ordered him to shut up, because he didn't understand. The future of the ancient purification clan should be in his hands. Shenlong smiled broadly and added that he could only blame himself for being too bright. A stream of energy burst out in his direction. In the middle of the mountains stood a temple. Black magic rushed into the main character. He smiled slyly and concluded that there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind, dangerous. The girl wondered how he could be so cheerful in such a situation. Shenlong's magic charge burst forward. The young man tugged at the strings with his fingers and asked her not to worry. He held the number in his hands and noted that only they would die here. Dust rose into the air from the roar of the duel. The opponents of the main character were standing in the corridor. The elder gritted his teeth maliciously and couldn't understand what was happening or where they had gone. The man looked anxiously to the side and wondered what kind of demonic technique Li had disappeared to. The girl opened her eyes wide and noticed that they were there. She pointed her finger in the direction and added that there were some people there. The fairy put her arm around Akihito. He looked at them and greeted them. The elder slightly opened his mouth and noted that it was the immortal emperor, who exclaimed that he was joking. He had died a long time ago. He looked at them condescendingly and remarked that it was rather rude. He stood in front of them and told them not to panic, because he was just a memory. Chao slightly opened his mouth in shock and realized that it was the trace of the immortal emperor, who said that he was quick to think. Shenlong waved his hand to attack and clarified that if it wasn't a real body, then why should they be afraid? By destroying it, they would be able to get out of here. He looked away. The man wiggled his fingers and realized that he couldn't activate his technique. He closed his eyes and laughingly asked what he had finally noticed. The girl added, "They are idiots." Akihito said that they were already dead, so let them try to live their next life more decently. They all opened their mouths in surprise. The elder's eyes widened and exclaimed that he was the elder of his clan. A drop of sweat was running down Shenlong's cheek. He shouted that they were all mocking here. They both opened their mouths. Tears flowed from the man's eyes. The girl stared at the sky with glassy eyes. Snot flowed from Shenlong's nose. The guy was holding a musical instrument in his hands and noted that he had said that it was a trap to kill them. He smiled broadly and added that he needed to use Akihito's power to purify the clan. Xuan stood behind him and clarified that it was the strength of the immortal emperor, who replied that it was a pity that she had only seen a small part of his true strength here. The disciples opened their eyes wide from what they saw. The elder looked ahead in shock and realized that this was the power of the immortal emperor. From the temple, the energetic embodiment of the emperor hovered in the air. The guy put his hands together and realized that the emperor was blessing them. The girl noticed that it was the elder brother in that direction. The third said that she would not be surprised if it was all thanks to him. An image of a small bundle of energy appeared. From its powerful explosion, shreds of fabric flew in different directions. Hong floated in the air and clarified that he was satisfied. He sat down on the ground and said that it was a waste of time. The elder looked at him and asked if he was okay. He replied that as if something could happen to him. He was just worried that it might harm the disciples, so he let him hit him. The disciples of the temple looked at him in shock and realized that it was because of them that the grand elder suffered. In front of him, Zhang Hu was lying on the ground. Then he noticed that he was still moving, and ordered him to climb into his ship and get out of here. Then they would assume that nothing had happened. He gritted his teeth in anger, and realized that he had held him for long enough, and most likely, Shalong should have finished. He knelt down and remarked that he wasn't in the best shape today, so the next time they met he wouldn't get off so easily. He said that they would talk then, and now let him get out of here. The guy raised his head in bewilderment. In front of him, Shenlong's lifeless body fell. His eyes widened in surprise. The main character was soaring in the skies above his head. He looked at him and stated that taking advantage of the confusion and sending him to kill him was pretty good. The students raised their heads up at the main character. Dharma Kunpena looked forward in front of her. The guy put his hand on his belt and stated that he was the one who conspired with Shalong to kill him. The elder looked up at him and realized that his Dharma could take physical form. This boy became stronger again behind him. The young man stepped on the ground. He pointed his finger at Shanghu and ordered him not to run away. He would avenge Elder Chao. Xuan looked at him in shock. The guy's eyes widened in surprise and did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The elder stood behind the protagonist and asked what he meant. He furrowed his brows and revealed that he had been training in a secluded ghostly pavilion. He spread his hands in different directions and stated that he had mastered the 6 forms of Kunping even better. The man opened the gates to the pavilions and told him to run. He was about to die badly wounded. Shenlong stood in front of them and told them not to even think about escaping. He opened his mouth wide and ordered the imperial technique to be handed over to him. His magical attack pierced the girl and the elder. The young man opened his mouth wide at the loss of the elder. Blood gushed from the man's mouth. He asked the emperor to protect their clan. Akihito closed his eyes and replied that there was no problem. Energy rays were rushing from his eyes. Shenlong opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was dying. Li held out his hands in front of him and told him that the elder had sacrificed himself for the future of the clan, and he didn't know how to repay him. That he doesn't understand. I looked at him and thought what he was up to. Tissue opened his mouth wide and shouted, his good brother, how could he die like this? He stretched out his hands in front of him and said that even if Zhanghu didn't even think of running away, it was unforgivable. He would make him pay for his sins 100-fold. He opened his eyes wide and tried to object. An energy beam instantly shot out in his direction. It completely amazed him. The guy opened his mouth wide in pain. The main character and the girl looked up and noticed that someone else was there. Zhanghu's body rose up and down. The elder looked up and noted that he had also come. Huge hands reached for the ship. Someone exclaimed that it was the emperor of the Heavenly Values Kingdom. The emperor's energy incarnation was floating in the air and stated that he had no intention of starting a war. He only wanted to deal with internal affairs. The students lifted their heads up at him. One could not understand that this was happening today. Manifestations of Dharma appeared one after another. He opened his eyes wide and said that for stabbing Shalong in the back, he should be executed. For provoking Zhanghu, he should be imprisoned, and asked what the elder thought about this. The emperor folded his hands together. He stretched out his hand in front of him and replied that Shalong was already dead, and Zhanghu was his accomplice. He opened his eyes wide and stated that he would deal with the matter himself, and as an apology, from that day on, his clan would be allowed to enter the spine of science. Tissue, open your eyes wide, and asked him again about the Ridge of Omens. The two men looked at each other. One remarked that it was wonderful, because there were many treasures to be found on that ridge. The other asked him to restrain himself at least a little. The disciples stood silently next to each other and discussed what had happened. The protagonist opened his mouth and couldn't understand why everyone thought it was a good deal. The emperor's eyes widened at what he heard. He lifted his head up and said that the Ridge of Omens already went to their clan's original territories. Since when did they need permission from the kingdom to enter there? The elder looked at him maliciously and exclaimed what era he was living in. The emperor incarnation bared his teeth and clarified where this ignorance not came from. He was not allowed to talk about what he wanted here. He stretched out his hand and added that he knew who he was, how he dared to talk such nonsense. He noticed that he could talk normally, and asked if there was some kind of performance before that. He sneered slyly and remarked that he didn't care who he was anyway. This was the territory of the Purification clan. He opened his palm and said that for such impudent speeches in his presence, There was only one punishment, it was death. The main character was standing on the square in front of the temple. Tishu stood next to him and asked him to stay behind him. He replied that it was not necessary. He would figure it out himself. The young man took the zither in his hands. He raised his hand up and invited Su to play for them. Everyone present next to him looked at him dumbfounded. The incarnation of the emperor stretched out his arms in front of him. Li climbed on top of his pet. The emperor of the Jewel Kingdom opened his eyes wide in shock and couldn't understand what it was. The protagonist rushed to him and asked him what he was cowardly. He looked at her attentively. Halb clarified that it was the divine power of Akihito and Dharma Kunpena. But who was he? He stood in front of him and replied that he was Li, his grandfather, and he, a freak, let him get away from this land of their clan. The guy was holding a musical instrument in his hands and added that he didn't care who he was. He should just get his ass up and get out of where he got out of. His fist was enveloped in red energy. He raised his right hand above him and stated that otherwise he would beat all the crap out of him with this fist. The latter opened his eyes wide and exclaimed that this was impudence. He gritted his teeth in anger and noticed that he had gone too far, taking advantage of his patience. Now, he had to die. The protagonist's magic fist rushed into his face. He smiled broadly. A hand came out of the portal in the sky with a clenched fist. A hand also came out of another portal. The young man raised his hand with a clenched fist in front of him and asked everyone to look. After all, he could have fallen without embarrassment. Tishu lifted his head up at him and could not understand who was helping him. The girl looked at him and reasoned that there were 4 hands, and each had 4 fingers. The gate of the 9 holy demons. In the middle of the mountains stood a huge temple. Someone's echo informed the gods that the sacred statues were moving. The sea god statue stood with his hand raised. Next to her was another statue with an upturned arm. Another statue held a hilt in its right hand. Another statue opened its mouth wide. The man was standing in front of a bamboo forest. He looked into the distance and remembered the main character. The emperor of the Jewel Kingdom had fallen into many pieces, and wondered that he was really capable of summoning their guards from such a distance. Parts of the emperor's body flew across the sky. He reported that they had insulted the kingdom by committing an unforgivable sin. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would remember it. The students lifted their heads up and noticed that he had disappeared. The elder looked up. One noticed that although it wasn't his real body, Li was still able to fight such an opponent alone. The other added that relations with the heavenly kingdom could be put to an end. He smiled slyly and noted, who cares, if they want war then so be it. A few days later, there was a temple on the mountain. An image of 2 gravestones appeared. The protagonist and the elder were standing next to each other. They looked at the graves of their fallen comrades. The guy wondered why he wasn't going to reveal Hang's deeds to the rest of the clan. He noted that it was not necessary. Although he was ambitious, when he was in danger, he still made the right choice by sacrificing himself. He looked down and added that such a story would be more useful than the truth about betrayal. He narrowed his eyes and noticed that moreover, it seemed to him that if he had won that battle, then he might have been the one who would go to great lengths to gain power. Hong stretched out his hand in front of him. Clouds flew high in the sky. The main character looked at him and asked that he was not sure of himself. He stood in front of him and asked why he was asking. He said that he would use the clan as a stepping stone for his own elevation, and he risked himself to protect the clan disciples. The elder shrouded himself in a dark aura and stated that the future of the clan should be in his hands. Zhang Hu grabbed Tisha by the waist. The young man pointed his finger at him and noted that anyone would agree that he was worthy of the position of a grand elder. The old man turned his head at him and said that he knew how to praise, but it was not often that you could hear such things from him, and he replied that there was still much he did not know about him. The elder looked at him and asked him to tell him how he was interested in so many of their clan's lost secrets. A girl with red hair stood behind them and called out to them. She clasped her hands together as a sign of respect and revealed that a special messenger from the 9 Demon Saint Gate had come to visit them. He said he wanted to thank her for protecting the princess. The guy waved his hand and remarked that now was not the time for talking. He had to go. He said that sooner or later he would tell him everything. Above the entrance of the buildings hung a sign with hieroglyphs. In the middle of the room were thrones. The man in the blue robe looked ahead and said that to think that the 9 Demon Gate had sent them gifts. Just why were they put in such a bag? A small sack lay on the floor. The deep old man held a cane in his hand and greeted the elders of the Purification clan. Choizen put her hand to her face. She could not understand why it was he. At least tried to behave decently. The cinema that noticed that he was a funny old man. Tisha looked ahead in front of him and said that it was an honor for them to receive him in their clan. He folded his hands as a gesture of respect and revealed that they had received a letter from the princess in which she praised their clan for being able to resolve a difficult situation, and added that they wanted to thank the ancient Purification clan for keeping their princess safe, even during such a crisis. Li looked at the girl and noticed that she didn't even scold him. She replied that she was not going to get involved in an argument with him. The old man loosened the knot on the sack with his cane. He tossed his cane up and said that was why they had prepared small gifts to show their gratitude. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Hundreds of vials fell out of the bag. Shin closed his eyes and explained that there were 108 vials of various pills. They hoped they would enjoy such a gift. The elder opened his mouth wide and clarified that these pills were made by him. He picked up the vials and realized that they didn't even need to be examined. He already felt the energy that permeated them. He knelt down and stated that these pills were of the highest rank. Tisha stood in front of him and told him that their clan was grateful to the 9 Demon Saint clan for such valuable gifts. But they wouldn't be so generous just to thank them. The old man closed his eyelids and noticed that he was right. He had come on the king's orders, and his main goal was to come to discuss the alliance between their clans. The young people looked at him in shock. The robed old man sat on the throne and said that not long ago, their unworthy disciple had broken the marriage contract. He was grateful that they did not attach importance to such an occasion, and yet he would like to understand the reason why they wished for a union with them. The messenger slammed his cane on the floor. He said that recently, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom tried to kill their best disciple. The Emperor is ambitious and brings chaos everywhere. Rather than react to his actions, it is better to take the initiative into their own hands. A group of people were standing near the gate to the temple. He opened his eyes wide and offered to form an alliance to destroy that emperor. High in the sky clouds were flying. He specified that destroy the kingdom of heavenly jewels, and those who stand behind it. The old man put his hand out and replied that exactly, if they agreed to participate, then the 9-demon gate would also join. He closed his eyes terribly and noted that while the truce was still ongoing, whether it was worth provoking the enemy. Xing looked at him and said that the moment a member of his clan struck the emperor's dharma, only one name remained from the truce. Fist hit the face of the incarnation of the emperor. Tishu watched them silently. The protagonist closed his eyes and noticed that it was originally a dummy. Whether it was Shilong, or Zhanghu, or even that damn emperor, none of them followed the rules. An image of the attackers of the clan appeared. The young man smiled slyly and added that, however, there was no need to rush about the alliance and the attack. The elder shifted his gaze to him. The guy raised his left hand up. The old man looked at him silently. The other elder was also watching him. He stuck out his index finger and said that the ancient purification clan was in decline, so it was necessary to strengthen its forces first. It was worth waiting. It was not worth unleashing a large-scale war. He glanced at the elder and clarified that he was right. He narrowed his eyes and thought that this boy was so calm about the situation, and he understood correctly. The ancient purification clan was not in a situation to fight right now. The envoy glanced at him and noticed that the emperor was getting stronger and stronger, and they were just going to wait. The guy stretched out his hand and said that was not what he meant. He glanced at the old man and said that they only needed 3 or 5 years to recover, and then it would be time to destroy the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. He raised his finger and clarified that he was right. The elder didn't understand what was going on. The old man asked if what the young man had said was true, and the young man turned his eyes away and suggested that he tell the demon emperor. The elder narrowed his eyes and noticed that the young man was a bit in a hurry. They needed to discuss the alliance in more detail, and in the meantime, he could rest in the guest quarters. Another elder was holding vials in his hands. The old man looked at him and said that he would be waiting for news. Tishu ordered the elder to be escorted, and there was a huge pillar in the middle of the room. The young man looked at Shuang out of the corner of his eye and said that she could also go. She needed to report. She rolled her eyes. The old man proceeded to the exit. Trees grew in the middle of the mountains. The protagonist stood in front of the elders. Tishu noted that he would like to express his prudence. Well, as for his words, he understands what he is talking about. The old man exhaled noisily. The guy stared at him silently. He stood away from him and wondered what was the reason for the decline of their clan. The latter narrowed his eyes at him and noticed that instead of answering, he was asking questions himself. He said that several thousand years ago, the Heavenly Saint sect had attacked them, and most of their territory had fallen into their hands. Some had even turned into ashes, and energy rays had struck the ground. The clan's territories were engulfed in fire. There was a statue in the middle of the fire. He added that even the main base of the clan had been badly damaged, and they had lost a lot of ancient texts. Only garbage remained. The temple building stood inside the walls. He concluded that the Heavenly Saint sect had begun to support the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, with the help of which they had suppressed their attempts to recover. Their clan had fought them many times, but had been defeated each time. Shilong stood in front of the elders, who remembered that he was a bug sent to spy on them, as part of the truce. The old man closed his eyes and added that they had finally managed to slam him, but that wouldn't make the resource gap disappear. The young man held out his hand and objected that if he said that their lost books could be recovered. He smiled slyly. The blue-robed eldest opened his mouth wide in surprise and clarified that he was indeed capable of such a thing. The second and added that if these books returned, then their clan would truly regain their former glory. He pulled the book out of his pocket. He looked down into his eyes and revealed that when the elder sacrificed himself, he had accidentally summoned the heroic soul of the immortal emperor. Since then, he had appeared to him in his dreams, and allowed him to write it down. The elder opened his mouth wide in surprise. A drop of sweat rolled down the man's cheek. An image of books appeared. Why did they take their hands and marvel at them? Then I assumed that the elders would be able to determine the authenticity of these books. Tishu picked up the blue book and announced that their clan would be reborn again. The sun shone on a huge stone pillar, a laboratory for the production of pills of the ancient purification clan. Thick black smoke poured out of the chimney. The elder spread his hands in different directions and said that he didn't expect the elder to be interested in his humble laboratory. It was an honor for him. The old man closed his eyes and noticed that there was no need for such politeness. His cauldron was quite good. It was more than enough to make top-level pills. Li smiled and stated that he had asked the elder to come here. Then he turned to him and confirmed his words, and added that if he needed something, let him just say. The young man stretched out his hand in front of him and revealed that the elder knew how to prepare the imperial body ointment, which helped to temper the body for further development, so he would like to ask for one to be made for him. The messenger clasped his hands together and clarified that the fourth elder was here so that they could borrow his valuable cauldron. He opened his mouth slightly and replied that it was so, he would be able to see the incredible skills with his own eyes. The elder opened his drawer. He held it in his hands and asked if such ingredients would suit him. The old man glanced at the items and said that as expected, he really understood alchemy. With such ingredients it would not be a problem to make a good ointment. He looked down and suggested a better option. The old man raised his cane and said that he would do the young man a favor. He held it out above him and added that he would take care of the ingredients at the same time. An image of magic cubes appeared. The elder watched the old man's actions in awe. He enthusiastically put his hands out in front of him and wondered at the messenger's objects. The guy tilted his head and said that he was using such valuable ingredients, he had nothing to pay for this. The old man looked at him and told him to thank the emperor. It seemed that he was interested in him, and asked him to help him with all his might. He had high hopes for him. He opened his mouth slightly and added that he wanted to see for himself whether he deserved such attention. He held his hands on his cane. The young man smiled broadly. He looked at the old man and replied that there was no problem. He smiled slyly and offered to finish the chatter, and he would take care of the ointment. Magic flashed on the tip of his cane. He put his cane aside. A stream of magic rushed into the cauldron. The elder closed the shutter. The old man held out his cane in front of him. The entire cauldron was enveloped in a blue aura. All those present watched the process. The cauldron burned with a blue flame. A red fire burst out of it. The elder opened his mouth wide in amazement. He held out his hands in front of him and exclaimed, "What a wonderful creation," as expected from an elder. The ointment filled the bottle. The old man handed it to the guy and said that it was ready, he could use it. The young man smiled at him. The old man put his fingers into the bottle. He smeared ointment on his face. Black streaks covered his torso. Li examined his body. Xuan looked at him in bewilderment. The red-haired girl looked at him and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he meant that the preparation was finished. The old man stood in front of him, did not notice that he had extensive knowledge. He pointed to the cauldron and added that he seemed to know how to activate it. The girl looked ahead in shock and clarified what was needed in the cauldron. The guy confirmed that it was so. He put his fingers on his chin and noted that together with the immortal body restraining the underworld, the ointment would have an excellent effect. Smoke comes out of the chimney. Nan stood in front of the cauldron and asked his elder brother how he was doing. Li turned to face the fire and replied that it was quite good. The protagonist crossed his legs and stated that he could feel the energy filling the place, and calmly added that it wasn't hot at all. The main character was on the other side of the cauldron wall and turning to the elder, reported that his skills were indeed outstanding, and the interlocutor responded with gratitude. Fire enveloped the main character, and Xing said that the imperial body ointment allows you to rebuild the physical body by tempering it in a cauldron, and clarified that since this young man was so gifted, he only needed a little help. Xuan turned to the elder and informed him that Li had a mortal physique and added that she didn't know how he was able to obtain a divine body that contained the underworld, and the old man excitedly asked if he originally had a mortal body. Xing opened his mouth and shouted that this could not be. The elder raised his palms and clarified if the princess was really not joking, and she replied that she had no reason to lie. The old man widened his eyes and exclaimed that if he had a mortal body from birth, there was no question of any enhancement, and added with horror that he would definitely die there. The master touched the door and told the young man that they were finishing and warned that he was putting out the fire. The main character bared his teeth and told him to stop. The old man stretched out his palm forward. Flames enveloped Xing's fingers. The animals ran out in flames, and the elder turned to the protagonist and said that the energy that was now filling him would turn into wild beasts and pounce on him, and added excitedly that even with the help of body ointment, his body would not be able to withstand this force. Li grinned madly and said that it sounded funny, and then added that the animals should attack. The bull runs in the fire. The animal hit the guy. Blood poured from the young man's mouth. The man stood in front of the cauldron and asked the elder if this phenomenon was common. Sweat appeared on the old man's head, and he anxiously replied in the negative and added that the situation was worse than usual. As the bulls approached the young man, Xing stated that it was impossible for someone with the physique of a mortal to withstand the power of a body restraining the underworld, and then exclaimed that the spirit creatures would tear him to pieces. The guy's face took on a dead look. The body of the main character bent in half. The animal's eyes glow red. Li's arms straightened. The fire reached his torso. A dent appeared on the boiler. Nan looked up and called out to his elder brother. The princess knitted her eyebrows in surprise. The man's eyes bulged and exclaimed about his cauldron. The old man went to the cauldron and said emphatically that enough. A hand rested on his shoulder. The disciple held the elder and asked him to wait a little longer. Xing turned around and asked if the young man understood what he was talking about. The guy looked directly at him and replied that he understood. Nan clenched his fist and exclaimed that nothing was impossible for his eldest brother. The old man turned an anxious look at his interlocutor. The master walked away and said that it was nonsense, and the young man apologized. The princess approached the cauldron and admitted that she could not imagine a scenario in which the main character would despair and give up. The guy's head drooped. Li's leg came off. Life is absent in the eyes of the protagonist. Pupils appeared. The limb of the hand hangs. The elbow grew back. The guy smiled and happily said that the regeneration had begun. The beasts raised their heads. The animals rushed to attack Li, and he laughed and told another one to attack. The regeneration ended, and the main character shouted to the bulls to show him everything they were capable of. A bright moon was shining on the house. It was said that several hours had already passed. As the boys stood by the tank, the elder remarked that he had never seen a metamorphosis last so long. The old man was indignant. Exclaiming about his cauldron, the young man calmed down, saying that his elder brother would probably pay him. Xing watched carefully, saying that it was really amazing. The heroes raised their heads when the elder noticed that someone could withstand such pain for so long. He closed his eyes, remembering that once a student, who was overestimating his strength, asked him for help, but he could not bear the pain. Someone was stretching out of the window, shrouded in flames. Xing added that his life as a cultivator was over. He opened his eyes wide, thinking about the protagonist, repeating that now he finally understood how Li managed to get through the chaotic heart of the forest. The princess looked forward, talking about someone who knew that he had such a strong Dao heart. Nan objected, actually when he was just starting to practice the technique written for him by his elder brother. The student looked at the book, saying that he had flipped right through the training methods. There was a drawing in the notes. The young man said that the technique he wrote helped him accelerate his development several times without any loss of quality. Xuan looked at him, wondering if such tactics existed. The student clenched his teeth, saying that he had goosebumps running down his spine at the very thought of the pain he had endured during training. Nan was shrouded in magic, remembering that when he started training, blood was flowing from his nose. He felt a sharp pain. Behind the young man, a guy appeared who was smiling. He was talking about how an image appeared in his mind, an older brother with his immortal body holding back the underworld, all covered in blood. The character grinned, while Nan began to understand that this was only a tenth of what the elder brother had gone through. The princess turned to the student, asking if he had not given him everything, and he replied that that was not the case. The young man looked away, remarking that if he had practiced the full version, he would not have survived it. Xuan remained silent after he added that despite the fact that he was 4 or 5 years older than him, the pain that his brother could endure would never be able to endure. The protagonist was holding the bull by the horns while on fire when Nan said that he believed that if anyone could possess an immortal body by being born with the body of a mortal, it was the elder brother. The guy smiled evilly, exclaiming how many times he tore him to pieces. Li held the creature tightly by the horns, adding that the strength he possessed. He stuck the object into himself, flashing with bright energy, shouting that the power belonged to him. The cauldron was shown outside. Suddenly, there was an explosion with the release of a bunch of light and heat. The young man flew out of there, shrouded in magic. Xing closed one eye, was surprised, remembering the gods. The old man covered his face with his hands, shouting about his cauldron. The disciple was glad to see his elder brother. Li was hanging in the air without clothes. He smiled as he gave a thumbs up, and thanked Elder Xing for completely mastering the immortal body holding back the underworld. Xuan was stunned. The princess turned away, asking to at least put on her underpants. The elder said that this was a miracle, a real miracle. Nan hurried to get his clothes, after asking that his underpants had burned in the process. The apprentice ran back. The hero put on pants. He adjusted them at the waist, saying that he was hungry, asked to bring him a whole roast duck. The young man replied that there was no such thing here. Xuan crossed her arms, thinking that this boy's cultivation had already reached such a high level. The main character continued to dress, saying that there was not even a roast duck, asked to tell the grand elder to cook. The princess understood that he still had to grow and grow. She smiled mischievously, chasing away the thoughts that she was the princess of the 9 Demon Saint clan, couldn't let someone like him surpass her. Xing held out the pouch, telling the guy to take this medicine. He stretched out his hand, telling him to try not to overexert himself for the next 7 days, and took 1 pill at a time to stabilize the foundation. The young man took the bag from his hands. Li smiled, thanking Xing, saying that since the doctor said so, he would only leave in 7 days. The girl looked at him, asking again. Nan asked about where he was going this time. The desert was shown when a young man told me that he needed to visit an old place. The settlement was seen from a bird's eye view. It was told that it was an old land that was once the pride of the ancient Purification clan, where the founder Mingren had achieved the status of an immortal emperor, a place that countless cultivators dream of finding. Lao and the guys looked ahead, talking about who would have thought. They were standing on the rock, looking out into the wasteland, when he added that it looked like this now. The princess looked away, wondering if this was the work of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. The elder had his eyes closed as he replied that if it hadn't been for the disaster, even if the opponents had 3 times the army, they wouldn't have had anything. Nan was dumbfounded, wondering how such a terrible disaster had happened. What exactly had happened? Magic lines crawled on the ground behind the man, who said that it was a long time ago. No one would tell about it for sure. All he knew was that the energy veins in the ground were suddenly destroyed. Some say that something happened to the seal placed underground. There was paper hanging on the chain. Lao speculated about whether this seal was there, and what exactly was sealed. No one knows. The hero stood a little ahead, saying that there was no point in standing and talking about it. He came to the edge of the cliff after the man agreed with him. The young man pushed off, jumping down. Lao flew after him, suggesting that he go ahead and look around. The disciple stretched out his hand, appealing to his eldest brother to be careful with the local miasma. The princess appealed to him that they would just follow him. In the distance, the reptile was watching the heroes as the elder asked Li what the true reason for this journey was. The guy frowned, answering that he was looking for something. Xuan looked ahead, wondering if in this desert it wasn't buried in the sand. The young man turned around, answering that what he was looking for would not be so difficult to find. The guys were standing in front of a stone slab when the hero exclaimed that this is it. It had an inscription on it that it was the boundary plate of the city of Kuang. The young man was surprised, wondering that this was a place of ancient inheritance. Behind the slab, there was debris. The student noticed that it was strange. The walls around were destroyed, and this slab looked like new. Li smiled silently. He pointed his finger, ordering Nan to slam into it with all his strength. The young man raised his palms, suggesting that he shouldn't do it since it was a relic. The girl flew up, drawing her sword. Nan shouted at her not to do this. The elder silently watched what was happening. The princess struck a powerful blow at the stone wall. The disciple was stunned. Shuang frowned, saying that as expected. The hero, smiling, drew their attention, while Lao noted it mysteriously. The energy enveloped the entire stone. They talked about the fact that the boundary plate was not damaged at all. The princess turned around, saying that this slab had survived catastrophe and wars, and then withstood sandstorms in this desert for thousands of years and, of course, such an attack would not damage it. The hero confirmed what he had said. The girl looked at him, wondering if she could tell me what the reason was. The guy replied that it was all thanks to the immortal Emperor Mingren. The head and golden guise stretched out his hand forward. The main character, grinning, said that all this land was once under his complete control. Li pointed to it with his hand, saying that although only this slab remained now, he touched it, adding that it was enough to confirm that the foundation left by the immortal emperor still existed, and it also proved it. The guys looked at the narrator attentively, and clarified that. The young man frowned, saying that the catastrophe that happened then did not come from another world, but rather from below. Dust rose not far from the characters. The princess glanced to the side, realizing that something was coming. Dust was rising around, and an order sounded that everyone needed to be on the alert. The ground next to them cracked into a circle. A column of earth and dust soared upwards after the explosion. From there, the jaw of the monster appeared, which was addressing them. The young man crossed his arms, asking that this was the villain responsible for the destruction of this place. The huge monster looked down, stating that they had woken him up. The guys looked up, not understanding what kind of ancient crap it was. The monster looked down, asking how such small bugs dared to make noise in its territory. Nen gritted his teeth in fear, wondering if this giant snail really could talk. The monster looked at them questioningly. The monster looked away, saying that he had turned into a dragon. He had a keen eye if he could see his true form. Such observation at such a young age was commendable. The guys were at a loss for what was happening. The princess clarified what observation had to do with it. The student said that no matter how you look, it was difficult not to see that it was a snail. The man noticed that its swallowing was quite difficult to endure. Liquid poured out of the snail's mouth when the characters discussed whether he really thought that he had turned into a dragon. Maybe he was joking. It was disgusting. The monster slammed into the ground, exclaiming that they didn't dare to taunt it, and everyone would die. The main character landed on his feet, asking if he needed to talk first. The monster was furious, screaming about what to hell with talking, ready to crush them. Li smiled, answering that he would try the results of the ointment on him as he wished. He developed horns, after using an immortal body that restrains the underworld. The young man swung his fist, exclaiming that he was attacking. The guy carried out a powerful attack, hitting the target. Nen waved his hand, shouting, "What a blow!" The elder brother can now make full use of the capabilities of his immortal body. The elder noticed that the speed of his growth was frightening. He gritted his teeth, noticing that the giant snail's defense was excellent. The monster burst into energy, asking his little friend if he was trying to tickle him. The hero laughed in response, saying that he was not simple. Shuang jumped up in an instant. The girl was flying, focusing on how to do it. Because brute force is not enough here, it is worth using the divine arts against such creatures. A magic sword appeared in her hands. The snail opened its mouth, asking if it wanted to fight with spells. Rays from the swings of the sword riddled everything around. The princess landed nearby. She drew her sword, not knowing if a snail could breathe out dragon fire. The monster closed his eyes as he heard that he had completely repelled the girl's attack. The man stared at the monster as it spoke of being indestructible. Lao began to conjure, saying that it was time for him to become serious. He made a movement with his hands. The stones from the ground went along with his energy. The snail looked at what was happening with surprise. The elder tensed, noting that this technique was forbidden to be used in the sex lands, as it destroyed everything around it. A giant earth warrior stretched out his hand in front of the warrior. The monster narrowed his eyes, noticing that he was quite large. Lao folded his hands, commanding him to go forward. The giant dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. The disciple raised his fist, rejoicing at what had happened. Shuang noticed that this monster was too strong to be hit like this. The giant raised his severed hand inquiringly. The snail hid, laughing about how some sand could overcome the shell. The elder clenched his teeth in anger. The monster spun up, attacking the giant. He broke the sand giant into two parts in front of the guys. The warrior fell to the ground, crumbling. The princess raised her sword, setting up a protection from dust, and clenched his teeth, cursing that it had happened with a single blow. The monster fell to the ground, asking if this was all they were capable of. The young man opened his eyes wide in fear when he heard that the monster had taken notice of him. The snail hung over the student, saying that now it was his turn to show what he could do. He replied that he should not. Li smiled as he noted that it wasn't bad to be able to cultivate the true essence of a snail to such an extent. The main character raised his fingers up, claiming about the 5th level, asked if he had reached the 6th level. Right. The monster became angry, asking how he knew the secrets of his race. The guy showed one finger, answering that he knew not only this, but all 18 levels. The snail opened her eyes wide, asking about the levels, asked to tell her as soon as possible. The young man smiled, declaring that he would tell if he agreed to drive him. The monster looked up at the guy, saying that he could drive him. How dare he ask for such a thing? Li was blazing with red energy, advising him to think again. he would be able to obtain the full version of the true snail essence. It was not a bad deal. The monster closed his eyes, answering that to be able to find out him and the secret of his time. It seemed that he was not lying, but let him not worry, he had his own ways. The monster made an energy blow to the main character. The guys shouted to the guy as they watched. The energy pierced the guy through, and he screamed in pain. The snail watched, laughing hysterically. She held him under attack, exclaiming that she would now enter his subconscious and take away all knowledge. The green grass swayed in the wind. The monster looked at the mountains, seeing animals in front of him, said that for someone so impudent, he did not expect that his sea of consciousness would be such a peaceful place. He stared ahead, not believing his eyes. In front of him was a child among the sheep. The monster thought that this boy was originally a simple shepherd. The guy turned around when the snail realized that memories can't lie. She called the boy, who plopped down on the grass in fear. He gritted his teeth as he saw the monster in front of him, which told him that he really had the body and destiny of a mortal. The monster leaned closer, talking about how his age didn't seem to have changed much, asking how he managed to get his hands on the immortal body that held back the underworld and evolve like that. The young man looked up in horror, begging for mercy. An eye could be seen from his mouth. The monster was surprised. A black wing appeared from the boy, and the snail asked what was in his body. The guy fell on the grass as dark energy poured out of him. The snail looked at what was happening with surprise. Feathers flew to the sides when Crow appeared. The monster did not understand what it was. The Lord stared at him intently as he swung. The raven struck a powerful blow to the snail. The monster flew to the foot of the mountain. The red-eyed bird flew forward. The monster was frightened when he saw the raven approaching. Pieces of rock and a snail flew in different directions. The monster fell upside down, not understanding how this was possible, how his memories could attack him. Everything was a mess. Everything was flying apart. The monster exclaimed that this dimension was plunging into chaos, suggesting that the raven was not part of his memories, but a technique that protected him from entering his consciousness. Huge giants appeared. Someone big was trying to reach the snail. The monster was between the three giants, not knowing who it was. Someone looked at him when he asked whose giant statues they were. The giant smiled as the monster noticed the stars in his memories. The giant looked down sternly when the snail's hysteria did not end, that it was impossible, that some snot should not have such memories. A huge hand grabbed the snail, which was still in the dark. The main character squeezed it in his hand, saying that it seemed to have a lot of fun in his head. The guy raised his fist to his face, noting that the monster had brought it upon himself. The young man raised his hand up, declaring that it was time to stop wandering around his subconscious. The monster flew to the side. Lee powerfully launched the snail high up. The slain monster and the main character were lying in front of the guys. Nan asked the guy if he was okay. The man noticed that it was bad. The young man was lying on the ground with white eyes as they speculated that who would have thought this giant snail could even penetrate the alien sea of consciousness if it had damaged Lee's mind. Then, Lao tensed, exclaiming that he might never wake up again. The princess raised her hand to her face, not believing what was being said. The disciple was trembling with fear. He began to cry, shouting that his eldest brother had promised that he would restore their clan to its former glory. The hero put his hand on Nan. He looked away, noticing that he was too noisy and was shouting as if he were at a funeral. The young man was glad that his older brother was alive. The guy yawned, explaining that he had just taken a nap, and what could have happened to him. Choi's closed her eyes, asking the hero again. She looked at him, wondering how he could be sure that his memories were intact. Lee smiled, asking how he could be sure of the opposite. The princess gave a thumbs up, replying that it was very simple, inviting him to read aloud her cultivation methodology. The guys looked at her with incomprehension. He was angry when he yelled at her that he was going to do it. She was just trying to get information out of him, and it was obvious. The girl said it was worth trying. Shuang winked at the hero. Behind the characters, a monster woke up. The disciple was shocked, saying that he had completely forgotten about the monster. Lee closed his eyes, assuring them not to worry. The snail abruptly began to spit out blood in front of his eyes. The princess was shocked, asking that in the end the monster itself suffered. The hero smiled back. The young man took the mushroom in his hands, telling that after kicking it out of his consciousness, he slightly rummaged in his own. The monster trembled, calling him a scoundrel. He was saddened, wondering who he was. Lee looked up, asking if he would give up if he would become his mount. The monster frowned, answering that he was dreaming, although it could not harm him, but he could not do him anything either. The hero looked at the monster, beginning to list: a branch of an iron tree, a shiso flower, sea vinegar, the bones of an azure beast. The guys looked at the scene inquiringly as Nan asked if he was casting some kind of curse. The snail was shaking with fear, wondering what he had seen as he rummaged through her head. The guy's eyes flashed red. He replied that a powerful snail with an indestructible defense has a weakness for such simple things. The monster squinted, beginning to lose consciousness. He fell face down on the ground. Drops of sweat appeared on the monster's body as it exclaimed that it was ready to serve as its mount. The guy smiled broadly, calling it a wise choice. The guys were heading through the desert, when the young man turned to his elder brother. Who would have imagined that their journey to the ancient land would turn into the acquisition of a divine beast as a mount? The hero asked if he believed that everything that happened was a coincidence. The guys were riding the monster, when the young man pointed out that the divine snail race had always served the ancient purification clan. The monster asked if it was true that with their ability to adapt, they didn't even need to move. He was expecting to find one of them. Nan smiled, asking the snail that they did not know his name. The monster looked at the riders with one eye, answering that his name was Neo Foam, Foam from Foam 2. The disciple laughed, replying that his name carried a lot of meaning. Lee looked away. He saw a blue glow in the sky. The object flew in their direction. The hero put out his palm to catch it. The young man looked at the unknown, wondering what it was. The young man replied that the Grand Elder had sent a message. Lao closed his eyes, asked what he was writing, and the princess was also interested. The young man clenched his fist, ordering the snail to go forward because they were returning to the ancient purification clan. The gate to the settlement was shown. John frowned as he said that he didn't think that the runaway clan head, after so many years, could return. The girl stood in front of the man, putting her hand on her belt. The house was shown in sunny weather. The three elders sat on their thrones. The woman looked and stood in front of them, noticing that they had not seen each other for a long time. The old man frowned, remembering that since she had left, it had been almost 20 years ago. Juan kept her hand on her waist, replying that she hoped they were doing well. The elder asked the fifth to see if they should stand up to greet the head. The old man looked at him, suggesting that he sit for a while. The woman smiled, saying that she did not see joy about her return on their faces. John lowered his head, exhaling, asked to be allowed to speak directly. He remembered the girl at a young age, saying that shortly after the previous head chose her as his heir, she left without even leaving a letter, so why did she return now? Juan looked at him, confirming that he was right. Perhaps she had done the wrong thing towards the clan and everyone. The lady raised her hand, adding that now that the Omen Ridge was opening, they had a chance to revive their clan, and the reason she had returned along with his 8 elite disciples was to represent their clan. The girl stared sternly in front of her, talking about what to represent in the study of the Ridge of Science, hoping that all the elders would support her in this endeavor. The man wondered if he should talk about it now. He closed his eyes, assuring him that he didn't have to worry about it. The elder clutched his beard, remembering their main disciple Lee, thanks to whom they had already gained the opportunity to enter the Ridge of Knowledge. Juan was surprised, asking again. The old man sat on the throne, saying that although he was too arrogant, this boy had already saved their clan many times, and the immortal Emperor Mingren had even appeared to him in a dream, passing on their lost techniques. At this moment, their clan had already confidently embarked on the path of restoration. The girl frowned, asking that this guy was more worthy of being the head of the clan than her. John was stern, answering that in truth, this was exactly what he wanted to say. The lady closed her eyes, grinning. She smiled, talking about what was interesting, and she couldn't wait to see. Mountains with the forest were shown when the woman added that it was interesting to look at this head disciple that she had never seen before. A group of people in red were waiting at the entrance to the building. The girl told the guy that judging by how long the negotiations were, it seemed that something was wrong. He replied that this was to be expected. Hong closed his eyes, saying that he had already said about this. The teacher should not have humiliated himself and returned here. The lady held a blade of grass in her mouth, replied that it was because they did not know how good they were. She looked to the side, seeing something. The guys were approaching on a snail when the question arose what kind of thing was moving here. The protagonist exclaimed, smiling, that new was damn fast for an old snail. The monster and the guys were climbing the steps. The young man was glad, offering to stop here, because they were already at the entrance. The snail looked around, agreed, said that then he would take human form, and would be able to go with them. The disciple was dumbfounded, wondering that Uncle Neo could transform into a human. The monster was enveloped in magic when he exclaimed that he needed to be careful, because he was transforming. The guys scattered away from the huge snail. Lee soared up the steps. He landed deftly. The guy raised his head, thinking. The children looked at the hero, who suggested that these were probably the students brought by the head. The characters stood opposite each other at the gate. Tang greeted the heroes, introducing themselves as Huang disciples, and asked if they could find out who they were. The guy smirked as he replied that he was the head disciple of the ancient purification clan, and his name was Li. The man raised his palm, saying that he was one of the oldest ancient purification clan, Elder Lao. The princess became angry after the young man introduced her as a servant of the Xuan clan, exclaimed that she would someday finish off the worthless boy. He raised his palm, calling himself a disciple of the Nan ancient purification clan, was glad to meet him. The monster narrowed his eyes as he stared at them. The boys turned around when the young man asked who it was and where the creature came from. The snail raised his claws, calling himself Neo Foam. Nan was shocked, asking if he had gone too far with the transformation. The monster clarified that none of them could recognize him in human form. Xuan exclaimed that this is not a human form, but in general it is not clear what, it looks disgusting. Tang tilted his head, wondering if this was the ancient purification clan. What a bunch of clowns. The narrative of the story is transported to the main hall of the ancient purification clan. Juan stared menacingly in front of her. Li looked back at her smugly. John sat silently in his seat, while the two stood in front of him. Looking sharply to the side, the great elder of the ancient purification clan was telling Li Chiet to greet her. After all, she was the head of their clan, and was calling out her name. Pointing her little finger upwards, the girl with black and white hair asked that who would have thought that the main student would be a snotty boy. Grinning mischievously, the protagonist wondered that who would have thought that the head of their small clan would be such a luxurious beauty. Looking in front of her, Juan noticed that, as the grand elder had said, he really did look down on everyone. Looking at his companions, she said that somehow he had managed to gain support at all levels of the clan. Looking at the elders staring menacingly in her direction, the girl with black and white hair noticed that he had also attracted their attention. At the same moment, Li was greatly surprised when the escaped clan leader suggested that it seemed that her position should indeed be his. Waving his hands after hearing this, the boy told her to wait, because he never wanted to become the head of the clan. Pointing his finger in front of him, the protagonist concluded that she, on the other hand, was the most suitable for this role. Hearing this, Juan was very surprised. Closing his eyes, Lee explained that at first he did not understand why the immortal emperor had sent him that dream, and that was the whole point. While the girl with black and white hair asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about and asked him to express himself more clearly. With a big smile on his face, the protagonist told everyone to listen that she was the most suitable for the role of the head of the clan for what reason. Then, Lee's voice rang out through the main hall of the ancient Purification clan, announcing that she was a direct descendant of the immortal emperor. Hearing this, all the people present there were extremely dumbfounded. The old man with the mustache looked in surprise in front of him and asked what he was saying. The immortal emperor had never been married, so he couldn't have any descendants. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the runaway clan leader said that everything was as the fourth elder had said, and asked what evidence he had. Pointing his finger upwards, Lee clarified that hadn't he said that the immortal emperor had sent him a dream in which he said that if the elders didn't believe it, they should bring his portrait. Looking at him menacingly, Juan declared that it was all nonsense, and that she did not have time to listen to these tales. A moment later, she was greatly stunned when the boy called out General Su's name. Standing in front of the girl with black and white hair, the protagonist said that she was a female commander who bore the same surname as her, and this girl was obsessed with the immortal emperor, except that his heart already belonged to Su Yuha. Imagining the image of a black bird in his mind, Lee added that therefore, at the instruction of a certain raven, the general came to Akihito while he was in a trance. Abruptly closing her eyes, the escaped clan leader asked him to stop. With a snide grin, the boy asked why she said that, and if he didn't want him to tell the rest of the story. At this time, Zhang, who was looking in front of him, was simply silent. At the same time, Nan looked at him in surprise when he called him by name, and asked him to bring a portrait of the founder. On the street of the ancient Purification clan stood a stone statue of Akihito. After some time, the red-haired guy was holding an unknown scroll in his hand. Unfolding it, he showed a portrait of the founder of the ancient Purification clan. Pointing at him with his hand, Lee asked if Leader Huang minded. Hearing this, the girl with black and white hair silently looked in front of her. Her eyes were fixed on Akihito's portrait. Then, the runaway had closed her eyes and gave a positive answer. After that, Juan bit off the skin on her finger. As she did so, she directed a drop of blood forward. At the same moment, her blood fell on the portrait of the ancient great emperor. Suddenly, a projection of a person appeared from the picture. From the yellow energy, Akihito appeared in front of the guys. Immediately afterward, he stretched out his hand towards Huang. He approached her and patted her on the head. Closing her eyes, the girl with black and white hair called him to her ancestors. At this time, the elders standing behind her were just silently watching. Standing next to his brothers, the old man in the gray robe stated that now that they had confirmed its origin, he thought there was no need to discuss further candidates for the role of head. Then all three elders bowed and said that they hoped the head would forgive their rudeness. Bowing back to them, the runaway clan leader told the elders that she was indeed a descendant of the clan's founder, and in turn, apologized for hiding the truth. Looking down, Huang said that she feared that if she used his name, she would gain too much support, and it would make her arrogant, which would do more harm than good to the clan. Looking at her in surprise, Zhang asked if that was why she had chosen to leave, to which he was told that there was another reason for this. Remembering the inner territory of the ancient Purification clan with a battle arena, the girl with black and white hair stated that their clan was in decline, had lost its former glory, and the influx of new talents had stopped, and in a world where everyone devoured each other, the chances of revival were only a dream. Pointing her hand at the disciples behind her, the runaway head added that therefore, in the past years, she had been training outside the clan, and at the same time, she was looking for new talented followers, and these were the 8 people she had raised and now brought new blood to the ancient Purification clan. Looking at her awkwardly after hearing this, the old man in the blue robe said that it meant that the head had always worked for the clan, and the other noticed that he was ashamed. Immediately afterward, Huang turned her gaze on Lichia and called out to him by name, explaining that the fact that he had received instructions from the immortal emperor meant that he also wished with all his heart for the rebirth of the clan. Pointing her fingers forward, the black and white-haired girl said that when the spine of the omen opened, they should work together to restore their clan to its former glory. Hearing this, the boy stopped her with his hand. With a snide grin, he remarked that this was just a pitiful spine sign, so the head didn't need to worry about it, because he already had a team in mind that would go there. Very angry at such a statement, the runaway head reflected that this boy really knows how to get on his nerves. The narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when the guys were standing in front of Juan, who took the throne. Sitting in her seat, the girl with black and white hair said that she had been training outside the clan for the past years and had not fulfilled her duties as the head of the clan. Looking at the supreme elder sitting next to her, she wanted to thank him and the others for ruling the clan all this time, and he replied that there was nothing wrong with that, since the head had always thought about their sect. Closing his eyes, the old man noticed that this was the only thing that calmed him down. Looking ahead with her joyful gaze, the runaway head of the ancient sect turned to Lichia. Looking at the people behind the boy, she asked if this was the best command he had spoken to. After showing 2 of his fingers, he added that, of course, he needed a few more people. At the same moment, Lao was very surprised when the protagonist called out his name. Zhang looked menacingly in front of him after Li added that he needed him as well. Nodding approvingly, Juan said that she understood him. Looking at the children in red clothes standing in front of her, she asked her beloved students what they thought about the proposal of the head student. Looking away with displeasure, the guy explained that, of course, he did not like it. The girl also stared menacingly forward, noticing that she had nothing against the elders and this strange master. Watching the protagonist's companion standing behind him, she added that it was too wrong to reject them and take 3 idlers to these places. Grinning mischievously after hearing this, Lee stated that they simply had no idea what they were capable of, and asked whether it was worth rushing to conclusions. At the same moment, the disciple of the escaped clan leader took a step forward. Looking at his opponent haughtily, he noticed that he could say the same thing, because it was still unknown how strong they really were. Looking in front of him, the boy said that he was right. Immediately afterward, Tang pointed his finger at Luo and challenged her to fight on the condition that the losers stay at home. Turning towards his allies, the protagonist said that they had been challenged and asked if they would accept him. With a serious expression on his face, Fan declared that he would never back down, and Nan believed that they had no choice as long as the black-haired girl concluded that she would beat all the shit out of these impudent people. Snapping his fingers, the red-robed guy noticed that it was excellent. At the same moment, Fei Hong looked to the side as he was called by his first name. At the same time, Ziyang also looked there, because he had also called her. Folding his arms to his chest, Tang declared that together with him they were the strongest disciples, whose heads she had personally trained, and the victory was already in their hands. Then, a voice came from the main hall of the ancient purification sect, announcing that a battle was about to begin. A moment later, the fist moved forward with great speed. With a serious expression, Fan stated that he was already dead. He managed to knock his opponent to the ground while he called him an alpha. At the same moment, Yang was crying with fear. Luo looked at her defeated opponent haughtily, telling her to give up, because she did not want to spoil karma with new sins. Suddenly, someone fell to his knees. Closing his eyes, Nan would say that the flushing was complete and ask if he was satisfied. Shrouded in water droplets, Hong stated that this was a terrible frequency. Then, Tang suddenly began to cry as he called out to the teacher. Lowering his head down, Hong concluded that they had set her up. At the same moment, Yang was also crying with grief. The 3 disciples were all kneeling in front of Huang. Waving her hand, the girl with black and white hair declared that defeat was also part of the way, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. Holding a straw in his hands, one of the disciples of the escaped chapter noticed that they couldn't accept the fact that they had lost to the disciples of the Purification clan. Looking at him menacingly, Huang knew that they did not consider themselves disciples of this clan. Hearing this, her henchman looked ahead in surprise. Closing her eyes, the black and white-haired girl believed that if they went to the Omen Ridge with such a mindset, they would not achieve what she desired. Lowering his head down, Tang begged for forgiveness. Looking in front of them, the runaway clan leader asked them to forget who they were for a while and start anew as disciples of the ancient Purification clan. Immediately afterward, all the red-robed boys bowed, saying that they understood everything. With a serious look, Huang thought that in just a few months, he had managed to strengthen the clan so much, and it seemed that she had an amazing disciple. Standing on the back of the huge snail, Nan admired everything around him, and Luo noticed that there was a very pleasant breeze. Suddenly, the beast stopped and asked Mr. Li Jie if this place was true. Smiling a little, the boy replied that this was exactly the place. Looking at a huge mountain with many sharp peaks, the protagonist told the Ridge of Signs that they had arrived at him. Near the Ridge of Omens there was a voice asking if they knew that this wicked place was revealed only once every 300 years. Imagining various jewels and herbs growing there in his mind, the unknown one noticed that many immortal crystals and other things were located there. Visualizing several monsters, he noticed that there were also a variety of demon beasts living there. A huge turtle stood around the little stone men, saying that every time the Ridge of Omen opened, it attracted various forces, so they should behave well and not cause trouble, and they obeyed him. Looking in front of him, the small stone asked the turtle's grandfather what powers he was talking about. At the same moment, a huge cart pulled by flying horses swept over his head. Looking at the demon dragon, the small stone asked what it was. Watching the carriage being pulled by these demon beasts, the grandpa monster claimed that they had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and wings on their backs, and it was a special treasure of the Qin kingdom. I looked at a small stone in front of me in surprise, noticing that this was an ancient kingdom of amazing things. Turning abruptly to the side, the huge turtle assumed that it thought it belonged to the heavenly prince of the Qin kingdom. Pointing its hand forward, the small stone told the others to look at the sky. Pointing with his finger at the magical artifact that brings people across the sky, the stone asked the turtle's grandfather who it was. Looking in that direction, he replied that he had to see. Seeing the people on this flying artifact, the grandpa monster noticed that it seemed that the rumors of a marriage agreement between the Heavenly God sect and the Jade Valley were true, and he was afraid that their lands were in for disaster. At this time, the guy with the dot on his forehead was leaning towards Bao Jiao, saying that now the evil-infested Ridge of Meanings is in the hands of the Heavenly God sect, and as a pledge of their love, he is willing to give her anything she desires. Looking away with displeasure, the girl with gray hair refused and concluded that if she needed something, she would find a way to get it herself. Hearing this, Shensi tilted his head slightly to the side and simply remained silent. Through your eyes, he explained to the girl that their marriage contract had already been concluded, so she had to tame her temperament. At the same moment, Bao furiously turned back, not allowing him to finish, and explained that this was her character, and if he did not like her, then he could refuse to marry. Hearing this, the heir to the Heavenly God sect looked menacingly in front of him. Then he took the girl by the face and called her by name. With a snide grin, the guy with the red dot on his forehead explained that he could refuse to marry. But he was afraid that her father would end up crying and begging him to change his mind, and asked what she would do then. At the same time, the girl with gray hair waved his hand away from her. Looking at him with displeasure, Bao asked him to remove his dirty hands from her. At this time, the Jade Valley elder was looking at the princess in puzzlement. Without closing her eyes, the heiress of the Jade Valley explained that she could no longer stay there. Immediately afterward, she jumped downstairs, telling her subordinate to follow her, who said she couldn't do that. The man in red looked at his master and addressed him, and he explained that everything was fine. Shensi smiled mischievously, declaring that this was their territory, so she could not escape. At the same moment, Bao landed on the ground. Walking forward with a disgruntled expression on her face, she concluded that sooner or later she would kill this bastard from the heavenly god sect, and the elder asked the princess to be more careful. After all, they had a lot of treasures. Turning sharply back, the girl with gray hair asked what was so special about it. Suddenly, she felt something. Stopping in place, the princess of the Jade Valley asked if something was coming, and it could only be someone from the heavenly god sect, and the brown-robed old man said that he wasn't sure about it. At the same moment, a huge thing was making its way through the forest. It was a snail that was crawling past Bao, saying that they had finally come out into the open. A girl with gray hair looked dumbfounded in front of her, asked what kind of monster it was. Looking to the side and noticing her, Li noticed that they had met Dao brothers. Then he waved his hand, saying that if you looked closely, it was not only the brothers, but also a very nice sister, asking if she would like to have dinner with him. Gritting her teeth in displeasure after hearing this, the princess of the Jade Valley asked what was wrong with this boy. Looking menacingly forward, the elder said that such a tone would not be tolerated in the presence of his mistress. Immediately afterward, he headed forward at great speed, saying that he should come down and apologize to the princess. At the same moment, a huge snail abruptly headed in his direction. Standing in the way of the Jade Valley servant, Neo asked how he dared to attack Mr. Li. After confronting him, Shi jumped back to his mistress, who was worried about him. Spreading her arms to her sides, Bao asked how he managed to withstand the elder's blow without injury, and he called him a demon. At the same moment, someone suddenly opened their mouth wide, asking if the ancient purification clan really dared to show up there. Looking away in surprise after hearing this, the protagonist wondered if someone else had come. Looking in front of him, the elder of the Jade Valley told the princess who it was, and she noticed that she also knew. The armored man held a huge blade in his hands, saying that they had to get out of the Valley Ridge, because there was no place for people like them, as long as Bao said that it was Lord Jingweihua. A small stone ran quickly forward, calling out to Grandpa Turtle. Looking at him, the monster asked what was wrong, and he asked to look there, because there was one more like him. Immediately afterward, the huge turtle looked forward, saying that he needed to look around. At this time, Zhang jumped off the huge snail while the stone said that it was there. Scratching his head, the grandfather monster told the kid that he was a silly boy and confused, because it was a snail. Suddenly, he noticed something, saying that it wasn't that simple. When the grand elder of the ancient purification clan landed on the ground, the huge turtle concluded that they were from the same school, and this was not a place where people like them could come. He looked at the small stone in front of him in surprise, noticing that it seemed that they were not welcome there. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Sheng repeated for the last time that they should leave there. Sitting on top of the huge snail, Li laughed, saying that the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom didn't like something. At the same moment, Luo remembered the image of Zhang Lihu and explained that his clothes resembled those worn by that person when he challenged them, and asked what level he had then. Looking forward seriously, Fang Fan noticed that in this case, he was not an opponent of the Grand Elder. Holding out the blade in front of her, the Lord said that she thought it was more reasonable. With a visibly displeased expression, the gray-robed old man explained that they had an invitation from the Heavenly God sect, so he was ignorant there. Smiling broadly, Xing said that he had not been informed about this, so they could leave. Then, dark energy reigned in the area due to the tension. Looking seriously in front of him, the Jade Valley Elder would tell the princess that it was getting dangerous there, and she would ask what he was afraid of, offering to see what they were capable of. Immediately afterward, the Lord rushed forward with great speed, asking if they did not want to leave, and asking them not to blame him for his rudeness. Noticing this, Zhang released his inner energy. The monster grandfather watching this was very surprised. At the same time, Bao looked in admiration in front of her. The huge monster instantly walked towards the swordsman while someone was saying that it was the imperial law. At the same time, the elder of the ancient purification clan waved his brush. A moment later, Jin was surrounded by yellow energy. It struck the man with the blade with great force. As he watched in admiration, the little stone noticed that the ancient purification clan had killed his opponent in a hurry. Looking in front of him, the huge turtle explained that everything was not so simple. At the same moment, the gray-robed old man was very surprised. Jin released the flame energy and laughed, saying that he really did have the imperial law, and Zhang couldn't believe that he had not only withstood the attack, but also absorbed the energy of the Dharma. After a moment, the Lord wrapped his blade in energy, explaining that he had a precious weapon. Holding his hand to his head, the Grandpa Monster said that this precious weapon would be able to repel 6 forms of Kunping, and the ancient purification clan was no match for them. Raising his blade up, Xing tried to counter the red energy with the monster of the elder of the ancient purification clan, saying that one should not consider oneself invincible just because of possessing the imperial law. Nan is puzzled. He was watching what was happening. It is said that this guy is strong, and the boy noticed that this is not the case at all, and he just has a good weapon. Smiling broadly, the Lord asked if he hadn't expected this, and concluded that there were many ways to fight the battle. Unleashing his inner energy, the black-robed old man remarked that he was sorry that such a fine weapon would be used by such a fool. Looking menacingly in front of him, Jing called his opponent a stubborn old man and said that he would deal with him, and ordered his subordinates to remove the rest of the garbage. Immediately afterward, he and the others rushed forward at great speed. A moment later, the Imperial Law collided with the magic blade. Looking at the people approaching the huge snail, the protagonist noticed that they were already close. Turning abruptly to the side, Neo received an order from Li that he had to take care of this small fish, and agreed to it. With their inner energy in their hands, Zhang's henchmen were about to attack the giant beast all together. Wrapping her blade in blue energy, Xuan said that she would cover the old snail. Suddenly, she turned back in surprise when she received the order not to get involved in this matter. A carriage pulled by demon horses flew overhead, and from it came the voice of a man who said that what was happening had nothing to do with the gate of the 9 demon saints. As Ling stepped out of this very carriage, he ordered her to climb in. Looking at him puzzled, the girl in the blue dress explained to her older brother that it was useless, and she did not need his help. Looking forward with his menacing gaze, the heir of the 9 Saint Demon clan stated that she could be seriously harmed, and if she joined the Ancient Purification clan, she would gain powerful enemies. At the same moment, several magical attacks fell directly on the huge snail. Looking happily in front of them, the Lord's allies noticed that this big man was an excellent target. After their attack ended, smoke was emitted from Yo, and they state that the target was hit. At the same time, Zheng's disciples rushed towards him with great speed. At the same moment, the huge snail suddenly opened its eyes. She began to suck in all the opponents, and they screamed in fear, saying that he was not dead yet. Ling, who was watching from the sidelines, was extremely stunned by what was happening. New tried opponents that he had just swallowed with his mouth. Sitting on his back, Li would ask the old man if he had been hurt, and the old man would explain that it was a little painful. At the same moment, Bao, looking in admiration in front of her, asked old man sure what was so amazing. At the same time, another person came up to Ling and asked if he knew who he was, and he replied that it was to the young master Qi Xian, that he had never seen him. Glancing sharply to the side, the heavenly prince stated that he had instantly killed several middle masters, which was quite interesting. Noticing what had happened, Jin was very angry and asked how they dared to kill his disciples. Striking hard with his blade, he said that they all deserved to die. Waving his war brush, Zhang explained that he was the one who deserved to die. Striking at his opponent with energy, the elder of the Ancient Purification clan concluded that he himself had sent them to their deaths. A moment later, the Lord appeared again and was completely unharmed. Unleashing his fiery power, he called his opponent an old fool who continued to give him energy. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the old man in the black robe told him to devour as much as he wanted. Suddenly, Li appeared right behind Jing, riding the monster, and Zhang explained that it wasn't really him who was attacking this time. Hearing this, the Lord turned back abruptly. In front of him, he saw only a sphere of red energy. Taking a stab in his back, the warrior knew that it was too late. Falling to his knees, Jing said that they hit him on the sly. Enveloping his fists in energy, Lao declared that he had not only struck, but was still attacking. At the same moment, all of the boy's companions gathered together to begin the battle. Seeing this, the Lord gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, asking if they had already forgotten. Releasing a huge amount of flame energy, the warrior stated that his sword was still full of energy, so they had to fight to the death. With a serious expression on his face, the red-robed man told his disciples to be more careful, because the attack was about to begin. Immediately afterward, Xing unexpectedly shoved his blade between his legs. Unleashing a huge amount of his energy, he flew forward, saying that no one would want to fight to the death, and asked to see his tactical retreat. Stunned as he watched the Lord fly through the sky on his sword, Zhang asked how this was possible. At this time, the little stone also watched in surprise and simply remained silent. He then looked at Grandpa Monster, saying that things didn't turn out as he predicted, and Grandpa Monster pointed out that it was really unusual. Looking at the riding monster Li, the huge turtle said that he really did not expect this. Looking menacingly in front of her, Bao noticed that the boy also knew the imperial law. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Ling called him a pathetic show-off. Hearing this, the protagonist turned back smugly. Looking at the princess of the Jade Valley below him, Li asked if she had seen him defeat him, and she said that he was really asking for a thrashing. Immediately after that, the boy abruptly headed down. With a snide grin on his face, the protagonist asked her to stop talking like that and take a better look at his cute Kunping, and she asked if he was crazy. With obvious dissatisfaction on her face, the girl with gray hair did not understand why all men were the same. Looking in front of him, Li noticed that he had figured out that handsome men like him were very rare. At this time, his allies were watching him from the sidelines, and Lua was saying that his older brother was flirting, and Fan was supporting him. Looking discontentedly in front of her, Choi's asked if he really liked such girls. Hearing this, the boy turned back, puzzled, and the princess of the Jade Valley asked what it meant. Suddenly grinning, the protagonist said that she did not have an ordinary physique, so he wanted to ask a couple of questions, and did not understand what was wrong with it. Looking at her snidely, Li began to talk about things that concerned her personally. At this time, Bao was very angry, but still at first the energy of love, and the boy noticed that she was cute. After hearing this, the girl with gray hair created a weapon from her energy. As if out of anger, the princess of the Jade Valley said that if he continued to stare, she would cut out his eyes, and the elder supported her, saying that it was unforgivable. Suddenly, Bao felt some kind of shaking. Everyone in the area was also greatly surprised by the unknown earthquake. Immediately afterward, the gray-haired girl would abruptly turn back, asking the elder if this was it. Looking smugly in front of him, Li was glad that it had finally happened. Smiling broadly, Lin noticed that it was just in time. Looking ahead seriously, Qin Xian concluded that this happens once every 300 years. Their attention was riveted on the slightly open ridge of signs. After a moment, it began to open up more and more. At the same time, violet energy burst out of him. A portal opened in the middle of the mountains, while someone said that the evil-soaked ridge of omens was finally opening. Sneering mischievously, Shensi said to head forward. The rest of the guys near the ridge were also delighted, declaring that they were leaving. Hearing this, Grandpa Turtle sweated with fright, noticing that there was no need to hurry. The ridge of omens opened, and a huge portal appeared inside. Noticing this, the carriage pulled by demon horses rushed towards it at great speed. The Jade Valley representatives also headed in that direction. Suddenly, Bao looked to the side when someone asked her if she wanted to get there quickly. It was Shensi who grabbed her, saying that he would give his beloved a ride. Looking at her haughtily, the heir to the Heavenly God sect explained that he no longer intended to let her go, and she asked otherwise. Stretching out his hand forward, the Jade Valley elder called out to the princess. At this time, a small stone sitting on the hand of the grandfather monster asked why they were not in a hurry, and he explained that it was useless, because there was a time for everything. At the same time, the disciples of the 9 Saint Demons sect were rushing forward. People with blue skin, sitting on boars, also walked towards the ridge, while a huge turtle explained that representatives of the leading clans and sects were flocking from all directions. The unknown creatures in purple robes quickly ran ahead, and the monster grandfather noticed that it was too rash to enter into a conflict with them. Horse-drawn carts also ran on the ground. The huge snail was making its way through the trees at great speed, and Luo was saying that they were too fast, while Nan was asking Neo to push. Looking in front of him, the red-haired guy said that if they didn't make it in time, the consequences would be irreversible, and Li noted that everything was fine. The guys, sitting on a huge snail, headed towards the portal, while Luo explained that everyone else was in a hurry to get there, too. Opening his mouth wide, Old Man Neo told everyone to stop chattering and hold on tight. A moment later, he jumped into the portal, explaining that they too were entering the Ridge of Signs. Immediately after that, the guys found themselves in the middle of an unknown place. In front of them was a valley with various incomprehensible plants. Looking in the other direction, they noticed a rim wrapped in multicolored crystals. There was also a dark forest in this place, exuding evil energy. Looking in front of him, the disciple of the ancient purification school asked what it was. A huge snail slowly made its way forward and asked if they had entered the Ridge of Signs, noticing that there was a very large space there. At the same moment, the boy looked at the red-haired guy and told him that the spine soaked in evil opens once every 300 years. Or rather, once every 300 years, the passage to this strange world opens. Looking in front of him, John noticed that things were bad, because due to the loss of heritage, they didn't really know anything about this place. Very worried, Lao agreed with him, because they didn't even know where to start, and suddenly, Shuang interrupted them all with her cough. With a smug expression on her face, the girl in the blue dress asked not to forget that the princess of the 9 Demon Saint clan was with them. Pointing his finger forward, Shuang Gavrila looked at the others. Pointing to the sky, the girl in the blue dress asked if they saw a purple star in the direction to which the tracks of all the factions lead. Looking in surprise in front of him, Nen said that he didn't even pay attention to it right away, and asked why they were all moving there. With a serious expression on her face, Shuang said that the head had once shown her something about this. Remembering reading the book with Ruan Ri, she explained that it was an atlas with records of the Ridge of Signs. Imagining in her mind an amazing area with different resources, the girl in the blue dress explained that the glowing purple hills in the north was a very unusual place, and secret treasures and valuable beasts could be found there, which would be of great benefit. Visualizing the mountains with magic stones, Shuang said that there is also a crystal cave in the east, which is rich in rare minerals, and if they want to craft for a cool magic weapon, you should definitely visit it. Remembering the many different plants, the girl in the blue dress noticed that the rarest and most valuable herbs grew in the wetlands in the west, and they were priceless, but they did not necessarily help with development. Suddenly thinking, Shuang noticed that there was definitely nothing in the south, so it was not worth going there. Imagining the dark creatures living there in her head, the girl explained that these are wild places with only withered branches and rotten trees, so there is no need to even talk about treasures, because even the low-level beasts that live there are worthless. Pointing her finger upwards, the princess of the demon clan said that this was the general situation in the evil spine of omens, and Luo then suggested splitting into 3 groups. Suddenly rising from his seat, Li asked why they should split up in the first place. He pointed his finger forward. The boy told everyone to listen to him, and announced that they were going south. Pointing her finger at him with displeasure, Shuang asked what he meant and whether he thought she was deceiving them, and Fang said that they believed her sister while Nan remarked that it was all true, and did not think that she needed to deceive them. With a serious expression on his face, Zhang asked for an explanation of his decision. Turning towards the princess of the demon clan, the protagonist explained that it was mostly true, and she asked why he was telling him to go south. Imagining a secret hidden from view in his head, Li concluded that because only in the south there is one secret that no one knows about. Looking at him in disbelief after hearing this, Choi's asked if he knew anything about it. Turning back, the boy shouted that he was just dreaming of the immortal emperor, and Akihito asked if he had already stopped braiding him. After exchanging glances with the Supreme Elder, Lao asked him what he would say, and he replied that the head disciple was once again referring to the immortal emperor, so there was no place for words. Immediately after, a huge snail carried everyone to the Red Lands, and John announced that they could only follow his instructions and head south. The narration of the story is transferred to the children who got out of the cart drawn by demonic horses. The amphibian demon, holding a crystal in his hands, tells the young master to look at the 3 rune ingots, noting that they are now rich. Looking at him snidely, Qin Xian laughed, saying that in this place, such a thing is just a trifle. Looking ahead, Ling told his brother that these 3 rune stones could be considered a great treasure, and this disciple was very lucky. Suddenly, a little demon flew up to them, telling the young master that the ancient purification clan had also begun to act, and he asked where they had gone. Flapping its wings, the green monster explained that they were being led by someone named Li Chie, and headed towards the southern wasteland. Hearing this, the heir to the 9 demon saint clan opened his mouth wide in surprise. He then began to laugh uncontrollably, saying that these idiots had made him laugh to death. At the same moment, Qin Xian looked at him menacingly, and simply remained silent. After bowing to him, Len apologized, and Len explained that there was nothing wrong with it. Looking in front of him, senior brother Xuan asked why he was even paying attention to the ancient purification clan. Looking down, the heavenly prince from the sacred court at least said nothing. Holding out his hand in front of him, he said that this new disciple of theirs was not easy, and he was also a henchman of the gate of the 9 demon saints, so he was sure that he had heard rumors about him. And this proved that he was not so aware, and Qin Xian suggested that perhaps there were treasures everywhere in this place. Imagining the Red Lands in his head, he noticed that the south was the only exception. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story shifts to a huge snail with children who were surrounded by hungry wolves. These same monsters were furiously staring in front of them, ready to attack. Looking at the monsters that surrounded them, the huge snail concluded that it was really empty, except that there were plenty of spirit wolves. Looking ahead seriously, Xuan was telling her that spirit wolves were low-level sacred beasts, fierce, and usually lived in groups, and Lee noticed that she had said everything briefly but correctly. Glancing sharply to the side, the princess of the 9 demon gates explained that although they were not at a high level, they were not easy to deal with. Enveloping his combat hand in energy, John declared that it would not be a problem for him, so he would go ahead. I waved my hand in his direction. The boy said that there was no need for this. Immediately afterward, he enveloped his hand with an inner force, saying that he had taken something with him. A moment later, the protagonist was holding 2 rusty blades in his hands. Lee then enveloped them with his inner energy. Seeing the bright light in the front, the spirit wolves were frightened. As he unleashes his power around the area, the boy asks these mutts how dare they approach him. Immediately afterward, the monsters ran back into the forest in fear. Looking at the magic dagger, Lee explained that the immortal emperor had revealed to him a way to use them. Continuing to scare away all the monsters in the area with his strength, the boy noticed that there would be more than enough of them to drive away all the beasts. Looking in surprise in front of him, Lao said that even the other demons were running away. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, John stated that these lands originally belonged to their clan, and the beasts still remembered the strength of the immortal emperor. As the protagonist's energy continued to spread around the area, a huge snail noticed that it was great, and it suddenly became very quiet. Holding his sword out in front of him, Lee said that now that they were protected by the blades, they needed to move forward. Immediately afterward, Old Man Neo rushed forward at great speed, making his way through the other demons. A huge snail rushed through the dark forest, scaring away all the other inhabitants. Even the birds flying through the air were greatly shocked by what was happening. Suddenly, the boy glanced sharply to the side. Looking at his companions, the protagonist asked if they were too relaxed, and Fan reported to his older brother that they did not relax for a second. At this time, Nan with a calm expression on his face asked what they were afraid of when their elder brother was leading them. A moment later, he felt an unknown movement as he wanted to continue his words. At the same moment, he was thrown off the back of a huge snail. Then the red-haired guy fell face down on the ground. Getting up from the ground, Nan asked Old Man Neo why he stopped so suddenly. Looking frightened in front of him, the huge snail said that there was a bad place ahead. Hearing this, the red-haired guy looked at her in surprise. Looking at the leafless trees in front, Nan asked if he meant that there was something there. Immediately after, dark energy appeared out of nowhere. Noticing her, the disciple of the ancient purification clan was extremely frightened, asking what it was that looked disgusting and creepy. Looking menacingly in front of him, Old Man Neo remarked that perhaps he could eat them. At the same time, the guys noticed the fiery demon ants that were rapidly heading towards them. Imagining the image of a fiery demonic ant in his head, Lee said that it was a primeval beast. Looking at the insect next to Nan, the boy thought that it looked like a very large ant, and such a creature was not too frightening. Noticing his menacing gaze, the protagonist realized that this was not the case at all. Looking at its dangerous teeth, he reasoned that in fact, their steel jaws were so sharp that they could tear through steel. Fixing his gaze on the insect's body, the purification Lee realized that they were like indestructible armor. Watching the huge pack of monsters that were rushing towards them, the boy thought that when this group of well-equipped fighters attacked, even high-ranking beasts froze in terror. At the same moment, Nan, noticing the approach of the enemies, fell to the ground and asked what it was. Looking frightened in front of him, the red-haired guy wondered why the immortal emperor's power didn't affect them. Holding a magic blade in his hands, the protagonist explained that they simply did not have a brain, so they did not realize the danger of the power of the immortal emperor, and Luo asked what they should do then. With a snide grin, Lee stated that of course they needed to attack. Looking seriously in front of her, Luo responded when she was called by her name. Old Man Yo stared his menacing gaze forward as the boy called out to him. Pointing his blade forward, the protagonist ordered not to retreat, but to rain fire on them. Enveloping himself in water, Nen asked his elder brother to wait, because he was still there. The elders came down to him, and Lao said that he would not leave him, and Zhang asked why he was panicking. Immediately afterward, the Grand Elder would envelop his brush in energy, and the red-robed man would concentrate it in his hands. Unleashing their power, the elders of the ancient Purification clan were saying to go on the attack. Hearing them, Luo rushed forward at great speed. At this time, the elders covered themselves and the disciple with a shield. A moment later, the black-haired girl unleashed her fiery serpent. She then directed a beam of flame from his mouth forward. Along with it, a huge snail also spewed fire from its mouth. The attack from the flames fell on the opponents of the guys. Looking puzzled in front of him, Nen noticed that they were succeeding. Watching his allies destroy all insects with their fire, he stated that the effect was simply amazing. Everything in the area was shrouded in bright flames. After some time, it began to dissipate. Standing in front of a small pile of ashes, Old Man Yo laughed, saying that the rest were running away. Sighing with relief, the red-haired guy noticed that they were saved. Looking in front of him, Nan shouted that he didn't think that ants, which are called fire ants, were afraid of flames. Imagining a person shrouded in purple fire in his head, John said that the name only meant that the mist name seemed to be engulfed in flames from pain. It had nothing to do with real fire. And the red-haired guy said that this was what it really was, and thought that it seemed that he had said something stupid again. At this time, Luo, sitting on the back of the huge snail, concluded that no matter what, they could continue moving. Looking menacingly in front of him, Old Man Yo explained that they were overjoyed too soon. Looking at the trees in front, the huge snail concluded that their killing intent had only grown stronger. Immediately after that, unknown black particles began to rise from the forest. Then they began to rise higher and higher. A moment later, a huge number of insects crawled from all directions. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Nan asked if they had gathered in the sky again, and why they had gathered in the sky now, and the elder of the ancient Purification clan said that they caused a lot of problems. At the same time, a huge number of ants gathered together. At the same time, they formed an unknown figure, and the red-haired guy who saw it said that something was wrong. Observing the huge ants, which consisted of smaller ones, John said that they had gathered into a huge insect. Nan called for help, because they were too huge, and there were 4 of them. Immediately afterward, one of the large ants took a step forward. Noticing that huge insects were rapidly moving towards them, Old Man Yo stated that they were attacking, so he needed to be careful. Enveloping herself in her inner energy, Luo told the others not to be afraid, because she was going to use the fire again. Taking a deep breath, the huge snail agreed with her. A moment later, the guys were directing their flames towards the huge ant. Their attack hit the body of a large insect. After the damage received, many ants were destroyed by the flames. The huge monster burned on all sides, but continued to move. Looking dumbfounded in front of her, the girl with black hair noticed that they were using the outer layer as a shield. The large insect swung at Luo, who said that it was impossible to burn it. At the same moment, Fang went forward with his spear, asking for them. Suddenly, he managed to break through the insect formation with his punch. After the attack, the insects scattered to the sides. Some of them got on the guy's clothes, piercing them. At the same time, Fang plunged into the flames, saying that it was hard for him. Then he fell from the damage he received. Looking frightened in front of her, Shuang said that they had gathered together again. With a wave of her hand, Shuang sent her attack forward and asked the bugs to fall away. Its ice blades pierced the body of the huge ant. Wrapping his sword in water, Nen said that he would help her now. At the same moment, Kunping Zhang abruptly walked forward. With the help of his blow, he was able to cut the enemy in half, and Nan, noticing this, assumed that it seemed that his help was no longer needed. At the same time, Lao, collecting a huge number of stones around him, said that they were a lot of trouble. A moment later, he managed to create a huge golem. With one of his blows, the stone man pierced through his opponent. The huge ant managed to close the hole in its body very quickly. A huge number of ants also rushed towards the insect destroyed by the Grand Elder to restore it. A moment later, the huge insect was ready to fight against the golem. Putting his hands together, the red-robed man said that there was no end in sight. Holding his hand, Fang begged the princess to be careful, because the bites of these ants are extremely painful, and thanked her for the years, and she asked how they could destroy them, because their attacks did not work. He pointed his finger forward, and Li asked him to look at her. Pointing to a huge ant standing in the middle of the trees, the boy asked why he was not moving. Looking at him puzzled, the princess of the demon clan assumed that perhaps he was trying to block their way, so it was better for them to think about business, and the protagonist wondered if she really thought so. Looking at the girl in the blue dress, Luo asked if these ants weren't mindless creatures. It was somehow too wise to form a swarm and block the way. Hearing this, Shuang was struck by this truth. Looking in surprise in front of her, the girl with black hair wondered if someone was controlling them. Pointing his finger forward, Li said that everything was correct. Looking at a huge ant standing in the middle of the trees, he explained that this giant insect protects the command center of the colony. And this is not entirely true, but he is too lazy to explain. Snapping his fingers, the boy told his allies to hold on. Then he jumped towards the direction of the little Kunping who was flying towards him. Jumping on his familiar, the protagonist stated that he would find the boss on his own. Immediately afterward, he rushed forward. Sitting on his Kunping, Li told him to move forward. Noticing another huge ant in front of him, the boy noticed that wild animals were just wild animals. Immediately afterward, he would take out his magic blades. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist asked, already speaking, to show himself. As he approached the large insect, he told him not to think that some guard would be able to stop him. At the same moment, the head of the huge ant began to crumble. Suddenly, many insects individually rushed towards Li. Noticing this, the boy was very dumbfounded. Watching the swarm of ants that was heading towards him, the protagonist mused that he had decided to disperse the minions himself, thus hindering him, and could not believe that he could do such a thing. As he activated his battle form, Li remarked that it was very cunning. A moment later, he was enveloped in ants on all sides, which he was dissatisfied with. They were even on his hands. The boy's entire body was also wrapped in insects. Releasing his inner energy, the protagonist said that this was expected from fire ants. Immediately afterward, he was enveloped in bright purple flames, declaring that the pain was indeed hellish. Dropping to one knee, Li explained that thanks to Old Man Xing, he had completed the immortal body that contained the underworld. At the same moment, the fire ants were about to bite him again, while he added that he was not afraid of such bites. Smiling broadly, the boy said that he could endure any pain. Looking furiously in front of him, the protagonist concluded that he felt that the boss was actually underground. Suddenly rushing forward, Li said that they could bite if they wanted, but they shouldn't try to stop. A moment later, the boy approached a huge swarm of ants. He looked in front of him with a mad look and laughed. With a deft blow, he managed to cut his opponent in half. The huge ant broke up into many small ones in an instant. At the same time, the protagonist began to dig underground. With a snide grin, he noticed that it was their boss's turn. In the middle of the dark forest was a huge pit. It led to the underground passages of the anthill. Following these paths, Li reached the queen ant and said that it was Mommy who sent control signals. Noticing the enemy in her lair, the queen looked menacingly in front of her and began to hiss. Immediately afterward, the boy gathered a huge amount of red energy in his hand and said that if it stopped attacking, then he would also stop. Sharply heading towards the queen ant, he noticed that, unfortunately, she did not understand human language. His fist rushed forward with great speed. A moment later, a huge explosion thundered in the middle of the forest. Noticing this, Fang, Shuang, and Luo were greatly stunned. Looking in surprise in front of him, Nan asked if his elder brother had found the leader. At the same moment, the huge insect in front of the stone golem crumbled. Looking ahead, Lao noticed that this seemed to be true. Watching how a huge number of ants ran back into the forest, the guys noticed that without management, the colonies dispersed. At the same time, the red-haired guy saw Kun Pengli flying through the sky and said that the elder brother was returning. A moment later, the boy landed on the ground, and Nan asked if he was injured. Shrouded in unknown slime, the protagonist asked not to talk about it and said that everything was painful and disgusting, so he needed help to cleanse himself, and the red-haired guy agreed to this. Then it was time for washing, and Nan enveloped his friend in water. Putting on clean clothes, Li noticed that, fortunately, he had a change of robe with him, and Xuan noticed that he was always getting into something, and did he really think that these clothes would be enough for him? As long as the red-haired guy said that everything was fine, because as long as it was not completely destroyed, it was possible to subdue forever. Looking forward seriously, the princess of the demon clan begged him not to worry, because the end was near. Glancing sharply in his direction, the boy asked if she wanted to know why they were going into the hole. Pointing with his hand to the forest in front of him, the protagonist stated that the answer was there. Looking at him dumbfounded after hearing this, the girl in the blue dress said that then they should go and see. Looking at the huge snail standing nearby, Li asked it to take on human form, as it would make it easier for him to get there. Immediately after that, the guys went to the dead forest. Looking at the boy in front of her with displeasure, Choi's noticed that, as she had said before, there was nothing at all, and he asked why there was such a hurry. Imagining a falling leaf in his head, the protagonist noticed that people say that you cannot notice the forest for the trees. Turning back, he added that she, in turn, could not see the trees beyond the forest. Looking at Li running away from her, the princess of the demon clan asked what he was talking about, and he asked her not to worry. Suddenly, the boy stopped in place. Pointing his finger at a dead tree standing next to him, the protagonist asked to look at him. Noticing only one piece of paper hanging on it, Li asked if she could see it. Looking in surprise in front of her, Shuang asked if it was uncommon. Turning to this tree, the boy asked her not to make any noise for the time being. Immediately afterward, he placed his hand on its shaft. The protagonist then began to release his blue energy. Watching him from the sidelines, Lua asked what her elder brother was doing, and Shuang replied that she didn't know, but that there was some energy radiating. The princess of the demonic cult stared dumbfounded in front of her. It was assumed that perhaps he was conducting some kind of ritual. At this moment, Li was completely focused and closed his eyes. Suddenly he woke up and began to dance. Noticing this, Shuang was very angry and asked what kind of incomprehensible ritual it was. Looking in front of him in surprise, Old Man Neo asked the others to stop. At the same moment, other leaves appeared right on the tree. Then the entire branch was completely covered with them. After some time, the whole tree became alive again. Grass and flowers have also grown in the area. Next to this tree, calm reigned and a wonderful clearing appeared. The guys immediately began to look around in admiration, and Fang said that they were just dead trees, and Nan noticed that they had turned into a flowering garden, until Shuang didn't know what to say, and Luo stated that it was very beautiful. Folding his hands to his chest, Li asked what they would say to this, and was he right in concluding that the instructions of the immortal emperor never failed. Releasing his inner energy, Old man Nyo noticed that he suddenly felt so light. Looking menacingly forward, Zhang suggested that he didn't think they had come there just to revive these trees. With a snide grin, the protagonist noted that, of course, this is true. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared out of nowhere, and the boy explained that they had come there to meet the god of the place. Standing across from Lee, the rest of his team clarified what he had just said. The guys looked at him dumbfounded and asked if they were going to meet God now, to which they received a positive answer. Looking ahead seriously, Shuang wondered who this so-called god was. Pointing his finger upwards, the protagonist explained that, of course, this was a friend of the immortal emperor, he again. Suddenly, all the guys felt an unknown shaking coming from the depths of the forest. With his mouth wide open in fear, Nan asked what was going on. At this time, the guys felt a strong pressure on themselves and bent a little. At the same time, Lao put his hands together and released his energy. Immediately afterward, he erected a shield around his allies, and Zhang noticed that it seemed that the god he mentioned was about to appear, and the red-haired guy said that it was not a very friendly feeling, and Li asked them to relax. Suddenly, a glow of blue and yellow light began to appear from the tree, and the boy said that he had already greeted him. Shielding his face from the bright light, the disciple of the ancient purification clan said that he was coming out. A moment later, an unknown white creature appeared, making strange sounds. Seeing this, Nan was extremely dumbfounded. At this time, the boy raised his hand up and spoke in an unknown language. Choi's looked in surprise in front of her, did not understand what he was saying at all, and thought that sometimes it seemed to her that he was out of his mind. Li happily ran up to the god of this place, saying that he was just saying hello, and he didn't have to worry, because this tree spirit was very friendly. A moment later, the same spirit struck the boy with great force. When Loa caught him, the protagonist asked what he had just done, and Shuang asked if he was friendly. Looking at Li in front of him with displeasure, the tree spirit was explaining something in an unknown language. Hearing this, the boy was extremely dumbfounded and asked something in his language, and the princess of the demon cult asked him to speak like a human. Recalling the images of both ants and their queen, the protagonist said that it means that it was he who raised these insects. They also swatted their queen. Looking behind Li, Shuang claimed that he had killed her, while he communicated with the spirit in his language. Turning sharply back, the deity of this place answered him in his own language. After his words, the boy suddenly shuddered with surprise and asked again, to which he received the same answer. Looking ahead seriously, the protagonist reflected that he did not expect that demon to be reborn, and now it is clear that those ants were bred for protection. Looking at Li puzzled, Nan asked his elder brother what was going on. Hearing it, the boy silently looked away. Then, looking away, he noticed that it was only nothing. Immediately afterward, the protagonist slapped the tree spirit on the back with his hand. Hugging him, Li said in his language that there was nothing to be afraid of, because he was going to kill him again. Looking at him in disbelief after hearing this, the deity of this place said something in his own language, and the boy asked how he dared to look down on him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist spoke in the language of the spirit that his body was indeed not in the best shape. Imagining the images of Akihito and Crow in his head, he spoke in an unknown language that it should not be forgotten that they had already done the preparatory work. As he told all this, Li rarely looked in the direction of the tree spirit. Then he looked at his allies and, in the language of the deity, asked them to communicate well with his friends. Hearing this, the tree spirit looked seriously in front of him. Immediately after that, he flew up to the rest of the protagonist's team and began to say something in his language. Looking at him in surprise, Nan uttered a few incomprehensible words. Striking himself on the chest, the deity of this place answered him. With a wave of his hands, the tree spirit opened several portals near him, which delighted everyone else. Looking at the river in the crack that appeared, the red-haired guy asked if this was not what the princess was talking about. Watching the portal leading to the Purple Hills, Li confirms his hunch and reveals that these are teleportation channels to the rest of the Omen Ridge. He then looked at the rift leading to the mineral mine. Imagining a huge number of different valuable items in his head, the boy stated that in addition, each canal leads to a special place in these areas, and suggested that they split up and look for something valuable, because he was sure that they would be able to load up to the eyeballs. Suddenly, the tree spirit began to distribute strange green spheres to everyone. Taking them in their hands, the two guys noticed that they were cold and smelled delicious, and the protagonist said that they were signs of the laurel spirit tree. The elders and old man Nyo also received these orbs, as long as Li asked everyone not to lose them. Then these same spheres went to two girls who noticed that they looked delicious. Showing everyone this very magic ball, the boy said that as long as they were with them, they would be able to instantly return there. Smiling broadly after hearing this, Lao concluded that it was a great combination of efficiency and safety, while John said that now they could separate peacefully. Looking at the real protagonist in front in surprise, Nan asked his elder brother where he would go. Waving his hand, the boy said that they did not have to worry about him, and there was a place in sight. The pressure to tell is transferred to a mountainous area, where someone asked Bao what was wrong with her, because everyone already knows about the marriage agreement between them. Shensi stood in front of the magic-bound princess of the Jade Valley, wondering why she ran away every time she saw him. Grinning mischievously, the guy with the red dot on his forehead asked to look at him now. The girl with gray hair looked down while her fiancé said that he could not even make a sound, and would say honestly that she had a delightful body. Taking a step towards her, the heir to the heavenly god Sex said that if she didn't know who was there was no one there. Touching his beloved, Shensi noticed that they were almost married, so it was not worth adhering to etiquette, and perhaps it was worth finishing right there. Licking her face, the guy with the red dot on his forehead added that after that day they would become real husband and wife. Then he reached for her breasts. With a snide grin on his face, the heir to the heavenly god sect begged her to be undressed. After all, she had a legendary immortal body. While something incomprehensible appeared behind him, Shensi asked her not to be shy, because no one would come. Suddenly, the guy with the red dot on his forehead turned back. At the same moment, he was extremely dumbfounded, uttering the name of Li Chia. Standing in front of him, the heir to the heavenly god sect asked how he got there, and the protagonist wondered who he was and explained that he was looking for someone, so he shouldn't get in the way. Suddenly, Li noticed a magic-bound bow behind him. Looking at him in fright, the girl with gray hair began to moo. At the same time, the boy smirked, saying that it was the princess of the Jade Valley, and asked if she had run into a pervert. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after hearing this, Shensi declared that she was his fiancée, so there was nothing to blame for lewdness. Throwing his hands behind his head, the protagonist noticed that, in his opinion, this is not how brides are treated, but booty, and suggested to the mistress that he deal with this scoundrel. A moment later, Bao was very angry when he offered her to become his maidservant. Releasing his inner energy, the guy with the red dot on his forehead declared that he had asked for it. Then, suddenly, he rushed forward. Rushing towards his opponent, the heir to the heavenly god sect thought that no one should find out about what had happened, so he needed to finish off this knot. Noticing this, Li took out his magic blade. A moment later, Shensi was destroyed by several cuts. The boy was behind him, enveloped in energy. After the damage received, the guy with the red dot on his forehead spat out blood. At the same time, the protagonist landed on the ground near Bao. Slowly approaching her, the protagonist asked what she would say to this, and if she would think about his proposal. Looking at the gray-haired girl trembling with discontent, he said that she shouldn't strain herself so much. Suddenly crying, the princess of the Jade Valley stated that he should quickly flee. Hearing this, Li was very surprised. At the same moment, red and yellow eyes appeared out of nowhere. A huge mask soared into the air above Shensi. Turning back, the boy asked if he was not dead yet, and noticed that he looked extremely ugly. As his body reunited again, the young man with the red dot on his forehead said that it was an unusual sword technique, and coupled with the power of the immortal emperor, he took him by surprise. Smiling broadly, the heir to the heavenly god sect added that unfortunately, life and death were in his hands, both in his hands. Looking at his opponent, the protagonist concluded that this was not bad for a pervert, and the pervert asked him to stop repeating it. Fixing his self-confident gaze forward, Li said that he thought he was quite resistant to blows, and therefore he would make an excellent punching bag. Sneering snidely after hearing this, Shensi called him an impudent man. Then he jumped up, asking to show what he was capable of. At the same time, the boy smiled broadly. Immediately afterward, he released his internal red energy and summoned baby Kunping. A moment later, Li jumped on his familiar. At the same moment, Scarves headed in his direction with great speed. Deftly wielding his blades, the boy managed to fight off the attack. The protagonist shredded Scarves with a snide grin on his face. When Li was already very close to his opponent, he activated the Tao of Life and Death, which greatly surprised him. At the same time, Shensi's expression changed to emotionless. Suddenly, something of yellow energy began to appear in the area. After a moment, it became clear that these were wooden blades. Immediately after their appearance, they headed towards Kunpeng at great speed. Then, the barrage of wooden swords reached its goal. At this time, Li deftly swung his blade. Smiling broadly, the guy with the red dot on his forehead laughed, saying that this is the power of life and he should have fun. Suddenly, his neck was slit. As the body of the heavenly god clan's heir fell down, he noticed that the boy had taken cover from his attack with a magic shield, talking about ordinary wooden blades. Continuing to cover himself with his red barrier, the protagonist asked if he really wanted to fight with it against imperial technology. Enveloping himself in his inner energy after what had happened, Shensi was about to show him his true strength. At the same time, plants began to sprout on the magic shield. Looking up, Li was very surprised by what he saw. His red barrier was pierced by the roots of plants. While he was just silent, his opponent declaring that the Emperor's techniques were not so invincible. At this time, the huge roots continued to break through the magic shield. They grew larger and headed towards the protagonist. Noticing this, Li swung his blade, remarking that this was already very serious. Suddenly, he noticed something in the front. At the same time, the huge roots turned into purple dust, and the boy asked if this was another change. Watching the purple thing envelop his opponent, the guy with the red dot on his forehead said that it was the Tao of Life and Death. With a gesture with his hand, he activated death. Immediately afterward, a terrifying image was gathered from the purple dust as the heir of the heavenly god sect announced that he was about to die. Then the protagonist was enveloped in darkness. With a sharp wave of his hand, Shensi declared that today was the day of his death. With the help of his palm, he channeled the violet energy. A moment later, the death skill absorbed Li. Then the violet particles began to dissipate. Flying closer to his defeated enemy, the guy with the red dot on his forehead asked if he was not already running away. At this time, Bao watched with tears in her eyes. Grinning mischievously, the boy explained that he just lay down to lie down on the grass. Slowly approaching him, the heir of the heavenly god clan concluded that he would not kill him right away and would first think of what kind of torture would be better to inflict on him. Standing in front of his defeated opponent, Shensi remarked that, however, if he told all the secrets that he knew. Grinning mischievously, the guy with the red dot on his forehead added that then they would allow him to choose an easy death. With a wide smile on his face, the protagonist said that his heart was already breaking from such words. Hearing this, the heir to the Heavenly God sect made a disgruntled face and asked if he was choosing such a death. With his mouth slightly open, Lee was about to say something. Then a huge magic circle appeared on the ground, and the guy told me that it broke his heart to kill such a bastard with this great formation. At the same moment, Shensi was greatly frightened by what had happened. Being in the middle of the red magic circle, the guy with the red dot on his forehead asked what kind of formation it was. With a frightened expression on his face, the heir to the Heavenly God sect stated that it was impossible and asked when he had managed to establish it. Pouring his inner energy into the magic circle, Lee said that he had come there to find him, and he himself forced him to use such a skill. As the dark red energy enveloped the entire space around the boys, the boy explained that his ancestors weren't even in the project when the Immortal Emperor created this blood demon killing structure, and since he said that he had mastered the Tao of life and death, he should feel for himself what real death was. After listening to him, Shensi gritted his teeth in displeasure. Unwinding his magic scarves around the area, he used the path of life and death. By placing himself in the sphere from his artifact, the guy with the red dot on his forehead activated Nirvana. Immediately afterward, the dark red energy headed towards him. Grinning mischievously, the protagonist remarked that this was very naive. At this time, Bao watched everything from the sidelines, chained by magic. Looking dumbfounded in front of her, the girl with gray hair wondered if she was dreaming. After all, the genius of Shensi was driven into a desperate situation. Watching the dark red energy destroy the magic scarf, the Jade Valley Princess reasoned that this formation was very dangerous. Looking at the heir to the Heavenly God sect, whose artifact had been completely destroyed, Bao thought that it was like a power of another dimension. With a smug grin, Lee noticed that they had made a small mess there. At this time, the guy with the red dot on his forehead was very tense and couldn't believe that he was going to die. Looking furiously forward, the boy told him to disappear. Immediately afterward, a dark red energy headed towards him, and Shensi, realizing that he was dying, asked him to stop. When an incomprehensible glow began to appear from his forehead, the guy asked to wait. A moment later, on her forehead she sparkled brightly. Noticing this, the protagonist turned sharply back. At the same time, the entire body of the heir to the Heavenly God sect was enveloped in yellow energy. When the red force enveloped everything around, only a flash of yellow was visible. Looking in surprise at the disappeared opponent, Lee asked what it was, noting that, however, it did not matter. Immediately afterward, Bao landed on the ground. As she fell down, the gray-haired girl assumed that he must have been saved by the immortal weapon he carried, and the boy asked how she was feeling, to which she replied that thanks to it she could finally move, but temporarily completely exhausted. Sitting on the ground, the princess of the Jade Valley said that he still underestimated him too much. After all, as a young master of the Heavenly God sect, he had a lot of precious artifacts and weapons with him. Pointing his finger up, the protagonist said that he didn't care, and was going to finish him off next time, because it wouldn't take long. Closing her eyes, Bao remarked that she still had to thank him for saving her. With a snide grin, Lee asked if the gratitude would be only verbal. Standing in front of the girl with the gray hair, the boy stated that he still thought that she should become his servant, because her immortal body of the Valley of Tyrants was very rare, and if she joined him, he would teach her how to use it properly. Suddenly blushing with embarrassment, the Jade Valley Princess concluded that she knew that he had not helped out of good intentions either. Looking away, Bao suddenly fell silent. Lowering her head a little, the girl with gray hair noticed that one way or another she was no longer free. Imagining in her mind how an unknown entity controlled some territory, the princess of the Jade Valley was telling that the Heavenly God sect was powerful and constantly continued to expand territories under the pretext of spreading its doctrine, and her sect was too close to her, only 1,000 miles away. As she sat on the ground, she added that their fate was therefore in the hands of the Heavenly God sect, and Lee asked what it would be. Remembering the image of the depraved Shensi, Bao said that it seemed that the bastard had his eye on her, and she could sacrifice herself. With a visibly frightened expression, the gray-haired girl explained that it was all for the sake of the sect's safety. Looking at her confidently after all he had heard, the boy noticed that she looked very arrogant and did not expect such selflessness from her. Glancing at him with displeasure, the princess of the Jade Valley stated that of course she didn't want to, but if the others were safe, then they would have to, and the protagonist called her a stupid pig. Hearing this, Bao was very dumbfounded and asked what he had just said. Pointing his finger at her, Lee repeated that he had said that they were stupid pigs, she, her sect, and asked what kind of losers would use women as shields, stating that they were weaklings who were unable to resist and would forever remain slaves. After his words, the girl with gray hair gritted her teeth in displeasure. Looking menacingly in front of her, the princess of the Jade Valley asked him to stop talking truisms and asked why he would talk about it at all, since he did not understand what situation they were in. Fixing his calm gaze forward, Lee simply remained silent. At the same moment, Bao was getting up from the ground. Turning her back to him, the girl with gray hair said that it was useless to argue with him, because one way or another she had to go look for this dog, so she said goodbye to him. At the same time, the boy smiled, asking what would happen if he destroyed the Heavenly God sect. Looking after the departing princess of the Jade Valley, the protagonist wondered if she would agree to follow him. Hearing this, Bao suddenly trembled with sadness. Turning back with tears in her eyes, the gray-haired girl begged him not to joke and not to think that if he was lucky enough to win once thanks to someone else's formation, it made him invincible. Standing behind her, Lee asked if she really thought he was lucky. Tilting his head a little to the side, the boy told her to forget, and offered to collect some treasure and return. the lag of the story is transferred to the moment when someone was running rapidly through the forest. Luo spun the fire lasso, telling her allies to push hard, because it was the demon fox that was too fast, and Nan remarked that it would be a shame to return empty-handed. Directing her serious gaze forward, the girl with black hair declared that they would not let her go. She then threw her fiery lasso at her. A moment later, the rope engulfed the nine-tailed fox. Smiling broadly as she caught her, Luo was glad that they had finally succeeded, and the red-haired guy remarked that it was a great job, while Fang said that it was surprisingly easy. Smiling smugly, the black-haired girl concluded that there was nothing to be done since she was so pretty, and Nan confirmed her words that she had easily caught a ghostly fox with 9 lives. At this time, the monster was encased in a fiery lasso. After a moment, the fox grinned mischievously. Then a love fog appeared in front of the guys. It instantly enveloped all around. The red-haired guy shielded himself from him with his hands, declaring that they had underestimated her, and said that these monsters like to make fun of hunters. Suddenly, he noticed a beautiful girl in front of him, adding that they should be killed afterwards as well. A moment later, Nan fell in love with her, saying that it was not a pity to die for such a thing. At the same moment, a lasso headed in his direction. The rope enveloped the red-haired guy in the blink of an eye, while he was raving about his sister's fox. Luo would pull him back at the last moment, telling him to go to her. After catching her ally, the black-haired girl noticed that he was completely fascinated and called him a loser. At the same time, Nan began to come to his senses. Seeing Lao in an erotic costume, the red-haired guy said that she was so beautiful, so his heart would jump out of his chest. Hitting him after hearing this, the girl with black hair asked him to stop talking nonsense, because they were being attacked by the beast, and he continued to rave. As the demon fox approached her, Luo realized that she couldn't dodge in time. At the same moment, Fang appeared in front of her, who repelled the monster's attack. Covering his allies, the black-haired guy called the beast very cunning and told him not to even think about harming his comrades. Looking at her older brother, Luo told him to escape from this fog, and he told her not to worry, because he might resist him, so she had to take care of the red-haired guy while he sorted it out himself. At this time, Nan was still fascinated and recognized senior brother Fang. Suddenly, in his eyes, the black-haired guy became very attractive and said that he would take care of everything. Seeing this, Nan seemed to fall in love, calling him elder sister, and remarked that he was also very handsome, and Luo concluded that he was completely poisoned. At this moment, the fox was directing its love fog towards Fang, and he was asking her not to waste energy trying to charm him. Directing his serious gaze forward, the black-haired guy gave his name and explained that he was a righteous man and would never succumb to the charms of a woman. Hearing this, the demon beast sneered. Then she covered herself in her own pink mist, and her opponent asked her to stop fighting and give up. Immediately afterward, Fang headed towards the love mist, stating that no matter how much she changed, it was useless. After a moment, the fox took on its true form. Noticing this, the black-haired guy was extremely dumbfounded. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his nose. The stream of blood was so strong that it flew back. Luo watched in surprise as Fang fell to the ground. At the same time, the guy with black hair was completely in love, asking for forgiveness that he could not resist. Looking puzzled in front of her, the girl with black hair noticed that this was already a problem. The demon beast was in front of the 2 frowning boys and the girl. Luo looked at her opponent, thinking that she was very cunning. Looking at Nan, who was foaming at the mouth, Luo thought that they were both fascinated by this demon fox. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the black-haired girl realized that she was alone, and wondered if she would cope. A moment later, the demon beast headed towards her, and she noticed that she was attacking. Jumping abruptly to the side, Luo was very surprised. Seeing the fox heading towards Fang, the black-haired girl thought that she shouldn't let her do what she had planned. She then waved her dragon flame whip. Her blow fell on the demon beast. A moment later, the real fox was behind her, and Luo knew she had been fooled. With her hand, she tried to block the blow. After the damage received, the girl with black hair flew into the tree. Expectorating blood, she used a shield of energy. At the same moment, the demon beast walked towards her. The 9-tailed fox enveloped his hand in energy and was about to strike. Closing her eyes in fright, Luo knew she couldn't have time to block. Suddenly, the demon beast was enveloped in water, which greatly surprised the girl. Nan pinned down the opponent with his ability, and Fang attacked. Directing his serious gaze forward, the red-haired guy said that the influence of beauty was not an obstacle to him. Attacking with his war spear, the black-haired guy concluded that nothing would surpass the threat to his comrade. A moment later, he managed to pierce the body of the demon fox. After the blow received, the animal fell directly to the ground. The monster then took on its true form, bleeding to death. Running closer to the fox, Nan asked his sister if she was okay, and Fang noticed that they were lucky to be in time, while she explained that she already thought that she was finished. Smiling broadly, the black-haired girl added that she hadn't expected them to throw off the effects of the poison mist. When the guys passed her, Luo stated that she was quite impressed. Immediately after that, the guys began to hug the tree and apologize for scaring her. Seeing this, the black-haired girl looked ahead in surprise. Then, Luo's voice reverberated through the valley they were in, who was unhappy that they were still under hypnosis. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story shifts to the other members of the ancient purification sect who were at the gathering place. Suddenly, green portals opened in front of Zhang. Then, disciples of the ancient purification clan appeared from them, and Luo said that they returned and caught a demon fox with 9 lives. Sitting on a huge bag of loot, Li noticed that they had done a good job. Holding the demon beast carcass in his hands, Fawn noticed that, as expected from the elders and senior brother, they did not disappoint, and Nan said that he was even somewhat ashamed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, one more green portal appeared. Looking at Shuang in surprise, Luo was glad that she had also returned. Fixing his snide gaze on her, the boy noticed that she had returned empty-handed. Pointing her finger upwards, the princess of the demon cult claimed to have obtained important information, and asked if he wanted to hear. The narrative of the story takes everything to the cliff against which the waves were beating. The man standing on top of the cliff watched his disciples fight, asking if there was something so mysterious in the south, and understood why they had gone there, and the girl wondered if he wanted to go down and help. The old man with the blue hair was looking away, saying that they could handle it, and besides, it was a good opportunity to train. Looking at Shuang standing beside her, the elder of the demon clan remarked that she should be more careful with Li Chia. Imagining the image of a boy with a huge number of eyes in his head, the old man with blue hair explained that he just had such a feeling. Looking at his mistress, the elder of the demon clan added that he was currently being watched by some powerful people, and surely they were planning something. Thinking about what she had heard, the princess of the demonic cult noticed that it was strange, because they did not notice that they were being followed. With a serious expression, the old man with blue hair explained that they could be understood. After all, no one except Li Qian knew that there was something in the south, let alone another. Visualizing a huge flash in the middle of the dark forest, the elder of the demon clan said that no one knew that energy was becoming more and more evident in the depths of the Omen Ridge. So many sects were preparing for what would happen next. Imagining several powerful monsters in his mind, the blue-haired old man noticed that there were many high-level celestial beasts that were said to live in the depths of these lands. A little frightened after his story, Shuang noticed that such people were usually not worth climbing, and asked what made sects take risks. Looking away, the elder of the demon sect said that the energy he had already mentioned was to blame. Hearing this, the princess of the demon clan was very surprised. Imagining something shrouded in a huge amount of energy in his head, the old man with blue hair explained that if it wasn't a coincidence, then it meant that the God King artifact was about to awaken. Shuang smiled broadly at the news, and asked what was wrong. Spreading her hands to the sides, the girl told her allies about the artifact of the King of the Gods and asked if they wanted to join in the fun. Fang looked seriously in front of him, talking about the King of the Gods, and then mentioned the artifact. With a wary expression on his face, Lao noticed that it was difficult to even imagine what it could be. Zhang, on the other hand, just stared menacingly in front of him and remained silent. Suddenly thinking about everything he had heard, Li remarked that this God King artifact must be an interesting thing. Looking in front of him, the boy asked what it meant that she said that the gate of the 9 holy demons would take part in the fight for him. Imagining the image of an elder from her sect in her mind, the princess said that he, the leader of the group from their clan, was a very cautious person. Looking forward seriously, the blue-dressed girl added that he was saying that most of the sects currently exploring the Omen Ridge were lackeys of the Heavenly God sect, and there was no point in getting involved in such an unequal confrontation. With a sudden grin, the protagonist said what it meant to be so. Looking at him seriously, Shuang asked what he meant by that. With a furious expression on his face, Li stated that they could go there and wanted to see what they could do. Hearing his answer, the guys were very surprised, and the princess of the demon clan noticed that he was once again pretending to be who knows what. Taking his hand aside, the boy asked if she had any more information. At the same time, Shuang pondered, saying that the rest was quite ordinary. Imagining in her head how a person riding a frog that ate plants, the girl said that, for example, it was said that the first sect found a 10,000-year-old immortal grass, and in the end, it was swallowed right in front of their eyes by a toad. Hearing this, the protagonist was greatly surprised as the princess of the demon clan added that they were now furiously looking for this frog. Jumping down sharply, Li called out to Shuang, which greatly surprised her. Coming closer to her, the protagonist asked why she did not immediately tell about such an important matter, and the princess of the demon sect wondered if the artifact of the King of Gods was less interesting to him than the immortal grass. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Li explained that he didn't care about the grass at all, and asked if she had heard anything about what the frog looked like, much to her surprise. Looking in front of her, Choizen asked why he needed her. Imagining the image of a huge toad in her head, the girl in the blue dress stated that if he thought there was something special about her, he would be disappointed. Pointing her finger upwards, the princess of the demon clan said that she was said to have looked completely ordinary. Suddenly delighted by what he had heard, the boy concluded that this was exactly it. Grabbing Shuang's hand, the protagonist asked to be taken there as soon as possible and shouted to old man Yo to get up, because it was time for them to go. Hearing this, the ancient snail opened its eye. At the same moment, the tree spirit began to wave its arms. Using her magic, Laurel opened a portal through which the guys entered. Imagining in his head how Akihito is chasing a frog, Zhang asks if the immortal emperor also sent him to catch it. The narrative of the story is transferred to a mountainous area in the forest. A huge snail was rapidly making its way through many trees. She quickly crawled forward, kicking up dust in the area. Fixing his serious gaze ahead, Li asked what it meant that a frog had been seen there. Looking at him puzzled, Choizen said that it was so, and wondered what kind of frog it was. Spreading his inner energy around the area, the boy said that it was very unusual, but he would not understand even if he told old Neo what to see by the road, and the princess of the demon clan said that it was nonsense. Imagining a green toad in his head, the protagonist reflected on what thousands of years had spent training him. With a snide grin on his face, Li reasoned that if he came across this time, he would not escape. Suddenly, a huge snail was blocked by someone's paw. Noticing this, Old Man Neo looked menacingly in front of him. In front of him, he saw a terrible spider hissing loudly, and asked if it was a demonic beast. Looking in displeasure in front of her, Shuang noticed that it was a very disgusting demon spider, and the boy asked if he was not afraid of the Emperor's blades. Jumping in his direction, the protagonist said not to interfere, because he was going to deal with him himself. With deft swings of his blades, he managed to cut through the spider. Looking back smugly, Li said that everything was ready. On the ground behind him was the corpse of a huge monster. Old Man Neo looked in front of him, stating that this spider wasn't a mindless low-level beast, and asked why he decided to attack it, and the immortal Emperor's blades didn't have any effect. Looking ahead seriously, the boy assumed that perhaps he had not tried to attack, but that he himself had been so frightened of someone that he ran in panic directly at them. A moment later, Qin Xian and Leng appeared in front of him, asking if it was Li Chia. Holding out his hand in front of him, the heavenly prince from the sacred court introduced himself and explained that he had heard a lot about the young master, so he was glad to meet him, and senior brother Shuang didn't understand why he was behaving so politely with this savage. Looking at the destroyed demon spider, Leng asked how he dared to kill their prey and if he didn't know the rules. At the same moment, the princess of the demon clan stepped forward. Looking menacingly in front of her, the girl in Gavro's blue dress told her elder brother that they had missed the prey. With a serious expression on her face, she noticed that it was not their fault at all. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, Leng concluded that she was the princess of the 9 demons Saint Gate and asked why she had become a follower of this brat, pointing her finger at him. After hearing this, Shuang said that her older brother was very rude and wondered how he dared to accuse her of anything at all, since everyone knew that he had been a mud of the sacred court for 3 years. Hearing this, the demon clan heir gritted his teeth in displeasure as his ally laughed. Placing his hand on his chest, Qin Xian told the young master that after all, this demon spider was originally their prey. As he stretched his hand in front of him, he remarked that although it was a little rude, how about a small power contest to decide who would get it? At his words, Li suddenly smirked. At this time, the heavenly prince from the sacred court was self-confidently staring in front of him. Putting his hand out in front of him, the boy explained that he thought it was useless, because he had killed this spider for them. Looking at her master in surprise, Shuang asked if it was his style and that they couldn't linger because they were in a hurry. Hearing this, Qin Xian silently stared in front of him. With a dissatisfied look at the departing guys, Ling told Li that he did not expect that he was such a coward, and next time he would not get off so easily, so he should not come across again. At this time, the boy sighed heavily. Turning back furiously, the protagonist stated that he should be grateful that he had more important things to do this time, otherwise he would be in trouble. Seeing this, senior brother Shuang was greatly frightened. It was as if he was illuminated by a spotlight from heaven and could not understand what was happening, thinking that for a moment he really felt the deepest darkness. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Len reasoned that this snot was not just throwing words. Looking ahead with displeasure on his face, the heir to the 9 Saint Demon clan asked brother Qin Xian that he also had a killing lust, remarking that it was interesting. Looking forward with his snide gaze, the heavenly prince from the sacred court said that he was curious about what his true strength was. At this time, the guys were rapidly moving between the mountains through the forest. With a serious expression on her face, Shuang regretted that the battle hadn't happened. Imagining the image of Wan Ri and Ling in her mind, the girl thought that the Grand Elder had been opposing the head for a long time, so he had sent his disciple to the enemy. Looking forward with her menacing gaze, the princess of the Sky Clan reasoned that the chance of a fight was great, and she hoped that Li would finish off her elder brother. With serious intentions, she wondered what Li was so focused on, when suddenly he announced that he had found something. Stopping near a huge brown puddle, Old Man Neo asked if he was sure they were going there, and Shuang asked what they had found, while the boy gave a positive answer. Adjusting his clothes, the protagonist asked if she wanted to go with him, and the girl in the blue dress gave a negative answer. Immediately afterward, Li would throw off his robe. Then he suddenly jumped into the muddy water, saying that he was going there himself, and asked him to wait there. Puzzled, watching the mud splashes, the princess of the demon clan noticed that it was very dirty. When he found himself in the middle of dirty water, Li noticed that it was just fine. Putting her hands to her face, Choi's asked if he had found a frog there. Turning back, the boy explained that the frog was not there. Raising her hands up, the girl in the blue dress asked what he was doing there, and if he was just playing in the mud, and the snail noticed that he was also perplexed, while the protagonist asked them not to hurry. Smiling broadly, Li stated that he was about to show them his unique skill. Looking at him dumbfounded after hearing this, the princess of the demon clan asked again. Looking ahead with an interested gaze, Old Man Neo asked about his unique skill. At this time, the boy was in the middle of a huge puddle of mud. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Then a mud ball began to appear in the protagonist's hands. After that, he managed to create a figurine. After a while, Li breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he had done a good job. Having created a gazebo from mud, the boy declared that it was a mud palace. Watching him with displeasure, Shuang asked if his unique skill was playing with dirt, and he asked that it turned out well. Very angry at what she heard, the girl in the blue dress wondered what was next, and did she really think that now the frog would jump there on its own? At the same moment, a toad appeared in a puddle of mud. Looking at it, the protagonist laughed, noting that this is the case, and this creature is fearful, so after eating grass, it can only be lured by the palace as a place to rest. Looking dumbfounded in front of her, Shuang asked when she had appeared. Looking forward in surprise, the huge snail noticed that it seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. At this time, Lee pointed to the mud palace with his hands and said that it was ready, so she could enter. Hearing this, the frog silently looked in front of him. Then, she jumped towards the mud palace. A moment later, it seemed to be inside. When the boy managed to imprison the beast in a cage, he was glad that he succeeded. Smugly watching the frog in captivity, the protagonist said that several million years had passed, but he finally managed to catch this little rascal. Suddenly, he turned back, hearing an incomprehensible sound. In the sky, he noticed a horse-drawn cart with a man in it. It was Nan Tianhao of the Southern Heaven Kingdom, who said with a haughty look that she was the one who had eaten their 10,000-year-old spirit herb, and he had finally found her. A huge cart pulled by demon horses was in the air above a puddle of mud. Noticing her, Lee looked at her menacingly and simply remained silent. He watched the cart shrouded in bright yellow energy. Suddenly, someone jumped out of it and headed down. As he approached the ground, Hao noticed that it was a great job, because he had helped a lot, and the boy asked him to be quiet. Then he landed on the mud. Shrouding himself in blue energy, the young master of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom declared that it was the frog that had devoured their immortal grass, so he should give it to him as soon as possible. Smiling broadly, Hao begged not to force them to rob him. He looked menacingly at his opponent. The protagonist warned him not to take a step further. Immediately after hearing this, the young master of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom asked if he had decided to frighten him. Enveloping his hand in blue energy, he agreed. Hao then directed his power towards the mud palace, saying that if he asked not to take any further steps, then no problem. At the same moment, the frog inside seemed to evaporate. Holding up this very cage of mud, the young master of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom asked why it was empty. At the same time, Lee took his fighting form, calling his opponent a beast. Rushing forward with great speed, he declared that he would finish him off for what he had done. Looking at him in surprise, Hao asked if he really wanted to play. Smiling broadly, the young master of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom ordered his subordinates to teach him a lesson, and they immediately obeyed. With a smirk on his face, the man with black hair stated that he was in trouble. The man with the orange curls looked forward, noticing that he was now learning their brotherly joint attack. A moment later, the two of them were destroyed by the collision with each other. Lee then approached Hao, who was very frightened. Waving his fist, the boy announced that now it was his turn. Enveloping himself in a shield of purple energy, the young master of the Southern Celestial Kingdom said that he needed to block the attack without panicking. Suddenly, the protagonist's blow broke through the defense with a magical barrier. At the same moment, it crumbled into small fragments. Immediately after that, the blow fell on Hao. After receiving such damage, he began to cry and cough up blood, realizing that he could not stand it. At the same time, the young master of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom was slammed into the rock. Lee, in turn, finished his shot. Hao coughed up blood and bulged his eyes. The boy stared at him furiously and just didn't say anything. Watching the guy in the rock, the protagonist noticed that it was good that he was still alive. After all that had happened, Lee looked forward with his menacing gaze. Looking at the scene in a puzzled way, old man Neo noticed that Uncle Li Chi was truly terrifying in anger, and Shuang said that she was more and more curious about what kind of frog it was. At the same moment, the boy jumped off the ground, saying that there would be no wet place left of him. Hao cried out of fear and asked for help. A moment later, there was a collision of two different energies. The young lord of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom opened his mouth wide and screamed in fright. The protagonist's blow was blocked by the shell of a huge turtle. With a displeased expression on his face, the monster grandfather noticed that he was also a representative of an ancient clan, and asked why such belligerence. There were footprints on the ground. The monsters gathered around the trail and asked why Grandpa Turtle suddenly disappeared and if he could be so fast. The monster's face was puzzled, after which he wondered if his grandfather was in a hurry to go to the toilet. The protagonist stood in front of the monster and asked to get out of the way, to which he received the answer that it was too late to kill him. Frowning, Lee asked if the turtle thought he could lecture him since it was a bit larger, but when it came to giant beasts, he also had one. Old man Neo appeared behind him. Squinting, the monster said that he advised him to get out of the way. The distressed old turtle said that alas, the ancient sect was seeking death. People began to run there. Holding the cane in front of him, he added that they had chosen the wrong side. Frowning, Xuan stated that all these sects are vassals of the Sacred Heaven sect. They have been planning this for a long time. People flew over them. Smiling, the young man cried out that they had all seen Lee's atrocities with their own eyes. It was unexpected that the ancient purification sect had made such a scoundrel the main disciple. Furrowing his brows, he noted that they were the masters of this place. The Sacred Heaven sect would chase after this villain until they finished him off. MC took notice of him. People surrounded him, shouting that everyone there had become witnesses today. Looking at the wounded, the young man added that he had been seen injuring the young master of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom, killing his disciples. Looking at the monster's shell, he emphasized that the protagonist had also damaged the armor of the turtle from the Hard Zesli sect. Pointing his finger at him, the warrior emphasized the fact that Lee had to pay for his audacity. Smiling, MC replied that the guy had finally spoken, because he was like a dog in heat. The dumbfounded stranger with an embarrassed look shouted so that the protagonist would be silent and not believed. Standing in front of them, he admitted that he already knew that a trap awaited him on the Ridge of Science. With a grin on his face, he asked what it would cost him. Looking at the opponents, he clarified whether it would cost him the Immortal Emperor's sword or the Immortal Technique book. The turtle sighed. The guy landed in front of him and suggested not to beat around the bush. The puzzled warrior wondered if Qi Xian was too straightforward. Smiling, Li noted that he was quite honest. Stretching out his hand, the guy said that he was not like them, he didn't need to save face in front of the Sacred Heaven sect. The stranger frowned at these words. A red aura enveloped the protagonist's body, after which he stated that in this case, Qin Xian should stop chatting, because if he wanted to obtain immortal techniques, he should be willing to pay for them with his life. Frowning, the guy thought that he might have hidden trump cards, so he needed to set cannon fodder on him first. Stretching out his hand, he shouted that in that case, they wouldn't hold back, they had to finish off MC. Standing in front of him, Qin Xian pointed out that it was unfortunate, but he wouldn't be able to fight him one-on-one. The guy prepared to make a dash and noticed that he was not going to fight fairly. People were watching him closely. Running away from there, the protagonist asked what the old man was waiting for, noting that they needed to get out. They ran away, raising clouds of dust behind them. Nyo turned one eye and reported that they were catching up. The warriors followed them. Frowning, the girl said that she would deal with them. She created a barrier in the form of a snowflake. Streams of energy hovered around the opponents, closing themselves off from mana. The guys discussed that its level had grown a lot. This was expected from the princess. Qin Sang continued to follow her, and added that it was too early for her to compete with them. Frowning, Xuan reported that it was not possible to throw them back. Li had to cover her for her to try again. She turned. Her companion was out of sight. The dumbfounded girl wondered how he could just run away. The protagonist returned to her and replied that he did not run away, but simply went away for a while. He had a lot of fruits in his hands. The annoyed princess wondered if he was picking fruit, while she tried to stop the enemies. Li threw the fruit in her face. He began to throw it new. He smashed the last fruit on his face. Landing on the monster, he noted that the basic preparations were complete. The embittered girl said that it was better to explain to him what it all meant. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that he did not understand why there was such a hurry, because she would understand everything when the time came. Pointing to the mountainous terrain, he asked if the old man could see that valley. Smiling, Li ordered to move there. Stunned, Xuan wondered if this valley was the same place inhabited by all kinds of dangerous beasts that were tens of thousands of years old. A dark aura surrounded the mountains. Frowning, the guy asked if they were trying to hide through this place. The warriors glanced at Shensi and said that they were fleeing to the forbidden territory, after which they asked if they should chase after them. The guy with a calm look said that they were going to go there anyway during the trip, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Holding his hands behind his back, he shouted that they would continue the pursuit and drive them into a dead end. He wondered madly if the young lady was worried about MC. Grinning, he added that if she swore to obey him for the rest of her life, he would think about sparing his life. Shensi noted with a satisfied look that he was just joking. She locked the girl in a cage and stressed that even if she finished him off, she would not dare to disobey him. Watching her, he added that knowing that she was worried about him, he wanted to kill him even more. Smiling broadly, he said that when he caught Li, he wanted the girl to kill him personally. The warriors flew over the flower field. Neo followed his pursuers. The embittered girl said that it would be better if the protagonist's plan worked, otherwise he would die. As they stopped, the warriors began to shout that Li didn't dare to run into forbidden territory. Now he couldn't get away. Raising his hand, the young man invited his fellow cultivators to have fun together. With a smirk on his face, he cried out that whoever captured the protagonist alive would receive a generous reward from him. The warriors flew into battle. Turning around, the guys began to discuss that Shensi wanted to use them as cannon fodder, while he himself sat in the rear. Smiling, Qin Xian stated that he didn't mind it. He flew at the MC and noted that all he knew was to capture someone who had gone against the Sacred Heaven sect. He landed on the ground. Smiling, the guy said that he would not allow the protagonist to escape again. He had to show his abilities. There was a smirk on his face. Li paid attention to him. The cultivators were enveloped in an aura. Turning around, Qin Xian said that it was a bunch of annoying slow interference. Looking at the guy, Niu asked if they would just stand there, to which he received a positive answer. The enemy flew at him and asked if he was still ready to fight. Smirking, the protagonist noted that he was not going to fight. A huge hand appeared in front of him. The guys were taken aback by what they saw. The enraged monkey began to growl loudly. Her eyes shone brightly. Stunned, Xuan shouted that it was a giant demon ape, which was even larger than what was indicated in the records. The monster suddenly jumped up. He made a crushing blow to the ground. Raising her head, she began to scream. The stranger stood behind Shensi and said that the boy was really lucky. The enraged warrior revealed that he thought MC knew the monkey would appear, but he didn't understand how he achieved it. The monster struck at the enemies. Watching the battle, Li revealed that this flower meadow is the territory of the demon ape. If you step on it, the monkey will attack. Touching his cheek, he added that they were not attacked because of the smell. Their bodies were covered in juice. A smell emanated from his finger. While the protagonist said that for other creatures, there is nothing special about this smell, but the demon ape is extremely sensitive to it. He introduced the frightened monster and added that she hated the smell, so she didn't even want to approach them. The cultivators were running away from the monkey, and MC emphasized that now the hunters were the prey. The monster was suddenly surprised. He slammed his fist on the ground. The warrior jumped out of his grip. Smiling, Shensi noticed that his accomplice had finally begun to act. Qin Xian transformed. The enraged creature screamed loudly. People were lying on the ground. Raising his hand above his head, the young man shouted for the soldiers to get up and carry away the wounded. He rushed into battle and added that he would deal with the monster. The monkey opened its mouth wide. The guy was shocked by what he saw. He flew back. With a dumbfounded look, he said that it was absorbing chi. He needed to forget about the wounded and run away from there. The guys tried to escape from the battlefield. The soldier turned his attention to his comrade. The energy turned him into a skeleton. Cultists flew away from there. Purple smoke spread across the battlefield. The guys flew to the Lord and told him that all the groups had suffered heavy losses. Shensi was furious. Folding his hands, the stranger asked to be allowed to deal with it. Looking at him, the Lord replied that he could act. The guy rushed into battle. He watched Qin Xian conduct the battle. He hit the gorilla in the face. A cloud of energy formed in its mouth. She fired a beam at the enemy. The frightened warrior thought that this was bad. The stranger surrounded himself with a red sphere. Energy emanated from his finger. He tore the space along the path of the monkey's mana flow. Nu was surprised by what he saw. Smiling, Li revealed that this person was at the level of a saint. He had been sent there to look after this loser. The young man covered Qin Xian with his body and advised him to retreat to avoid possible injuries. The warrior was furious. Closing his eyes, he replied that he understood this. Swinging his fist, the man thanked him for his assistance. He unleashed dark mana into the monkey and declared that he could now fight with full force. The guy was able to hold back the onslaught from the monster's fist. Violet energy surrounded them. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was not bad. This person was capable of fighting a demonic ape. The animals began to scatter from there. MC was suddenly taken aback. He noticed a frog among the animals. Nu chased animals. He tried to catch up with the frog and reported that he could move faster. Pointing his finger forward, the protagonist replied that it was not worth doing, because if they approached sharply, they would only scare her away. The old man should continue to move at this speed and not lag behind. Squinting, the monster replied that he understood all the instructions. There was a smile on the guy's face. Glancing at the frog, he emphasized the fact that he couldn't get away this time. Wind currents were hovering in the gorge. Watching the amphibian, the guys said that she had finally stopped. This place was so dull, there was only sand and stones everywhere. Holding his finger in front of his mouth, the protagonist indicated that they should be quieter. Sitting down on the ground, he stressed that it was necessary to assemble a new cage from improvised materials. When he touched the ground, he said that it was dry. There was mucus in front of his hand. Looking at Nyo, he listened that he could use his slime to solve this problem. The guy began to form a lump of mud. As he surveyed the area, he noted that the frog knew how to choose a place, an ancient battlefield where demons and gods had once fought. The surprised girl asked about the gods. Looking down, they said that they were just high-level cultivators, a bunch of idiots who called themselves gods. He imagined a man with glowing eyes and emphasized that the eyes of the sacred heavens are the same, declared himself a god and confuses people with his teachings, using force to intimidate the weak. The young man added with a satisfied look that the god level would never be reached. He created a cage and noted that it was time to stop talking. Holding the object in front of him, MC stated that the new palace was ready. Looking at the frog, he said that this was its new home. She jumped off the rock. The amphibian was moving in his direction. A green beam appeared behind him. The frog suddenly disappeared. The guys followed this. The enraged guy smashed the cage to the ground. His face was veined with anger. Looking at the flow of mana, he wondered why he had to wake up now. Shensi watched the monkey. Frowning, he stressed that thanks to his subordinate, they had managed to avoid even greater losses. Lowering his gaze, the guy replied that the Lord was too kind. Allowing the protagonist to take advantage of the chaos to escape was his mistake. Smiling, the warrior asked not to worry. He pointed his finger at the beam and reported that as expected, the divine artifact had awakened. MC should come there. Shensi shouted with a satisfied look that in this case, he would take his life along with the artifact. They began to fly towards that pillar of light. The dumbfounded girl thought of Lee. Streams of smoke could be seen in the sky. Looking up, Nan asked what had happened there. The man stretched out his hand and noted that the little tree was very scared. Green mana swirled around. There was an explosion. The monster was hiding behind a tree. The protagonist appeared in front of them and announced that he had returned. The surprised guys asked where Xuan and the others were. Looking at them, the guy replied that they were waiting outside. He was not for long. He just wanted to ask the baby for something. The creature was flying in front of him. Waving her arms, she began to make sounds. The protagonist grabbed her and told her not to panic, because he was there, but she would have to give him those 2 treasures. Looking into her eyes, he emphasized the fact that it would be possible to destroy him in this way. Her face was puzzled. The spirit flew away from him. Green energy surrounded the baby. Artifacts appeared in her hands. Taking the items, Lee said that it was the lotus of the 6 paths and the holy water of the green lotus. With their help, everything would work out. Stunned, Nan said that he had not heard of such treasures. Zhang said with a serious look that since the protagonist had asked for such treasures, it seemed that he had encountered a powerful opponent. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy answered that this is so, a catastrophe will soon occur. Standing in front of them, he asked them not to worry, because as long as they stayed in the Laurel Lotus Forest, everything would be fine. Frowning, the old man wondered if MC was going to deal with everything alone again. His students enthusiastically said that they wanted to help, but it was better to stay there. The man with a smile on his face said that since the protagonist says so, then they will stay and wait for good news. Turning around, the young man said that sometimes a large number of people can only get in the way, so the old man should keep an eye on the disciples and not allow them to act without permission. Looking after him, Zhang replied that he agreed with him and asked him to be careful. The spirit crossed its arms and began to say something. Entering the portal, MC winked at them and told them not to worry, because he would be back. He appeared on a snail in order to move to that pillar of light and follow its instructions. Looking at Xuan, he said that he had been making the necessary preparations. They drove into the forest, after which the girl noted that she did not know what he was cooking, but now the other sects were far ahead of them, to which she received the answer that it did not matter, they could go first. The protagonist with glowing eyes told her not to forget that this forest is the center of the Omen Ridge. High-level beasts won't let them pass through so easily. The warrior was caught by a monster. The six-winged ping was chasing the cultists. The bird opened its mouth wide. Streams of electricity emanated from her. Lightning struck people. Shensi glanced at his subordinate and said that they didn't need to interfere, because it wouldn't affect their advancement in any way, so let them figure it out for themselves. They were suddenly taken aback. A huge snake with many heads appeared before them. The guy endowed his body with mana and said that he would take care of it. The blade was enveloped in blue energy. The guys slew the monster. There were huge cuts on his body. Smiling, Ling suggested that there was a difference in the levels of the beasts. After all, compared to that monkey, it was easy, and then he heard that he shouldn't relax, because they needed to get to the artifact. Qin Xian added with a serious look that after all, they weren't the only sect that wouldn't refuse to compete with Shensi for this artifact. Believers were enveloped in mana. The warrior rushed into battle, shouting that their faith was with him. He approached the monster, and shouted that it was just a lump of dirt. The stranger struck down the monster with one blow. He licked the dirt that was left on his face, and stated that it wasn't a high-level beast. The warrior was standing over the corpse of the monster. He pointed out with a serious look that when they got their hands on the God King's weapons, they would replace the Sacred Heaven sect. The turtle ran through the forest and begged them to hurry, because when the time came for Shensi to blame them, they couldn't let it happen. Frowning, the man asked what would help him and set a trap on Li. Sitting in the carriage, he wondered why he didn't team up and take the artifact, to which he was told that his idea was very dangerous. The Sacred Heaven sect was not one to be challenged. A monster was flying over us. People were scared. Stopping, the turtle screamed not to panic. He rolled forward, saying that he would clear the way for them. The man, shrouded in pink mana, noticed that the turtle was not a bastard. The monster approached the monster. A powerful blow rang out. Moving through the forest, Li said that he would soon need to turn right. Stretching out his hand, he assumed that there was such a commotion in the forest because all the sects were fighting with beasts there. Frowning, the girl clarified why they did not meet a single animal. Looking at it, the protagonist replied that of course it was. Her face was puzzled. Raising his finger, he imagined a monkey and told him that it had beaten these fools a lot. Xuan was shocked. He presented their route through the forest and emphasized the fact that it wasn't just the demon monkey. He knew the territory of each of the beasts, and of course, he was leading them along a safe path. They continued to sit on the snail. Frowning, the girl asked how things could have remained the same, even if the immortal emperor was actually communicating with him in his dreams. He had lived many thousands of years ago. With a dumbfounded look, she asked if this was the Ridge of Signs. Stretching out his hand, Li replied that it was the Omen Ridge, but they had gotten there through the teleportation formation. He imagined a portal and began to ask where this place was and if they had been transported somewhere far away. Glancing at his girlfriend, he clarified whether they were in an imaginary space that existed in the void. Closing one eye, the guy said that he would tell everything himself. He imagined a pink blob of energy and said that it was an illusion created by the energy of the core of the Omen Ridge. It was cyclical, and every 300 years everything was dumped there. Monsters appeared in his imagination. The warrior chopped off the snake's heads while MC said that everything there was created by the core, including high-level beasts. The cultist plunged his spear into the bird. They surrounded the monster. Blue energy emanated from the corpse. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that even if they killed or absorbed or took everything out of there, when the Ridge of Signs opened again in 300 years, everything would return to its place. Sitting on the shell, he added that therefore the resources there are inexhaustible. Narrowing his eyes, Neo thanked him for his instructions. They arrived at the flow of energy, saying that without noticing it, they had reached the weapon of the King of the Gods. With a serious look, the girl wondered if it turned out that the artifact of the King of the Gods was restored every 300 years, if her interlocutor was telling the truth, and why then the various factions had only now learned of its existence. Looking at her, the guy replied that she was quite smart. The situation there was different. The girl rushed forward, telling him to forget. She couldn't hold back anymore. The main thing now was to get the artifact. Taken aback, Neo called her cunning. They arrived at the artifact. Surprised, Xuan wondered if this was the God King's weapon. Examining the blade, she reported that it looked shabby. Stretching out her hand, she emphasized that however, he radiates energy, which proves his extraordinary. She reached for her sword and heard a shout that she wouldn't even think about doing it. The warriors appeared before her. Ling said with a smile on his face that he couldn't give his younger sister this toy. Smiling, he said that for Qin Xian, this artifact should serve as a guarantee of friendship between their sects, to which he was told that it was a good idea. But he thought some people disagreed. Stretching out his hand, he asked if it was so. There was a smile on Li's face. He rushed into battle, shouting that Len should take me, and he would take care of the protagonist. Attacking his sister, the guy asked if they needed to fight each other. MC repelled the enemy's attack and listened to the request to show what he was really capable of. Puzzled, Neo thought that everyone had forgotten about him. He approached the artifact, saying that it was his. The monster grabbed the artifact. Old man Neo enthusiastically raised his tentacles upwards and exclaimed that he had the artifact and that he would become invincible. Xuan and Ling looked at the ancient snail in amazement. He rounded his eyes indignantly, and was indignant at where his tentacle had gone. In his hand, the young man holds the handle of the artifact. Lord Shensi looks ahead in surprise and says that the guys in front of him are quite nimble, but fortunately, his skills are also good. The protagonist looks at the interlocutor in surprise and asks what kind of equipment he has, and that the servant did not give it to him, and Qixian says that here are the problems. The man clutches a weapon in his hand and furiously shouts that the artifact will be his. Xuan gritted his teeth angrily and stated that they were too late, and Lin shouted curses. A bright flash of magic knocks enemies aside. The man laughs angrily, gritting his teeth. He holds the sword in his hands, surrounded by energy, and says that this is exactly what he expected from the artifact of the King of the Gods, and that he feels infinite power filling his body. The sword radiates energy, and its wielder laughs. Green tentacles approach its feet. The girl shifts her wary gaze and asks what it is, and the young man is surprised that so many roots suddenly came out at once. Qixian looks forward and asks what is the power of the God King artifact. The protagonist looks up in amazement, and replies that it is not the power of the artifact, and tells his friend to see for himself. The roots of the pumo tree wrapped around the man's body. The latter, entwined with tree roots, holds the artifact tightly in his hand, and his assistant in a red cloak asks what is wrong with him, and what is going to pull him out. The Lord rolls his eyes and shouts furiously that he shouldn't. He swings his sword in the air and says that it's just a burst of energy, and that he's going to take control of it. A guy and a girl desperately fight with tentacle roots, and Ling asks what the man is doing, that if he doesn't know how to control the artifact then it's not worth grabbing, and Xuan says that there is no end to them. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest contentedly, and the man asked that Li Qiyan knew from the beginning that this would be the case, and he replied that it was correct. A young man grips the hilt of the sword of the gods tightly. The roots snatch the weapon from his hands, and he shouts that the artifact is being carried away, and asks how this could happen. He was the one who called these roots. Shensi opens his mouth and furiously shouts for a servant to pull him out, and what does he do? The monster's eyes widened in bewilderment. The man's fingers reach for the purple magic flow. He looks after the guy in the raincoat flying away and asks what he is going to. The artifact sealing the demon lies on the ground, entangled in roots, and the man shouts to the servant that the sword is there. The young people stand at the foot of the sky tree, and the monster exclaims that the young master should wait. Xuan shifts his gaze and says that he went there, and Nio adds that it's so reckless. She looks at the protagonist and asks what these roots are, and how they relate to the artifact. The guy looks at the girl with a grin and asks that now she has the patience to listen to him. The protagonist holds his stick tightly in his hand and tells his comrades that the ridge opens once every 300 years, and that some unusual things left here can challenge this place. He shifts his angry gaze in front of him and continues to reveal that the so-called artifact of the King of the Gods is actually an artifact that seals the demon. Qixian brings his hand to the roots and asks what Li means that these are demon roots. The guy looks at the interlocutor and says that it is true. A red-haired man majestically towers over the roots with a sword in his hand. These are the parts of the demonic creature that Ming Ren had sealed here. In the forest near the black hole, people are standing and talking that Shensi has been there for a long time, and that there is movement underground, and the light is gone, and someone asks if it is worth helping them, and another says that he himself said to stay here. The princess looks angrily ahead and says that maybe he just died there, and her guard says that she shouldn't say that. The warrior knelt at the edge of the abyss, and said that the brothers had tried their best to clear a path for him, and that now they did not even have the right to go down. The soldier looked at the opponent and asked what was going on, and it seemed that he was disappointed in the Sacred Heaven sect's decision. The warrior gritted his teeth and asked again what kind of Sacred Heaven sect it was. A huge human leg stood next to the soldier, and he asked who it was. A giant man with clenched fists looks down at the warmongering men and declares that the Sacred Heaven sect is an oppressive organization and that he will take their place. And the purple cloak soldier asks where this giant statue came from, and the second says that it appeared so quietly. He looks intently ahead and says that these are the ones in the turbans. The red-robed warriors clasped their hands and one said that everyone should kneel down and surrender, and the warrior said that they were the ones who had invoked the Dharma statue. The soldier stares at the hand shrouded in glow and says that otherwise everyone will die. The purple-cloaked warrior turned his head and stated that Shensi would return as soon as he obtained the artifact. He would never spare anyone. Shur looks sternly ahead and asks the princess to be careful. The giant raises his leg above the soldiers and says that this is stupid stubbornness, and that they should die. The root stretches upwards. The tentacles capture the giant. The bandana-clad warriors ask in bewilderment what is going on, and that Mr. Manchu has been captured. The soldier raised his hand triumphantly, and said that it must be a lord, and the second in the cloak added that of course, and that the lord had captured the artifact, and asked him to punish the infidels with divine punishment. The giant floats in the air, entwined with powerful roots. The princess shifted her admiring gaze to the giant and asked what the Tao of life and death was. The giant's face crumbles into molecules and he says that they are sucking energy out of him. The roots absorb the energy of the statue. A blue magical stream hides in the lamp and the giant says that the faithful forgive him for having to retreat. The warrior in the bandana looks at what is happening in amazement and asks Mr. Manju what they should do now. The purple cloak soldier clenches his fist and tells Shensi to leave the rest to them. The warrior looks at what is happening in bewilderment. The monsters hung chaotically in the air, pierced by the roots of the tree. The surviving soldier sits on the ground and asks that the young master can stop already. A tree rises majestically in the Red Valley. The protagonist lowered his eyes and said that he was called Pu-Mo. He shifts his frown and reveals that it is actually a giant tree, with a huge amount of life force, that its roots and branches are designed to absorb energy. Shuang looks anxiously at the tree and says that it's even more frightening. Pumo has no limits to growth. Qin Xian closed his eyes and stated that if the monster tree was left unattended, it would continue to kill and grow madly more and more. New unblinking stares at the green killer. The planet flies in bottomless space, entwined with tentacles. Len opens his mouth and indignantly turns to the main character, that since he knew what a terrible monster it was, then why didn't he tell the others, and he grins. The protagonist smiled and asked what difference it made. He stares piercingly ahead and adds that in any case, in order to destroy him, you need to make him show out. The sky tree rises majestically in the valley. The elder looks away, and the man says that something is happening in the forbidden territory, and the second is perplexed that this is a heavenly tree. The man with the blue hair looked away in alarm, and the guy asked if it was the power of the artifact, and he replied that perhaps it was a backlash, a punishment for those who coveted the artifact. The mummy of a warrior hangs on a tree branch with bared teeth. A man in a bandana holds a jug in his hands and calls on the owner to appear again, and stop hiding in the lamp. Mighty roots are rapidly bursting out of the ground. They mercilessly pierce men. The red-haired guy looks angrily at what is happening and exclaims that this is an enemy attack, and what kind of heavenly beast, and adds, because this is Old Man Gue. A huge turtle is wrapped around green tentacles, and the guy shouts that this is Old Man Gue. A young man looks at the dead turtle with horror. His head is instantly pierced by a green arrow. It's hanging in the air, the southern heaven kingdom. It's all over. The old turtle of the solid earth sect is dead. The magic rune is captured by tentacles. Pumo attracts an energy ball to herself. The princess rushes up from the roots that overtake her with horror and says that these plants do not stop. They want to kill everyone, and furiously shouts why Sher Lao does not fly faster, and that they will be sucked dry if they catch up, and he replies that he must cover her. The girl shifts her gaze to the bodyguard and exclaims that there is no point, because she will not be able to escape even if he dies. The man looks forward with concentration and agrees, because his life can still be useful. He releases the magical energy from his palm and apologizes to the princess, who asks what he is going to do. The girl is thrown up by a powerful flow of mana. The man raised his hand up in a farewell gesture and said that this palm had all his strength, and it must be unpleasant, but it would endure it. The princess looks at her friend with horror and pain. The magic beam digs into the girl's body, and Sher says thanks to her body, he can do it and hopes that it will be enough to save her. Tears roll down the girl's face, and the man, captured by the monster plant, says that she must survive. A strong man holds the baby on his shoulder, and she remembers that Uncle Sher took her for a walk. They played hide and seek, conducted experiments. Tears of bitterness from loss obscure the girl's eyes. A cart is moving across the clearing. A flying one-eyed monster hovers over his brother's harness to a cart and asks what they saw. That the forest where the young master went is a huge tree that suddenly grew out of the ground, and is this normal? His huge bulging eye watches the plants growing before his eyes. A small monster stretches its paw forward and tells its comrades to look at it. A plant rapidly approaches him, and he screams in horror. A spear violently bursts through the green mana. Qin Xian mercilessly lowers the weapon on the tentacles and says that it has been caught, and Ling chases the plant away, holding a monster in his hands. The one-eyed green hovered in the air and exclaimed that it was a young master. The young man ruthlessly cuts the mighty roots and says that fortunately he left them outside the forbidden territory, where they are much easier to deal with, and tells Len that he must take the students as far away from here as possible. The man looks at the guys and angrily asks that they heard the master's order to follow him, and shouted to his comrade that he should retreat too. The young master stands in front of the protagonist and remembers how a plant consumes living creatures, and declares that his students are still outside the forbidden territory, and Lee replies with a smirk that it is only a matter of time before Pumo gets there, and the interlocutor says how quickly. The protagonist looks at the warrior eloquently, and says that he just so happens to have a teleport artifact, and that he can run away in disgrace. He clenches his fist furiously. Ling leaves with his disciples, and Qin Xian doesn't believe it. The young man confidently looks at the defeated tentacles and says that he leaves his students to a friend, and he himself cannot run away like this. He shifts his doomed gaze and says that this will be a blow to the honor of the ancient Qin Xian kingdom. The huge plant takes up more and more space. Shensi raised his head up, and his servant said that the situation ahead was unclear, and that it would be better to retreat and conduct reconnaissance. And he replied that it was all nonsense, an artifact right in front of them, and asked how they could retreat now. The man looks to the side with clenched teeth and feels a strong energy flowing through the roots. A powerful plant approaches the warrior. It makes ominous sounds. The guy looks ahead in horror, and the servant says that this is too sinister a place, and that it is better for them not to go there. Shensi moves forward and says that there is no point in them going back and asks for help. He shifts his icy gaze to his companion and states that the energy absorbed by these roots can be felt in the breath of their people. The servant's eyes widened in horror and incomprehension. The man with clenched teeth looks at the devastated faces of the people and says that these are the subjects of the Baoshan kingdom, vassals of other sects, that they are all absorbed. He bowed his head doomly and said that none of them were there, and the monster asked in horror how this was possible, and what kind of tree it was. The servant looked at his master and told him not to blame himself. The young master looked ahead piercingly and clarified that he was to blame himself. He bared his teeth ominously and exclaimed that the servant was not catching up, that everyone was dead, and he was still alive, and declared that he had been chosen. The monster looks at its owner in bewilderment. He, mad with joy, throws up his hand and says that first an artifact, and now such a powerful sacred tree, that they chose him, he is the chosen one. Distraught with majesty, he raises his hand to his ear and declares that the sacred tree is speaking to him, and asks what it wants to tell him. Saliva spurts from his mouth and he continues to say that if he finds the artifact, the sacred tree will also obey him. The servant tries to warn him. The Lord turns to the monster with distraught eyes and asks why it is making noise, and orders it not to interfere with its communication with the sacred tree. The man looks angrily at the protagonist and the servant says that Li Jie is here, and the protagonist says that it seems that Shensi not only has a fever, but he is a little mad. Li looks at the young master with disgust and decides that he must stay away from him, otherwise he can catch the infection. The man rolls his eyes up and orders the servant to finish off the protagonist. The monster rushes forward. The guy points his finger at the teleporter and tells the servant that this is not the most suitable place, and invites the attacker to go with him. The magic gate flashes, and the young master orders the servant to be brave and not let the guy escape. The teleporter hovers above the ground. He throws the young man and the servant aside. The monster climbs up and asks the main character where he is taking him. The young man clenches his fists and triumphantly answers so that he can guess for himself. The servant releases a magical discharge from the palm of his hand, and the main character asks that he cannot return to his master. The monster narrows its eyes and hisses that it will kill the guy and take the teleporter artifact, and return with it to its master. The young man looks at the enemy and says that he should hurry, because his claws will not show mercy to his master. A magic sword appears behind Shensi. He turns his head abruptly and asks who is there. Old man Nyo looks angrily at the man and says that he dared to cut off his tentacles, and he does not forgive this, and Shuang declares that she will kill the enemy today. The girl carefully watches the opponent and says that she needs to be on the alert, because the opponent is a young master of the Sacred Heaven sect. Shensi grits his teeth with rage and anger, surrounding himself with the Tao of life and death. In the air, two opponents are rapidly attacking each other. The main character deflects the monster's attack with a magic stick. Purple mana envelopes the guy. Black wings grow behind him. The young man turns his head and angrily throws his weapon up. He furiously spreads his arms to the sides. Opponents hovered in the air. The protagonist looks angrily at the monster and says that it is good at dodging. The enemy stretches his palms forward and asks that the guy can withstand such a blow, and that he has a divine body. He spreads his arms to the sides and declares that he has no time to dig into the young man. Two magical flashes approach the protagonist. He looks at them. The guy is thrown back. The enemy is captured by purple energy. The main character covers his face with his hand. A powerful explosion slams into the ground, and the monster screams for Li to die. He looks ahead in bewilderment. The main character spread his arms to the sides and said that the servant's attack was weak. The opponent looks angrily at the young man and says that how long he will be able to hold out. He stretches his fingers up. A bundle of mana from the young man crashes into him. The satisfied protagonist holds his weapon in his hand and thanks the enemy for helping him open the door. He lets go of the serpent's rod and says that he will allow him to do whatever he wants. The monster is rapidly attacked by energy flashes of magic. He dodges and does not understand what the hell it is. The main character is happy to watch what is happening and asks why he is surprised. The monster has been captured by mana and he summons the Holy Emperor and demands more power. The enemy throws the guy's weapon away from him. The young man looks up in amazement. The serpent's rod crashes into the ground in front of him. The guy looks at his weapon in surprise and asks that the opponent has surpassed the level at which the snake rod operates. He angrily opens his mouth and calls the young man a snot. He shifts his hateful gaze to Li and tells him not to be overconfident. Li surrounds himself with magical energy and tells the monster to lay out all his trump cards if he has any left. The guy looks ominously at the enemy and enthusiastically says that it is finally becoming interesting, and asks that he not disappoint him. The energy cloud tends upwards. The opponents are fully armed, approaching each other. The guy looks angrily ahead. He is knocked back by a powerful enemy attack. He looks angrily at the young man and shouts at him to shut up. The young man flies backwards from the enemy's blow. Purple mana slams into the rock in a flash. Li hits the rocks. He slammed himself into a block of stone, and his opponent declared that this was the end, and that there was no one stronger against the Holy Emperor, and added that it was a pity that it was too easy a death for a young man. The servant towers over the protagonist, and sees that he is still twitching. Li opens his mouth furiously and screams. He closes his eyes. The monster looks at the guy in amazement. He lunges forward and growls while Li isn't dead yet. The young man steps with clenched fists towards the enemy. He raises his hand and provokes the monster that almost died of boredom, and that he was so hoping for a merry fight. Li throws his hands up to deliver a magic blow and says that the young man is still defiant, and Li replies that this is not enough, and that he needs to become stronger. The guy watches the enemy ominously and says that otherwise, he won't even have to do anything to finish him off. The monster angrily opens its mouth and screams for the protagonist to finally die. Purple powerful mana slams into the rock. The girl builds an energy pentagram in the air. Lord Shensi gritted his teeth and angrily said that everyone would go to hell and wish them death. Shuang resolutely sets up a block for defense and says that Li Jie warned them about the Lord's technique, and that to his great regret, her eyes can suppress the opponent's tricks. The man quickly dodges the ice shards attacking him. He raises his injured hands and tells the girl that her ice barriers will not be able to stop his regeneration. The Lord looks at the enemy angrily, and Nu says that this was expected. A man throws a powerful magical force at the octopus and wishes it death. He looks at the enemy in bewilderment. Choizen shifts his gaze to the duel. Nu looks ahead in misunderstanding and asks what it was, and why he didn't feel anything. The man stretches out his hand indignantly, and does not understand that his deadly power could have been ineffective. The ancient snail rushes upwards and says that it seems that the enemy underestimated his resistance, and states that now it is his turn to transform. The nude transforms into an absorbing form. An ancient snail descends to the ground. She closes her eyes with pleasure, and says that the enemy has been successfully caught. Xuan spread her arms to the sides and asked her partner that the opponent did not move, and he replied that his hydrochloric acid corrodes even metal. The girl looks at him, and Nu continues that no matter how strong the regeneration is, it will only prolong the agony. The lord inside the snail turns into a green goo, and Nyo continues that they just have to wait until he runs out of energy, and then he is completely absorbed, and finishes saying that the opponent is unlucky, because if it were not for his regeneration, he would suffer less. Shensi, grinning, looks to the side. He shifts his gaze and says that he can't lose now. The ancient snail bursts in all directions. Xuan looks at the old man flying up and asks what is going on. He looks up in bewilderment, and says that the lord was somehow able to escape, and the girl adds that this is a difficult opponent. The lord opens his mouth ominously, and says that he realized that this was a test sent to him by the sacred tree. The rebellious Lord Shensi spreads his hands to the sides and addresses the sacred tree that he will not let you down. Looking at the monster, the girl said that its aura had changed. Frowning, the creature asked what it was, to which she replied that it was true, they were attacking it again. Suddenly they jumped up. The boss looked away. Dark particles appeared in front of him. Xuan dodged his blow. Gritting her teeth tightly, she thought that damn, this guy had learned his lesson. The monster stretched out its hand in front of it. A blow flew into his eye. Lowering his gaze, he began to heal. Frowning, the lady said that his regeneration abilities were endless. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the creature said that he should leave it to him. Tightly clenching his fist, the monster asked what they thought. This trick would work on him a second time. A vine appeared around the octopus. Standing at attention, the monster said that if he could not kill someone, then he should just grab him. The swordswoman suddenly rushed in his direction. She looked furiously and shouted that this was exactly what she was thinking. A glow appeared around the sword. Suddenly, Xuan struck a crushing blow. Looking at the smoke, she said that this attack would definitely delay him for a while. The creature was in the ice. Nyo's eyes widened and asked what was ready, to which the lady replied that no, he had run away. The ice suddenly began to crack. The monster ran through the plants. Smiling broadly, he thought he was here. People were hanging on the branches. A huge tree appeared. Looking down, the girl said that enough was enough. Rays from the blows appeared in the air. The swordsman sheathed his weapon. Smiling, the lady said that she thanked him for his help. Turning his head, the emperor replied that he should continue to run until he left the forest. It was safe outside. He frowned when he heard the question of where he was, to which he replied that he would continue the battle. Gritting his teeth tightly, Qin Xian said that he was going to use his methods and destroy him. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked again. Looking at him, she asked what this giant tree was called, to which the emperor replied that Li said so. Clenching her fist tightly, the lady said that if she returned to the place where it was growing from, she could destroy it. Then, she looked at him angrily and added that she would go with him, avenge her uncle. The roots rushed forward sharply. Looking at them, the lady said that the further they advanced, the stronger these appendages were, to which the guy replied that this was to be expected. Looking to the side, she added that since he was so confident that he could defeat him, he had some way to deal with this situation. Gritting his teeth, Qin Xian replied that he wanted to move a little further, and then, raising his head up, he shouted that he would use this trick again. Suddenly his neck swelled. A blue flame appeared around him. Covering her face with her hand, the girl exclaimed. Dust flew in the air. Standing beside her, the creature said that the secret green flame, much stronger than ordinary fire, not only burns but also prevents energy. Parts of the plants were lying on the ground. A phrase flashed by that the branches burned by his fire would not disturb them for some time. Lowering his gaze, the emperor said that even he could not use the green flames for long, so let him draw his weapon, to which the lady replied approvingly. A glow appeared around the sword. The weapon was surrounded by blue particles. Holding the sword in his hands, Qin Xian said that now they need to act quickly, fight their way to the target, to which she replied that she understood. Plant roots appeared. Smiling, the man asked why he had gone through so many hardships to hide here. In the end, he was the one who came to him. He opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that he wasn't hiding. Spreading his hands to the sides, the creature shouted that he had finally answered him. He knew he had chosen him. Looking up, he listened to the words that he had chosen, perhaps, that he had to destroy one strong man, to which he asked again. The hero smiled broadly. A phrase flashed by that this evil demon was the greatest obstacle to his resurrection. Let him take the artifact and destroy it for him. The monster looked frightened when he heard this. Smiling broadly, he said that he didn't need his instructions. Taking the weapon in his hand, the creature said that he wanted it himself. A bright light appeared in front of him, and he added that they shared a common hatred. Let him just give him strength, and not worry about anything. The man lowered his gaze when he heard that he should not let him down. The roots of the plant are fastened into a cocoon. Raising his hands up, Pooh said that he would never let him down. Watching him, the swordswoman thought that it was with him, talking to herself. Standing beside her, Neo asked what to do. The artifact fell into his hands again, to which she asked him if he was communicating with him. Looking ahead, the monster asked what to do. He was invincible now. Frowning, the lady replied that there must be a way. Standing behind them, the monster asked what for example. Gritting her teeth tightly, Xuan thought that he had found them, but the monster was standing on the plant, and she added that it was still there. Turning around, the girl wondered if it was a clone. The doppelganger smiled broadly and shouted that it was their turn. They stretched the roots in front of them. The vine was fastened into a huge ball. Holding the artifact in his hands, Pooh said that this was the power of the artifact, to which he was told that it had taken a lot of effort to master it, but this wooden sword was truly large. Stretching out his arms to the sides, he added that like this, after they were destroyed, Li would be next. Branches appeared. It was heard that no, they could still be useful. Gritting her teeth, Shuang said that these branches were different from the previous ones. They were incredibly powerful, to which Neo replied that he would let him. Suddenly he spat poison. The liquid corroded the plant. A phrase flashed by that even its acid could not dissolve them. Smiling, the creature said that they were trying to challenge the artifact. Raising its eyebrows, it added that he had said that they were important hostages. Let them just stay here and they would not be harmed. Frowning, the girl said that it was disgusting, to which the old man replied that he could not even hope. Sticking out his tongue, the plant said well, he knew they wouldn't listen. It grabbed the lady's arm. Lowering her head, she asked what he was going to do, to which Neo replied that it was indecent. Stretching out his hand to the side, the monster said that they should thank him. Only his instructions saved their lives. Looking ahead, he added that apart from life, everything else. The swordswoman gritted her teeth tightly when she heard that she was quite cute. Frowning, she said that she should not even think about it. Ice appeared on the branch. Sticking out its tongue, the plant asked. Standing over the dome, the monster said that how cold it was bad. The roots were covered with ice, and it was said that his cage made of the branches of the sacred tree was completely frozen. Jumping up, Shuang said that she shouldn't look down on others. Looking at the creature, she asked that this was all his artifact was capable of, to which he replied that she really deserved to be considered a princess. She would have to be tinkered with. Looking ahead, Pooh said that he had to admit that her ice was quite strong, even the regeneration of the artifact had been suppressed. The princess took a step forward, hearing that but how long she could maintain this form, she was afraid she would only have enough for one attack. Grinning, she said that there was only one attack. Rushing forward, the swordswoman added that it would be enough. In fact, the blow came. Holding the artifact in his hands, he asked what she really thought. Stretching his hand forward, the monster asked that he could fight the power of the artifact. They attacked each other. Blood flew out of the girl's mouth. Leaning towards the ground, she said that it was a curse, and then thought that it seemed that both sides would suffer. The princess was lying on the ground. Her mask was covered in blood. The thought arose that she could only cover the wound with ice. There was no more strength. Gritting her teeth, Shuang thought that it was time for Li to return. If that didn't happen, everything would end badly. The monster was watching her. His gaze froze in place, and he said that if it weren't for the artifact, he would really have frozen to death.